Okay, that was nice. Our dragons were able to breed. Think. Yep. Now we're gonna go to the tree in the wilderness for the event. Let's head over. Just go to Edgeville to make sure our PvP is toggled. And we'll head over to the tree. Boom. Good surge. Plan will be to do the tree, do a farm run, and then we'll keep fishing. That'll be the plan for today. Hello gamers. Oops. No runes. Let's take these bones. Here we go. Evil tree. This is good. Alrighty. Boom. Alright. Get some more bones. This is good. Here we go. Alright, so close to 269. Let's chop. Keep chopping here. Good. Anime power scaling unit. Not bad. Harvest. Harvest. Let's harvest. And harvest. And harvest. Keep harvesting here. Great. Oh yeah. One additional harvest. All the harvesting. This is good. Not bad. Alright, let's keep harvesting. This is good. Good, good. Good. Nope, we gotta burn. Keep harvesting here. Perfect. Ready. Boom. Good, good. Perfect. Alright, let's head over to 211. Let's get this ready. Oh, okay. Let's hop over. Boom. We're at 211 now. That says fun. Boom. And here we go. Let's harvest. Here we go. Let's keep harvesting. Boom. To learn you a lesson. Alright, let's head out. Alright, just dragging. Okay, let's salvage this stuff. Let's alk these. Grab a fire and nature. Alright, let's alk. There we go. Okay, might do some cleaning here. Cave. Let's see here. Weapon poison plus plus. Poison ivy. There we go. Crushed nest. Let's see here. I think everything here is good. Excuse me. Keep it like this for now. Let's go to see where we want to go. Let's think here. Let's farm. Let's do a temple trek first. Grab a spore. Alright, let's go. Not bad. Let's use the ring. Go to Canifis. Alright. Pick the mushrooms. We forgot runes. Grab some runes here. No one can trek. Alright, come up here. We trek. Continue. Talk to Arbiter. And continue. And continue hard. See here. Attack these snails. Boom. Good, good. Nice. See here. Alright, grab watermelon seeds and do one more run. Continue hard. Exchange. Boom. Let's sneak up on, oh, sneak up on this guy, boom. That's down. Boom. Let's continue. Let's grab some snails here. Boom. Let's cook. Here we go. Let's feed. Oh, they're critical. Should make it though. Perfect. Let's continue. Boom. This is good. Perfect. Let's clean these. And continue. Nice. And some seeds here. We're ready to farm now. Keep doing Mare and Till. And grab our explorers. And ectophile. Scavenge port. Let's trade. Cure our watermelons. Close. Let's pick. Compost in. Marigold seed in. Let's water. Harvest these guys. This is good. Alrighty. Not bad. Super compost in. Watermelon in. And exchange here. Let's pick the herbs. Siphon. Super compost in. Marantillin. Let's go ectophile. Let's grab some buckets. A lot of diseased here. Take the compost. And then super compost. Let's trade here. Keep those there. And water. Harvest these guys. That's good. Super compost in. Watermelon in. Let's exchange. Pick the herbs. Oh yeah, this goes in. Marantillin. Water. It's clean. Not much. Let's go to Callerby. Let's trade. Get this. This margin. Grab this. And pick. Compost in. Marigold seed in. Water. And let's pick these herbs. Oh, let's siphon. If the IDK I just bank. Marantillin. And clean. And harvest. Okay, harvest. Here we go. Watermelon in. Water. Okay, let's head to our tree. Surge. Pick coconuts. And our noon. Alright. Gather. See what the situation here is. Alright. Gotta remove this. Alright. Okay, they have to stay. I'll take this out. Check our dragons. Have to resolve this pen. Let's climb over. Nope, actually, need buckets for climbing. We'll exchange here. And pick the marigolds. Use compost. Siphon that. Marigold in. And water. Pick these guys. Alright. Let's go. Let's clean. And super compost in. Marintil in. Exchange. Harvest. Okay. Not bad. Just a few more scoops here. Okay. Bit more here. Super compost in. Watermelon in. Okay, let's exchange. Alright. Let's exchange here. Some compost in. Watermelon in. And water. Let's go scoop now. Let's muck out. There we go. Alright, let's muck out. Siphon. And climb over. Okay, let's climb over. Let's muck out. And muck out again. Here we go. Climb over. Let's take this out. And let's see here. Take this guy out. Let's quick sell. Let's do that. Gotta muck out some more dragon manure. Let's climb over. Boom. That's good. Boom. Look out. Climb over. Let's remove. Need females. Okay. Let's get some females here. Then we sell these off. Let's check our zygomites. these two. Alright, all male. Let's grab one. Take it out. Let's keep breeding happening here. Okay, just raise here. And sell. Okay, I think we're all good here. Do the next half of our farming run. Like so. Book, wilderness, and bloodweed. Let's go to, let's first head to Catherby. Check our tree here. Alrighty. Okay, that's good. Now we go to Crywis. Exchange. Pick the herbs. And siphon. It's clean. And exchange. Super compost in. And till in. Let's check. And pick. Let's clear this guy. Super compost in. Cadaver in. And let's go spirit tree. Boom. Let's pick. Let's just go to the village. Messed up there. Whoops. Go across. Wasted a surge. Squeeze through. And follow. Let's pick. And exchange. Let's go to Latia. And Karumja. Karamja. Okay, come up here. Let's pick. In exchange. Let's use our big book here. And let's harvest. Some manifested knowledge. Super compost in. Watermelon in. It's water. Exchange. And go to Draenor. Moom. Alright. Exchange. Pick. Cave Nightshade in. Alright, Bloodwood. Pick. Okay. Let's clean. Put bloodweed in. Go to Alcarid. Oh, we gotta walk out first. Here we go. Boom. Let's go to Alcarid. You go to the garden. Boom. Grab this. Sealy. Not bad. Marantillin. Let's get tier 2. And clean. Exchange. Let's head to the wilderness. Grab in obliteration and runes. And then we'll fish. A rune. Here we go. And let's world hop. Find these spiders. Let's use chain. Need to use a butterfly here. Activate this. And shoot. Almost dead. Might be beneficial to world hop. There we go. Nope, another spider here. Okay, let's run away. Alright, I'm gonna fail here. Almost dead. Okay, not bad. Let's see here. Didn't count. Okay. Do unnatural outcrop next. Let's go to Menaphos. All right. To extend this, inactivate. Grab a granite lobster. Start fishing. Okay, pretty high up. A lot of nutty fishers here. All right, let's siphon. Catch. And bait. All right, let's watch. Switch to watch mode now.
Oh my God.
From mom and pop retailers to husband and wife brewers, the Denver Post to the Daily Sentinel, Coloradans are for Prop 124 and keeping free enterprise. Well,
Shagad,
free.
but
I'd like
do
to
make sure
explain.
to go vote.
I'm just asking to be equal.
Powerful. Alright guys, I'm gonna do a weigh-in to see my final weight before I finish this meal. I started off at around 144.8 or 145 pounds. When we measured on day 5, I was 138. I don't know what to expect here. Do you think I lost a lot of weight?
We're 138.8.
Let's see. Moment of truth. 137.5?
Yeah.
Alright, that's it. I'm done my fast. I broke it. Day 6, my mom's meal. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna give Sheldon the call just to see how he's doing. See if he broke his fast already. But yeah. That's it, guys. Is it worth it? To be honest, I don't know.
Yo, I broke my fast, bro.
Huh?
Broke my fast.
No.
No, I had to, man. I came home. My mom already cooked me food. I'm gonna tell you that first bite. I already accept the fact that I'm gonna lick your toes, so it's like that's already like priced into my accounting factor.
Bro, you tell me both you, Edward, it's just me now? Oh my god. Alright, guys. I think I have decided if Mike's out and Edward's out, I'm gonna call it day 2. I'm so hungry and in pain and tired, and I have no energy. I think I'm done. I want to eat a burger so bad. I really want to eat something. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna quit, and I'm gonna go weigh myself.
I will say that I do not feel any benefits of the fast.
You don't?
Except for rapid weight loss.
157, bro. Bro, you're 157. Wait, how many did you lose? You lost
I lost
4.5, 4.5 to
4.6 for about 5 pounds.
Bro, man, yo, your body is max weight retention, bro.
Huh?
Admit it. Admit it. Fasting's a myth.
Long-term fasting is a myth.
God, yeah, I got him. I got him.
Fasting is a myth.
Oh, it means you got suck my toe too.
No. Everyone was like each other's stomach. No one made it.
What? Yo, that's a lot forceful.
Wash your food real quick.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, it feels kind of good. That's exfoliate your skin, bro. That's to take out all the dead skin. What? You just came back from the gym.
Yeah, the fourth one might be good.
Feels good. All right, ready? Yo, 3, 2, 1. Alright guys, click here to watch us eat foods that guarantee acne for 7 days straight, and click here to watch me that YouTube thinks you'll love.
Elevations Credit Union.
Alright,
It matters where you bank. Insured by NCUA.
Got 100 Yakuza members fighting a restaurant in Japan. But Joey...
Hey yo, what up? It's your boy. Now look, I cover a lot of Japanese news. Some of them are serious, others are kind of ridiculous, as I've been known to cover recently on this channel, but this one might be the fucking funniest piece of news I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Just looking at the title, you would think, wow, Joey, how fucking insensitive of you to think that something like this is funny. Because let me read the title of this article if you haven't already read it yet. Organized crime-linked group of 100 brawl at Tokyo skyscraper restaurant. If that isn't the most Yakuza-sounding news article, I don't know what is. And now, again, you're probably thinking to yourself, how is this funny? What is funny about this? Well, let's go through the article, and I will tell you exactly why this is hilarious. Police were called to a restaurant inside of Tokyo skyscraper Sunday after a mass brawl erupted among around 100 customers who appeared to be members of a group with links to organized crime, which is just the article's way of saying they were most likely Yakuza members. Most diners had already left the function that had booked out the whole restaurant when officers reached the modern French eatery on the 58th floor of the landmark Sunshine 60 Tower in the capital's Ikebukuro district, with only a man who had suffered a minor head injury and a handful of others remaining, police said. Now, first of all, I have actually been to this French restaurant before. It is actually a really, really nice French restaurant in Ikebukuro. And Ikebukuro, for one, is an awesome city. I fucking love Ikebukuro. Sunshine 60 Tower has a lot of really cool restaurants and places to check out. And I guess now it's got kind of a novelty factor because of what happened here. My favorite part about this whole thing is the fact that, again, there were 100 people getting involved in this fucking brawl. Again, sounds like a Yakuza level. And the fact that after a 100-man brawl, which I don't know about you, I've seen a lot of schoolyard fights happening with like 10, 20 students coming all in, beating the shit out of each other. No one really knows who is the enemy and who is the friend. It's just, you see a face, you gotta punch it. And I'm sure that was what was happening in this place as well. But the fact that after 100 people got involved in a fight, the result was a man who had suffered a minor head injury. And that's it. Could you imagine going into a 100-man fight and coming out with a minor head injury? Like, it must not have been a serious fight if 100 people got involved. And the only thing you had to say when stepping out was, ow, my head kind of hurts. According to an investigative source, those involved in the commotion appeared to be members of Chinese Dragon, a gang comprised primarily of second and third generation descendants of Japanese orphans left behind in China when Japan withdrew from the country at the end of World War II. Again, this just sounds like something you would see in Yakuza. Like, this literally reminds me of that scene in Yakuza 7 when you have to go into like the Korean mafia's like headquarters and just like beat the shit out of everyone. This is literally what this sounds like. And lo and behold, I never knew this. I guess the Yakuza games are more realistic than anyone would have ever thought. Police have received information that the function was intended to celebrate a member's release from prison. The scene was littered with broken beer bottles and glasses, police said, adding they are investigating the incident as a suspected case of property damage. A restaurant clerk made an emergency call around 6:30 p.m. after the group started eating and drinking at around 6 p.m. and suddenly got into a fight, they said. There were no customers other than the dining party. No staff were injured, and the man found at the scene with the head injury was transported to a hospital. I love, again, the fact that it only took them 30 minutes and it was a celebration. The fact that one of their homies had just gotten out of jail and was like, yo, gang, gather up. I'm gonna fucking book out this like nice ass French restaurant in Ikebukuro. We're gonna celebrate our boy getting out. He's gonna be eating good tonight because I'm sure he wasn't eating good in prison. Let's all celebrate and drink and be happy. You know, the fam is back. Let's start eating. And in a matter of 30 minutes, some shit went down. And I guess we will never know exactly what kind of shit went down, but shit went down to the point where 100 motherfuckers just started bashing the shit out of each other in this restaurant. And again, the only thing that came out of it was a minor head injury. Like, it's actually kind of incredible if you think about it. Like just think about it like realistically, right? Like I'm finding this like funny and almost like not serious because again, this just sounds like something you would see in like a Yakuza level or like a beat 'em up game, right? But the fact that like if you were one of the staff members and if I was one of the staff members at that restaurant and I saw 100 motherfuckers getting into a fight, yeah, it would be pretty goddamn scary. Because let's be real, in any other scenario, if 100 people got into a fight and were bashing the shit out of each other, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least one casualty or maybe a number of casualties, some broken bones maybe. The fact that there were some broken beer bottles and glasses in the vicinity must suggest that someone must have gotten whacked over the head with a beer bottle or something. I don't know, maybe that's where the minor head injury came from. But just everything about this story is just so funny to me. I don't understand why it's so funny to me. It's just the fact that it was like the members of Chinese Dragon, which again sounds like the most stereotypical Chinese mafia gang name in existence. Like it doesn't sound like a real gang name. And again, it's just the fact that barely anyone was hurt in this whole ordeal of celebrating a dude coming out of prison. It's just so funny to me. And again, if I was working at this French restaurant or if I owned this French restaurant in Ikebukuro's Sunshine 60 building, I would use this piece of news as a fantastic way of promoting my restaurant. I mean, how cool would it be to say like, yeah, you should come over to my restaurant. Not only does it have fantastic food, 100 Chinese mafia members got into a fight here. And everyone came out alive. I want to know what started the fight that got 100 people involved. But more importantly, what caused the fight to stop? Like, did it all just end when someone got that beer bottle, whacked it over a dude's head, got a slight minor head injury, and then everyone was like, okay, yeah, you know what? Maybe that was too much. Let's tone it down, boys. Our boy just got out of prison. We don't want the motherfucker to be back in prison after a day, all right? But yeah, that was my 2 cents on that. Kind of a funny, lighthearted. It's weird I'm saying this is a lighthearted story because, again, you read the title of this, doesn't sound lighthearted. I don't know. It's just everything about this news article just sounds fake. Like, I legitimately thought the first time I saw this article, I thought it was like an Onion article because it's just like, it's too stereotypical. It's like too unrealistic. And it's so stupid. Like, it's genuinely stupid. But again, I hope the dude who got the minor head injury was okay. I hope the dude who got out of prison during the celebration isn't back in prison. And yeah, I hope everyone in the Chinese Dragon Mafia group gets along better. You know, just chill out a bit. But yeah, that was my 2 cents. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. And hey, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to smack my face right there to subscribe to the channel. Let's keep making big channel number go bigger. And over here next to my head, there's a couple more videos you can check out if you enjoyed this one. Also, links to all my social media, Twitter, Instagram, Patreon, and my brand new Shorts channel and TikTok are down in the description below. So make sure to check those out as well. But thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Alright. We've got Why Are These Chinese Dishes Disappearing by Blondie.
Hello and welcome to another Chinese food adventure. I'm super excited because I'm in the food paradise of Guangzhou, a place that you could eat every day a new food for like 10 years. There are so many varieties of food here. But today we're exploring a topic that is very interesting, and that's actually the disappearing foods here in Guangzhou, because a lot of the foods that used to be very popular aren't that popular anymore, or a lot of the ingredients used are now very expensive. So today we're going to be eating some foods that may not be around for that much longer. So I am here with Peter, my go-to food guide here in the south of China. If you've watched my videos before, you'll have met Peter. He has the most amazing food knowledge. He's also born and bred here in Guangzhou, so there is simply no better food guide for this food adventure. I don't know what
Alright, I'm gonna go grab something real quick. Be right back. Alright, let's keep fishing here and continue watching.
Eating today, Peter's completely taking the wheel. And this is the first place he's taking me, where we're going to be trying this. It's called Leifen. We've also ordered what looks like rice rolls topped with braised meat of some kind. Both dishes I've never tried or seen before. Wow, this looks amazing. I'm especially drawn to this one here because I love changfen.
This one is not really called changfen, it's called 猪肠粉 because it looks like
an intestine. Yeah, pork intestine.
It's different from like the changfen that we're used to every day that, you know, like the filling, it's wrapped inside. But here, instead of filling, we have toppings. It's like drenched in sauce.
And the topping is pork.
This is actually beef.
So pork intestine rice rolls that are actually made of rice topped with beef. Got it. Oh, it smells so good. It reminds me of my grandma's beef stroganoff, that very like rich and like hearty kind of food. So why is this one a disappearing food?
I used to see them a lot when I was little, like when I was going to elementary school or stuff. I would probably have something like this for a breakfast. But right now, with, you know, like the more influx of people from everywhere in the country, this is like decreasing in popularity. And also, look at these kind of like beef dishes. It's really time consuming.
Yeah, and that's a fair amount of nice beef. For what was the price of this dish?
Less than 20, definitely.
For my first bite, I made sure to get one of those juicy looking 猪肠粉, absolutely smothered in sauce. I'm so excited for this.
The meat is so good.
Oh, the 肠粉 is so soft. This texture is so good. And you can see that sauce is like slightly starchy as well, so it's quite thick. And that means that the sauce really sticks to that 肠粉 noodle. I feel like this is a universal language of love. That meat is so good. I eat this and I'm reminded of all the hours that my grandma would put into her beef stroganoff. And I don't know, maybe people from Guangzhou have that same feeling of hominess when they eat a piece of beef as delicious as that.
Well, I mean, this is exactly a homey dish for us Cantonese people. If you look into the kitchen, you can probably see that like pretty much everyone doing these dishes right now are like the ayis. I kind of have this kind of feeling that like these dishes will only remain within their age group, and then when they grow older, it's kind of disappearing with their generation. And I really wonder if my children will be able to have the same memory of flavor as I do.
I feel like in this day and age, everyone's competing for the new Wang Hong Dian, like the new must-try food, and it's starting this, you know, new food culture, which is also very exciting. I'm also wondering, maybe when I'm 80 years old, we're trying to teach the kids about the nai cha, like, oh, you enjoy this nai cha, because when you're old, it won't be around anymore. That was my generation. Well, I think it's time that we tried this one here. What is this?
Sure.
It looks very interesting, like a mix between a soup and a solid.
Yes.
Like, what would you call that?
Like glop.
A glop. It's a glop.
So this dish is called Leifen. What you can see here are really fat, chunky noodles.
Is this a wheat noodle or a rice noodle?
Rice noodle. And they fall apart like
oh my god,
easily.
The texture is amazing. And the flavor of that is like very umami, and there must be some dried shrimp in there or something.
Well, you're speaking my language.
Yeah.
Dried shrimp, shiitake mushroom.
And it's served with two varieties of pickles, one spicy and one non-spicy.
Because, you know, when you're having too much of a umami flavor in every bite, you're kind of like tired of it. This can be like a nice palate cleanser.
It kind of has a bit of a macaroni cheese feel to it. That's amazing. It's so like the same as this, like warm and comforting. It's like thick.
And fun fact, so Leifen, okay, this is a little bit off-putting, but the word lie actually means to poop.
To poop?
Yes.
Poopfen. How did that come together in this dish?
Okay, so like, look at this kind of thick and short noodles. I mean, basically, like they use this word to like make it like poop from the machine.
Oh, they poop it out of a machine.
Yeah.
Trust that my first reaction is show me the poop machine. I want to see the poop. So this would be like your equivalent of Vegemite on toast growing up. I don't know if you know what Vegemite is, but us Australians growing up, we would eat Vegemite on toast as like our breakfast.
I didn't look at you with confusion. I looked at you with horror because I've actually tried it, Vegemite with toast, and oh my gosh.
Not a fan?
No,
You prefer your Laifen for breakfast?
Yes, like everyday home-style food.
Time to head to our next food stop, which involved a taxi ride because it's in another district of Guangzhou. We're now in Haizhu district. So for that reason, you've brought your friend here, who is a local Haizhu citizen.
Yes, exactly.
And she's recommended we come here. It's called 顺营小吃店, and it's absolutely packed with locals.
现在已经是快差不多1点钟了，正常来说是过了吃饭的时候，可是还是有那么多的人在排队，所以我们就知道这一家店它真的是非常好吃，而且是非常 local 的。
What are we about to eat here, Leia?
Oh, let's have a look. We were ordering the 辣梅饭. Actually, the 辣梅饭 is made by the gluten rice. With the sausage Cantonese.
有腊肠，有虾米，有冬菇，有花生，很多东西的。
It looks like almost like a fried sticky rice.
It seems like it's fried rice, but it's not because you can see it. It's
it's steamed. So we're definitely going to get a portion of this sticky steamed rice. But it looks like there's also something else here that's very, very popular.
Another thing, very traditional Cantonese. Especially in Haizhu, is 猪红汤. The 猪红汤is made by the blood of the pork. Seems like very horrible, but actually it's totally not. It's just something looks very tasty, very delicious.
Check out these prices, very reasonable. For a small portion of the rice, we're looking at 8 renminbi, and for this pork blood soup, only 4 renminbi.
在小学的时候，他就已经在了。Sometimes I maybe don't want to eat the canteen in my school, so I can come here to grab some food.
Do you feel like this food is maybe disappearing or becoming less and less common in Guangzhou?
Yeah, it's quite disappearing. 他们没有很高的利润，就是他们赚的钱其实很少，因为我们可以看得出 the price is very cheap.
It's so cheap.
And secondly, because nowadays we have a lot of very 网红 restaurants.
Yeah.
And the 网红 restaurant is very beautiful, it's very fancy. You can take some picture, post it in the Instagram, in the WeChat. But here, another big problem. Nowadays, not even in China, not even in Guangdong, in the whole world, the climatization is very high. 就是全球气候变暖。然后天气也越来越热。But here they didn't have the 空调。
Oh yeah.
So if you, I recommend you guys buy the things here and take away.
Take it home.
Yeah, take it home or wherever you can find some air conditioner.
But we're going against Leah's own advice. We'll actually be eating in today. Literally just a hole in the wall where people are just sitting and eating. Very local vibe. My first impressions are there's just so much in this rice. I can see little dried shrimps, some mushrooms, some onion. It's like chock-a-block full of stuff. And this is a small portion, and I think that's maybe all you'd need because glutinous rice is quite heavy.
It's a very traditional Haizhu food because this place, when I was born, you're already here.
That's so cool that not only does this city have local specialties that are specialties of this city, but every district has its own specialties.
I grew up in Yuexiu district, and I don't really see this particular kind of glutinous rice very often as I was growing up.
Anyway, let's try this.
It tastes very good because with the traditional Cantonese sausage, the 腊肠 here is made by the...
By them, locally made.
It's made by the locally made.
It looks like a simple dish on the side of the road, but a lot of effort goes into it. You know, making your own 腊肠, lapchong.
The mushroom, the peanuts, and have a lot of sauce, traditional Cantonese.
Yeah. It's really nice. It's like got a very soy sauce taste, but also like a slight seafood umami taste as well from all of that those dried shrimps in there. But as you said, it is a little dry.
Really good.
Yeah. So maybe we can try that one.
Awesome.
Which is made by the blood of the pork. Actually, 这个猪红汤它跟北方猪红汤有很大的一个区别呢，就是我们港式猪红汤里面它会加很多白的胡椒粉跟一些葱花，去把那个 blood 它本身的那个腥味给去掉，所以当你吃起来的时候，你是完全不会感觉到它是一个猪的血的这种味道。
You can see it on top here actually, the 胡椒粉。
这个是我们广州这边每次喝早茶，基本上大人小朋友都必点的。为什么呢？因为这个猪红它本身是很软的，它有点像 pudding 的那一种质感， 所以无论是大人小朋友，就是小朋友可能还没有长牙，然后老人家呢，有可能是因为牙齿咬不到硬的东西，然后这个猪红就可以完美的解决这两个群体的需求。
So everyone can eat this. This is a meal for the people. Cheers. Enjoy. You're right. The white pepper, it really takes out any like meat taste from that blood, and it just makes it really savory. It's like the first thing that's hitting me is like salty, savory, a bit of ginger as well taste. Everything is in balance with each other, and the texture of that blood is also really, really nice. I think this is the most I've ever enjoyed pork blood, because I have eaten a lot of blood before. Mostly my favorite one is 鸭血. Because I feel like it has a more subtle taste, and sometimes pork blood, if it's not flavored right, can be very like 腥味. But this, it doesn't have any of that. It's just, it's not challenging at all. It's more like a tofu than a blood. I actually like this pork blood soup more than I like the rice, and I thought it was going to be the other way around.
Maybe it's because this rice is a little bit too dry for nowadays, because nowadays it has sunshine. All the things so hot. And we prefer to eat something juicy.
But we had an idea to remedy this problem, adding some of that blood and the soup to the glutinous rice. Oh my gosh, look at this spoonful, look how glorious. Lapchong, blood, peanut, dried shrimp, and some glutinous rice, and a little bit of onion as well. So let's give this a go. Even better.
It's much better.
Moist. That's exactly what that needed, a bit of moisture.
Maybe it's the new food that we created by ourselves.
Yeah, this is the YYDS. So thank you, Leia. Time to pass the baton back to Peter.
Yeah, exactly. Time to pass the mic back to me.
So where are you taking us now, Peter?
Well, it's just around the corner. There is a place for the fried ice.
What?
Well, okay, like that's the literal translation, but you will see what it is all about.
Okay, let's go check it out. So around the corner is what at first glance looks like a fruit shop, but that's only half of the story. So there's all these fruits on display. At first, I thought this was a fruit shop, but basically you can choose what fruits you want, and they're gonna turn it into like this sorbet. So they basically mix it up into a blender, and then they put it on this ice wok thing where they're gonna mix it up, and it becomes into like this ice creamy consistency. Can you mix two different fruits together?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, as many as you want.
Oh my god, this is so cool. I wish I could get this everywhere. I think I'm definitely gonna get something mango related. This mango is literally the size of my head.
Of my head as well.
Of your head, and that's quite impressive. And there are some interesting combinations I'm seeing. This one is avocado and mango, this one is grape and lemon, and this is coconut mango. I like the sound of that. But I've decided to go for passion fruit and mango. I feel like that's gonna be a really nice combo. What are you getting?
Well, I'm getting passion fruit with pineapple.
Oh. So this is mine here. So it starts off as a liquid, and over the course of 7 to 8 minutes, it slowly solidifies into something that looks like a sorbet. After seeing the time and effort that goes into making each and every fried ice, I think you can guess why it's a disappearing food. I have 2 cups here. Do you want to buy it?
Yeah, sure.
There you go, that one's yours then. Actually, I want the bigger one, because you've got your own coming. Oh my god, it's perfect. The mango, it was like super like ripe, and the flavor is just perfect and sweet, and that a little bit of texture from the passion fruit as well, those little crispy little black seeds.
Yep.
This is like legit.
Do you love it, or do you love it?
I love it. I wish I had this next to my little hutong in Beijing. I would go after every meal, because it's also healthy. That's just like, what a way to get your two fruits in your meal into your diet a day.
Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Okay, let's try your one. So what's yours again?
Well, this is pineapple with passion fruit.
Pineapple with passion fruit, oh my gosh. Oh, it smells so good.
I didn't smell it yet.
It smells like summer.
Oh my gosh. This is what is called tropical.
That's tropical. Like, I feel like I've never been to like the Bahamas, but I feel like I'm in the Bahamas. That brings us. So she's been here the whole time.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the end of our food adventure today here in Guangzhou, and it's been amazing. I've eaten so many foods that I've never had before. I've learned a little bit more about Cantonese culture. And yeah, I'm already so excited to come back again and eat more foods with you guys.
You're always welcome back, and if you want to live here, let me know.
I think I might. Anyway, until next time, please subscribe and comment and like.
一键3连。
苏州还是待会儿去和国的 Andy。
Yes, this is French, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, merci et au revoir. Bonjour.
Au revoir. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Why do you speak French in Cantonese?
I don't know.
Sketch. Alright, gonna queue up some more videos now. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Just queuing things up. Let's keep fishing here. Let's siphon. Let's deposit. And bait. Okay. Got everything queued up here. Start with why DC's shaped like that. By half as interesting.
Carved out of 2 different states, a town at the center of a government that doesn't represent them, and a diverse, multicultural city known for its unusually high number of geriatric white dudes in power. What is Washington, D.C. if not the land of contradictions? Even its shape seems contradictory. It is, unlike the natural sprawl of most cities, almost a perfect square until it disappears into the Potomac River. But why is DC a perfect square, and where did the rest of it go? Our story begins the same way the musical Hamilton begins if you snuck in during intermission, with the Constitution, specifically the convention that ratified it in 1789. There are many vexing questions that they needed to answer with not a lot of time on their hands. How many votes did states get in national elections? How did congressmen get elected? Are women real people, or are they just kind of fun decorative objects that you can put in your house? But in between these important matters was the issue of the capital. After bouncing between Philadelphia, Trenton, Annapolis, and New York City for sessions of Congress, they wisely deduced that sending every member of Congress up and down the East Coast was ultimately going to be at odds with Amtrak's plan to never offer cheap train tickets ever in history, so they decided to establish one permanent capital city to meet in instead. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution states that the nation's capital must be created as a district that encircles the city, which can't be bigger than 100 square miles or 259 square kilometers, and that land must be ceded by one or more states to create it. Representatives had landed on 2 potential sites in Pennsylvania, one near Philadelphia and one in Lancaster, presumably to capitalize on the untapped Amish labor market for building all those rotundas. The problem was, the convention's southern delegates resented having the nation's capital in a state they considered the North, especially because Alexander Hamilton had been harassing southern states to pay back their Revolutionary War debts at the convention, even though the southern states insisted that they totally were good for it and to just chill out, man. Things weren't looking good, so Hamilton thought up a good compromise that would appease everyone in the moment and annoy everyone in the long term. Known as the Compromise of 1790, the capital—
Thank you for the follow, obese bodybuilder. Just doing fishing in FSW and watching some videos while we fish, because it's not really anything too amusing with fishing. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy it. Currently I'm watching why DC is shaped like that by Half as Interesting. Oh yeah, glad you're enjoying it.
would be established in the South in exchange for southern states indirectly paying off the war debts of northern states. George Washington suggested the unoccupied parts of Maryland and Virginia on the Potomac River as a good compromise because neither the North or South really wanted it. And what better place to put the nation's capital than a piece of land nobody wants? At the convention, Virginia and Maryland agreed to donate those lands to the US government in a perfect diamond shape that looked like this. DC became established as the required 100 square mile or 259 square kilometer, square that included the cities of Alexandria and Arlington within its borders. Roughly 60% of the city would be located in Maryland and 40% in Virginia. By 1800, the move was complete, and DC kept the same shape for 50 years until changed by America's third favorite pastime, racism. Trouble started brewing on the Virginia side in the 20s, with Alexandria experiencing quite an economic decline because the city, much like climate change or members of Congress's children, was neglected by members of Congress. DC still didn't have its own set of laws, which meant that Virginia laws governed the Virginia half and Maryland laws governed the Maryland half. Which, from an urban planning perspective and also from a regular perspective, seems bad in one city, let alone the nation's capital. Plus, both states' laws were frozen in 1801, with 0 DC citizens having any political representation, either in Congress or in a special local government. And the feds' ignorance of the consequences of their actions proved to be their downfall. The district's 5 jurisdictions, which included Alexandria City, Arlington County, Georgetown, Washington City, and Washington County, didn't agree on how to sort out this negligence, so they each took different courses of action. As Lincoln would say 10 years later, a house divided cannot stand. Alexandria City and Arlington County became disillusioned by being part of DC because the federal government had decreed that buildings could only be constructed north of the Potomac, which effectively shut Alexandria out of having any new construction or industry. Meanwhile, DC East was thriving. This meant Alexandria relied on a brilliant economic development tool called enslaving people, and they were worried the United States might, for some reason, decide that wasn't cool anymore. So they wanted to rejoin Virginia to keep slavery legal. Although it took 10 years, Alexandria voted to petition the state of Virginia to take back the land it had donated to DC, which is known as retrogression and seems familiar. And despite the fact that leaving DC would increase taxes by $20,000 each year, a majority of residents made the classic American decision that they liked racism more than money and voted to leave the district. Both Virginia and surprisingly Congress approved the retrocession in 1846, probably because they were too busy trying to keep the United States, united, and didn't care if some whiny racist babies wanted to be reabsorbed into Virginia as long as they were still part of the Union, which meant that no part of Virginia was part of DC anymore. Since then, the metro area has expanded exponentially, but DC itself has stayed the same size, this weird half square, half squiggle, because Maryland won't donate any more land to the district, and Virginia hasn't budged on giving back the land they pledged and then took from the city. And even if the feds wanted to expand DC's borders, which they don't, they'd have to pass it through Congress, which they couldn't, even if they wanted to, thanks to the 109th word in this video. And whether you live in the nation's wonky capital or the lost city of El Dorado, just existing in the year 2022 means you're probably pretty busy. And if you're pretty busy, you probably know that being busy often comes at the sacrifice of eating good and healthy food. But our sponsor Factor has a solution for that.
Hashtag ad. Let's skip. Hashtag ad. Alright. That's done. Gonna move on here. Let's deposit our fish. And take the soul here.
Amazon is now hiring
frames. Gonna watch Linus here. Double your FPS for free. NVIDIA DLSS 3.0. Should be pretty interesting. Double is probably, seems quite scary. I mean, I just don't really want to install AdBlock. I mean, they're trying to make a living off of ads, so, might as well help them out, considering we're watching for free. I mean, I'm also run ads on Twitch, so, kind of give and take. But yeah, let's launch this now.
Win games! We proved it, NVIDIA.
And I mean, it's an in-video ad, so not much I can do about in-video ads.
Advertises it, and now we get to double how many we get for free? NVIDIA says yes, thanks to a brand new feature exclusive to 40 series GPUs called DLSS 3.0. Like previous generations of DLSS, it improves your frame rate by trading off some image quality. Unlike old school DLSS, however, DLSS 3.0 works not by lowering the resolution, but instead by pretending it's running faster than it really is. Sounds like BS, but I promise you it's not. What does it actually do? Should you turn it on? And can we even tell the difference? I'll tell you right after I tell you about our sponsor.
Boost Mobile. Boost Mobile provides you with
let's get this.
DLSS 3.0, or more accurately, Deep Learning Frame Generation, which I'll call it from now on, is NVIDIA's answer to low frame rates. Only officially available for NVIDIA's RTX 40 series GPUs for now, it mandates the use of NVIDIA's Reflex low latency tech and, using an optical flow model on the GPU's tensor cores, inserts fake frames in between the real ones that your GPU is actually rendering, literally doubling your frame rate even without upscaling. That's right, it can be enabled without DLSS, which is why I won't be calling it that. This, obviously, makes gameplay look a lot smoother. But you might be thinking back to the bad old days of the 2010s when TVs would advertise 120 Hz and 240 Hz, when all they really did was hold back multiple frames to blend them more or less by brute force. That resulted in an often broken-looking effect that added substantial input lag and was only really good for keeping track of where the puck is so you don't miss a sports ball hole-in-one. What makes DLFG different is that it's making an educated guess at what the next frame should look like in near real time based on the previous frame and some motion vectors provided by the game engine, which should look a lot better and be more responsive. Unfortunately, DLFG isn't available in very many games right now, so I'm going to pick two to closely examine, starting with Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered. This game looks shockingly good with DLFG enabled to give us double the frame rate, though there are some things to take note of. First off, there's a sort of forward ghosting that happens from time to time as DLFG does its thing, sort of the same way DLSS 2.0's ghosting happened. You don't see it often, but you can see it clearly here when Spider-Man jumps out of his apartment window as a kind of halo, thanks to the game engine's insistence that he's moving, but the way the camera moves counteracts the motion vector data from the game engine. In gameplay, this manifests as a kind of shimmer on the walk and wall crawling animations, looking almost like a lighting error. And when scenes change dramatically from shot to shot, you'll find yourself staring at a frame made entirely of visual artifacts. Something common to all games compatible with frame generation right now, and Nvidia says this is a bug somewhere in the chain, and a flag should be getting set that disables frame generation during such transitions. It'll be fixed soon. The more severe, but paradoxically even less noticeable artifact, is the breakup of sharp shapes when in front of or behind character models. As Digital Foundry pointed out, the rooftop running part of the intro shows this off pretty well, and same deal with the running animation when running up certain buildings. My feelings are more or less the same as theirs. Unless you really know what you're looking for, you might not even notice these artifacts, especially since they look a bit like the kind of artifacts you'd get from motion blur or streaming video that you've subconsciously learned to ignore by now anyway. We'll see if our own gamers can notice them later on in the video. And honestly, I would be surprised if they could. This game has far more distracting visual anomalies that are unrelated to DLFG, like the way its ambient occlusion crawls along certain scenes, and how it renders even nearby background objects at a lower blurred resolution regardless of your depth of field settings. All of which is to say that despite the pixel peeping we're doing here, DLFG doesn't seriously harm image quality, and those artifacts are gone in the next frame anyway. They're only on screen for anywhere from 16.7 milliseconds to 8.3 and even smaller as the frame rate climbs. Of course, in order for frame generation to do its thing, it really needs a certain frame rate to be usable. Nvidia recommended 40 to 60 as the baseline when I asked them about it. In terms of graphical artifacts...
Alright, we're gonna head to the Wilderness Flash event now. So, let's store all of this. And let's see. Let's go to Wilderness now. It's safe to world hop. And head over. And we'll head back to fishing. Getting the strange ore. Alright. There we go. Should be pretty quick. There we go. Which guy is this guy talking about? All right. Alrighty. Boom. We're almost done here. Let's just hand in. Let's head back to Menifos. Keep fishing. Check our rewards. Let's bank these. Alright, keep fishing. We'll keep watching Linus now. Alright.
While they're still minor, they definitely got a lot more pronounced when I locked the frame rate to 60 instead of 120. When I dropped it down even further to 30, you can start to see how much guesswork DLFG has to do as there's more changes between the frames. Like, check out Spider-Man's mask in this scene. I had to see how deep that rabbit hole goes, so I dropped it down once again to 15 frames per second, and that exposed even more weirdness. Check out how it handles the intro video here. It looks like the GPU is failing. Like, it's really weird. The game clearly was never meant to run at this frame rate, though there are some fascinating things that happen to the laptop display here and to Peter himself when he's flailing around. And when he finally jumps out of the window, it looks almost like 2000s era YouTube, but higher resolution. He even mostly disappears behind the railing, and the railing doesn't fare much better. The other game I tested for image quality is F122, and when it looks good, it looks really good, but when it looks bad, it looks really bad. Right off the bat, the thing you'll notice most is the thing that's front and center, the driver name tags. It's not such a huge deal at 120 Hz, but they shimmer and shake at 60 FPS and things get worse from there. I'm not sure why such small motions, relatively speaking, are causing the UI to corrupt like this, when it wasn't nearly as noticeable in Spider-Man even with fast motion, but there it is. Another curious thing you'll notice is at the bottom of the screen. Even at 120 Hz, you'll see phantom pieces of the minimap flash on screen from time to time. And if you look really closely, you can make out what looks like an F1 car's tires with optical camouflage applied to them. When we crank the frame rate down, you can see this way more readily. It looks like NVIDIA trained the dataset exclusively using the hood camera, and possibly even on a single track. While we're down in low FPS territory, you can also see some more examples of ghosting and overshoot on the car's tires, and sometimes even the front wings start to overshoot ahead of the car. It's really too bad, because at high frame rates, most of these issues are easily ignored, and F122 itself would be an ideal candidate for gamers looking to crank the visuals on weaker hardware. Because it relies more on anticipation than twitch aiming, it is often played with a controller after all, it's far more tolerant of input lag than, say, a competitive shooter. The same could be said of most simulators, even PC Building Simulator. Check out our Floatplane exclusive, by the way, for the uncut Jake vs. Linus shenanigans. And what about input lag? While we were never going to get 120 Hz level input latency with 60 real frames and 60 fake frames, at least in theory we should see roughly the same input latency as the original frame rate, right? Due to the shortage of games available to test with, and with labs tied up with pre-testing for the upcoming RDNA 3 release, we've only got input latency results for Cyberpunk. But we can already see an interesting pattern here. The complete DLSS 3.0 package provided input latency somewhere between DLSS 2.0 and native 4K on both our high-end and low-end CPU benches, which is expected due to the extra processing frame generation requires. NVIDIA cited about an extra 3 milliseconds, though in our case we measured more like 4.5 or even as high as 13 on the Core i3. That's almost a frame at 60 FPS for that one. Perhaps this is a driver optimization thing, but it seems like even though it can boost frame rates in CPU-bound scenarios, it can only help responsiveness so much. Still, it is lower than running at 4K native, and if you're not quite as CPU-bound, you aren't likely to perceive the difference at all. That brings up a good question. We've looked at all of this under a microscope so far, but how does it actually feel to play with? Does it make things significantly worse? Do people even notice when it's on? And which do they prefer?
To find out, we set up 3 identical test benches connected to 3 identical monitors, each displaying a different configuration. One rendering natively, one using DLSS set to quality, and one using DLSS 3.0 with frame generation. All other settings were identical. For guinea pigs, we selected 5 subjects of varying familiarity with graphics technology and asked them to play the games and rank each setup in order of visual fidelity and responsiveness. First up, Marvel's Spider-Man capped at 120 frames per second. Note that this means that DLSS 3.0 is running at 60 FPS and doubling the frames using AI. Let's see what the normies think.
See, I noticed in this one here, in the reflections, there's like a bit more flickering.
Okay, this one seems a little slower.
I think I do like this one.
This is like fast. It's like someone hit the turbo button on the computer. I'm gonna say that this middle one looks the best.
So the normies seemed to not be able to tell the difference. But what about cultured and discerning gamers?
I don't know. They seem so similar. Now I'm not sure what I think. It's funny how they have the same guy, like in every single scene. It's like the same face I'm looking at, yeah. I feel like that's the smoothest.
You can kind of see a little bit of shimmer, but I think that's just a setting thing. That's not necessarily the game's fault.
I would choose to play on this one, and I don't know why.
And naturally, we have to bring in someone who is relatively knowledgeable about displays and graphics.
Yeah, I'm kind of the display guy, I guess. I do all the reviews for displays. I own a display, I got it. Crazy, right? Man, I don't know. They're all really similar. The UI elements, they get garbled with DLSS 3. I don't know, man. Kind of the same thing. 1, 2, 3.
And here are our results. For visual fidelity, native rendering appears nearly indistinguishable from DLSS's AI upscaling, and only when frame generation gets involved does quality seem to suffer, though most subjects found it difficult to detect any difference. As for responsiveness, while we know that frame generation measurably hurts latency, many of our subjects actually felt it was more responsive than DLSS 2.0, which it literally is not. So what, you might be asking? I'm playing a game at 120 FPS natively. Why would I bother using DLSS? That's a fair question. How does the technology fare at 60 FPS? We took our same subjects and ran the test again, swapping the configurations for each monitor to try to account for any unknown bias preferring a specific monitor.
I don't know. I don't know, dude.
I feel like the middle one is the worst.
Whatever I said yesterday, I don't know if I was just kind of making it up in my head. Okay, at this point, I cannot tell the difference.
I noticed a weird artifact, and like it kind of like it's hesitating. It looks like it's hesitating right now.
When I move, the graphics go potato.
The text isn't so bad, but the marker itself gets garbled when I flick it around a little bit.
I'm still liking this left one a lot.
At 60 Hz, we see DLSS 3.0 really start to suffer in both visual quality and latency. Most subjects quickly selected the frame-generated rig as the worst at everything. We did the same 60 FPS test in A Plague Tale Requiem and found similar results, with nobody preferring the generated frames. But what if we just uncapped the frame rate and really let those systems fly into the triple digits? Well, we did just that, and interestingly, we see frame generation take the lead in latency. Our guess is that many subjects interpreted the added smoothness of the generated frames as feeling more responsive. At high frame rates, DLSS 3.0 does a great job of adding frames without introducing unplayable latency or immersion-breaking artifacts. At the lower frame rates, well, things are more of a compromise. But here's something to note. The only card available with DLSS 3.0 is a 4090. And if there's any card that really doesn't need frame gen, it's that thing. The real benefit of frame generation will be providing budget gamers the ability to crank the settings and get frame rates that they typically would not be able to achieve. So as one last test, we played a game of Would You Rather. Would you rather play your game without frame generation at 30 frames per second or at 60 frames per second with frame generation?
Probably want whatever DLSS thing you just put on. Okay, this one automatically. Oh, definitely the first option. Easily. Previous setting. I think this is better.
Yeah.
I really can't tell a huge difference. Okay. I think I prefer this one.
I want smoother. I prefer the first one. Oh, this one, hands down.
I'll take smoothness and artifacts every day.
If you went into this thinking DLFG was a dud, or if you still do think that, I wouldn't write it off so quickly. Think about what DLFG is doing. Say you're limited to 30 FPS for whatever reason. You can either have an experience that's full of what looks like stuttering, or you can reduce visual fidelity in a far more noticeable way by reducing settings or resolution, or you can turn on DLFG and look at a smooth 60 FPS with some very minor visual artifacts that might be masked by motion blur anyway. Your input latency is going to be similar to 30 FPS, but because you have smoother looking gameplay, you'll be able to adjust your aim and track objects far more easily. It won't save you in a competitive shooter, of course, but it'll turn single-player games into a more enjoyable experience. As 2ClicksPhilip put it in a recent video, we didn't really embrace resolution scaling with DLSS early on either, but it's now ubiquitous and well accepted among gamers. I mean, it's either that or you run at a lower resolution and let your monitor scale it the stupid way, right? DLFG is still in its infancy, with bugs that are actively being hunted down and squashed. And before you conclude that you'd never use it because you don't want any input lag at all, 2ClicksPhilip's video had another interesting angle that has me very excited for the future. Using tech developed for VR to decouple your input from the real frame rate, making games playable even sub 60. It's a separate concept from DLFG, but the demo built by Comrade Stinger showcases the intended effect very well. Here we have 30 FPS rendering, but by enabling reprojection or async time warp, our movements, especially mouse movements, are smooth and responsive. You can see in this mode that it works by basically projecting the scene in a kind of a virtual display that moves back to the center of the screen as each frame is updated. We'll have this linked below so you can try it for yourself, since the video really won't do it justice on its own. 2ClicksPhilip's idea of combining this with foveated rendering to render a low-resolution extension of the screen means that you'd practically never notice it. And combined with frame generation to smooth everything out, you've got a recipe for comparatively very low hardware requirements along with very high responsiveness and frame rates. This would be a holy grail of sorts. There are many games that could benefit from this setup, but none that I can think of would be a better fit than Digital Combat Simulator. DCS requires a beefy system to run, and while you can get away with a not so beefy control setup, one thing that you really need while flying is to keep an eye on your target, whatever that may be. So you've got to be able to whip your view around a lot, and low frame rates make that job so much more difficult to do while just tracking small, fast-moving objects. And if you lose track of your target in DCS, you can go from hunter to hunted in an instant, no matter what you're flying. In a hypothetical future where Eagle Dynamics and developers like them embrace technologies like DLFG and async time warp, the price of admission becomes substantially lower, and they'll require less power to run too. It may be a situational feature for today, but if it means that more gamers can have better experiences, and even experiences that they wouldn't be able to have at all otherwise, I'm keeping my hopes up for a tomorrow where our AI overlords regularly serve us those delicious imitation frames. And where I talk about our delicious sponsor.
Mine is
hashtag
forgotten any database information holding years. Also help.
Thanks for watching, guys. Maybe go check out the video where we tested to see if we could tell when DLSS 2.0 is on or not. These kinds of analysis videos, they tend to miss out on the experience of actually using the feature, and a lot of nuance can be lost just looking at the flaws instead of looking at the whole, you know?
Okay, let's move on here.
Something smells like...
Try Guys train guide dogs for a day. Alright, let's go.
It's probably poop.
You are going to be blindfolded. Putting on a blindfold and working with a guide dog is going to be quite jarring.
That was scary. I really thought I was gonna walk into a class there. Am I inside?
No, not yet.
Today we are at Guide Dogs of America, and we are going to be meeting and training with guide dogs.
Also excited to work with Molly Burke. Molly Burke is an amazing YouTube creator. She's visually impaired.
And she relies on guide dogs to get through the world.
We're gonna do some coursework. We'll be blindfolded and trusting the dogs. I do wish there was a world where we could have guide cats, but cats really aren't in it for you.
I'm a content creator who happens to be blind. I make content here on YouTube, on TikTok, on really all the platforms as you do, sharing my experience as a blind woman, which includes being a guide dog user. I have to look at the people staring at him.
I think I know, but what is a guide dog?
A guide dog is a type of service dog that is trained specifically to guide people who are blind or visually impaired. What is going to be really interesting and fun and potentially very challenging is you are going to be blindfolded and do some traditional training modules like an obstacle course.
Are we weaving?
Yes, you're weaving. You really felt it, didn't you?
I get very scared when I can't see.
Yes, and that's what makes me most excited. Oh, I love to see sight.
Thanks for the follow, Stat E10. I mean, it's just that you regen prayer every 6 seconds in FSW when you're out of combat, so sometimes I just forget to turn it off and just leave it on for the hell of it, just for fun. There's no practical use for it in fishing. Yeah, kind of just sometimes get into combat, turn it on, and then just leave it on because your prayer just regens out of combat. So yeah, no real reason there. Yeah, let's head back to watching this Try Guys video. It's because of this is Fresh Start Worlds. There's a boon where every 6 seconds outside of combat, your prayer regens by 10%, I believe. So yeah, just kind of just does that. So kind of just leave it on sometimes. But yeah, no real usefulness in fishing. It's just, yeah, me and my forgetful self. Alright, let's head back to Try Guys now.
Sighted people struggling, doing things that are just so easy to me.
So the dog goes through training at this school?
Yes, they are full facilities that breed the dogs and then send it to a puppy raiser around 8 weeks old. That is a volunteer who takes the dog for the first year to year and a half of its life, does basic obedience training as well as socialization, which is very, very key for guide dogs.
Puppies! Puppies!
My guide dogs used to be like these.
Puppy and training coats are adorable.
As a guide dog, they're going to be going into all sorts of environments with their blind handler. Basically, everywhere we as individuals go, that dog is going. And so they need to be prepared for that from a very young age, so it's very normal to them.
My dog had never walked on those grates, you know, like over subways.
Yes.
And he was like, what the crap is it? We just didn't think to do that.
Yes.
So he's terrified of it. He won't do it.
Absolutely.
And we're like, well, too late. So these
Yes.
doggos, they got like reflective surfaces to walk on, different kinds of things. They gotta be ready for everything.
I guess I'm a little puppy whisperer. We're doing some sleep training. We're learning how to sleep on laps, on the ground, And we get another one.
Oh, big jump.
I can't imagine like the heartache and the pain of saying goodbye to this dog. You've dedicated so much time and energy and effort and love that you've poured into it. But without people who do that, somebody like me would never get a guide dog.
And you need volunteers.
Yes, we do. If you want to come and help us play with puppies, you're more than welcome to.
People, are you hearing what they're saying? When I see service dogs out in the world, I know you're not supposed to pet them. I try to not make eye contact because they are working.
Yes. Very good that you don't look as well, because a lot of people will do things like, now I know I can't pet you, and they get all up in the dog's face. I'm like, the whole point of not petting is not distracting.
Sharon,
so now,
shut the up. Stop looking at my dog. Sharon,
literally,
go, get out of here.
That is what I always wish I could say.
Say it right now. This is your opportunity, Molly.
Karen, stop it! Stop touching the dog, Karen! So most guide dog schools do this technique, where you're in your room, they bring in the dog that they've pre-assigned to you. For the next 6 to 8 years is the average working span. This is going to be my partner 24/7. We are doing everything together, and I am at times trusting this dog with my life.
What should we do? Are we allowed to react?
Back off, this is my man.
Okay.
All right,
Oh, I hear a doggy.
This is Tycho.
Oh, you're so soft, buddy.
Tycho is a yellow Labrador Retriever. He's a male.
You're so soft. I'm surprised. You're gonna be my guide doggy.
That's an excited boy.
You're gonna be my guide doggies.
Yes.
I expected that there wouldn't be petting and cuddles. I guess I didn't know what a...
I kind of thought it was a serious businessman.
Like an interview, you're like, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
Very
too,
formal.
yes.
That tail is going crazy.
Yes, he thinks this is all fun and games right now.
Well, that's what's so fun about guide dogs is like on harness, business space. Off harness, total normal dog. They're like work mode, play mode. So he's in play mode right now, you know? He's in like, I get to have fun. So I thought it would be fun if you guys were blindfolded when you met the dog. Because for me, I meet the dog without being able to see him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I really can't see.
Yeah.
Same.
Hey guys, so I've got female yellow Labrador Retriever Shiloh here.
Hi.
Oh, such a good girl.
How big is she?
She's actually pretty small. In terms of her weight, I think she was 57 pounds.
Oh, she's a little
Yes,
wee
she's-
one.
I know she's little.
Shiloh's good at kissing without licking. That's the best kind of dog. How do we know if we're just wrecked with dog hair on our clothes right now?
I just assume I'm covered in fur at all times, so I just like walk through life confidently furry. Yeah.
Not to be confused with being a confident furry.
Right.
Different thing. Still awesome, we support, but very different. When you train with a guide dog, who's training who?
It really is teamwork. You provide commands, they do the action.
Left turn we'll start with. Your left foot is gonna be in front of your right. You'll say Shiloh left. Left leg comes back. You'll pull gently back in the handle and your right hand sweeps across your body.
And the hand is kind of pointing and the dog follows that, or?
Yep, you do not need to get low and put it in the dog's face. The dog's vision is fantastic.
How would we know to turn left?
I'm gonna tell you
Okay.
for today.
I don't want to lead the dog at all. I want the dog to just drag me where I'm supposed to go.
Because like I, as the blind person, have to know my route.
Right. Yes.
And then that's why I know, okay, I'm walking 5 blocks forward. Then when I get to that next curb, I'm gonna be turning left. For you guys to go from like average sighted life to putting on a blindfold and working with a guide dog is going to be quite jarring.
Dear road rivals, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan. Nissan and Ford charge extra for maintenance. At Toyota, we take care of our drivers. Join us. Toyota. Toyota, let's go places.
Probably scary. This is when it becomes teamwork.
Shiloh, forward.
Shiloh, forward. Oh boy. Wow. Oh, look at, oh wow, we're really going.
Oh, wow. Wow. This is wild.
Yep. Feeling the pull in the handle for the first time is like the greatest feeling.
I've totally just, there's no option but to trust the dog.
Yep.
The dog also seems very confident. This is wild. It's so, I have no idea you know where I am because I didn't even see the course beforehand, but Shiloh's got me.
Yes.
Shiloh's just like, this way.
Oh boy. Oh, we are flying.
Nicely done.
Whoa.
Yeah, you felt her kind of push you out of the way there.
Shiloh is a track star. Guys, am I in a full sprint right now?
Tell her she's a good girl.
You're doing so good, Shiloh.
All of our dogs work off
good
of praise.
girl.
You really gotta trust. And I do. I mean, Shiloh's confident.
You
She's a
look
badass
fantastic.
girl.
Yes, you look relaxed and confident. You look great.
I have no choice.
Ask her to haul.
Okay, hold. And there's dogs barking in the background. Now, most dogs, they would freak out.
Right.
They'd run to it.
Right,
but
they're excited.
Shiloh is doing great. Shiloh, go ahead, go on. It's forward, right?
So figure why she stopped
Oh.
first.
The dogs are trained in things like obedient disobedience, is what it's often referred to as, which is where if I tell my dog to walk forward to cross a road and they see that cars are coming, they will not listen to me.
Feel why she stopped
I don't know.
with your foot.
Oh my God, you're such a good girl.
There you,
Oh.
We're kind of simulating a curb here, and now you're gonna leave it there and tell Shiloh forward, and you're gonna step over it, okay?
Shiloh, forward.
Shiloh, forward.
Beautiful. Nice. Step
Thank
over.
you.
Nice.
Wow,
and she's
that-
gonna continue.
I can't believe that I was telling Shiloh to go. Shiloh
she
didn't
said,
go.
"That's dumb, don't
I'm
do
like,
it."
why aren't we going? I've broken the dog, but the dog actually was doing exactly the right thing.
Absolutely.
I got my first guide dog at 13. I quite literally am who I am because I was a guide dog user at a young age. Growing up, like going through middle school and high school, I was really severely bullied. Having my guide dog by my side, like I never felt alone. I always had somebody with me. And instead of feeling awkward or embarrassed or ashamed of my cane, which is how I was often made to feel by my bullies, I was now the girl that was so cool because she had a dog in class. And I feel like I am the confident, empowered, successful 28-year-old blind woman I am today because of getting a guide dog at 13.
Good girl. Such a beautiful dog.
The area
I
gets a little
assume.
tight here. She has to do some kind of work around here. Stick
Okay.
with her. Stick with her.
Are we weaving?
Yes, you're weaving. You really felt it, didn't you?
I feel like we are avoiding something.
Kind of,
Like,
yeah.
She's slightly weaving through something.
Right?
But I didn't run into anything.
Nope. Stick with her.
Okay.
There you go. Stick with
okay.
her. Nicely done.
Thank you, Shiloh.
Great work, Shy.
I can tell we're avoiding things. We're avoiding something here.
At times, these dogs are literally saving our lives.
There's gonna be a curb that we come up to up ahead. When she does stop for it, just give her some praise and we're gonna do a right turn, okay? It's a curb here. So go ahead and let's do a right turn.
Shiloh, right.
Beautiful.
Oh, good girl. Thank you. Shiloh, right?
Beautiful. Nice.
Good girl. Thank you, Shiloh.
Nice. Stick with her.
These dogs are trained to pull us out of the way of oncoming traffic if we happen to make a mistake or a car unexpectedly comes.
I'm able to just go for a walk and I don't really have to think as much, you know? I imagine if I had the stick, I'd have to be really engaged with what I'm doing.
This is just one of the most incredible experiences I think I've ever had.
She's stopping for a curb here.
Okay, Shiloh, right?
Beautiful.
Shiloh,
now,
right?
She's doing it
She knows. Oh, we're going up a hill. This is a steep hill. This is like a mountain.
She's going real slow here. She wants to be very cautious.
And this is such a different dog than when the harness wasn't on.
Yep.
You know, she was just a playful dog, jumping up on our laps, licking us, being sweet, and she is totally determined to get me where I'm supposed to go.
Absolutely.
Okay, we stopped. What do we got here? Oh, a curb.
Position, and that's probing.
Okay.
Now we praise her.
Good girl. Can you guys train my dog? Because this is dope.
It feels like I've walked a mile. How far have we walked? It feels
Not
like
very
a
far.
long way.
Find the door.
There you go.
Oh, I felt it. That was scary. I really thought I was gonna walk into a glass there. Am I inside?
No, not yet.
We're here. We
Here.
made it.
I swear.
Wow, we're all the way back. That was wild.
Nicely done.
Shiloh,
Tell your guide dog
so
she did
much.
such a good job.
You're such a sweetie. Oh, thank you.
They work for the praise. They work for the love. It's what drives us all, the love. I think it's You know, a lot of disabled people, we make things look a lot easier than they are because we're very well practiced and we're very used to it, but it doesn't mean it's not exhausting. It doesn't mean it's not taking a lot of energy. So it's good to like recognize that, that sometimes just because we make things look easy doesn't mean it actually is.
Molly, this was super cool. Thank you for guiding us today. I can see how having a guide dog just changes everything.
It sounds cheesy, it sounds corny, but it genuinely gives me the life I want and allows me to be the person that I truly am.
Thanks so much to Guide Dogs of America today. If you are in the area and you are interested in volunteering, or if you're not and you just want to donate, head to guidedogsofamerica.org for more information. Are you sure these aren't cats?
All right, let's move on here.
Hello.
We've got why is squealing food so similar to Cantonese food? Let's watch.
And welcome back to another Chinese food adventure. If you've ever been to Guilin, where I am now probably needs no introduction. So I am at Elephant Trunk Hill, so named because it looks like an elephant and you can kind of see its trunk here. Such a beautiful spot and just such a beautiful city. Over the last few days I've been here, I've just been constantly blown away by the beauty of this city. The dramatic scenery, the flowing rivers, how the city really comes alive at night. It's such a sweet city, and I mean that very literally because I'm currently here mid-October, just in time for the osmanthus to bloom. So everywhere you walk, you're just enveloped by this beautiful, sweet fragrance. Yeah, I can smell it now. Actually, the name of this city, Guilin, literally translates to Forest of Osmanthus. After having been here, I can definitely confirm this to be true. So over the last few days, I've been talking with locals, understanding more about the cuisine of Guangxi, and it's really fascinating actually, because as delicious as the food here is, Guangxi food is actually not counted as one of the main 8 cuisines of China. And the reason for that is I've learned that Guangxi is known for borrowing elements of other cuisines rather than having its own distinct flavor. The food here is sour, said to be influenced by Guizhou in the north. The food here is spicy, said to be influenced by Hunan to the northeast. But the province that's said to have had the biggest influence on Guangxi's cuisine is Guangdong. Not only do these two provinces share a border, but also many geographic, climatic, cultural, and dietary similarities too. So that's the topic we're going to be exploring today, the crossover between these two culinary cultures. For today's first food stop, we are en route to try a close cousin of Guangdong's famous chengfen. This is a chengfen here. It's basically folds of rice noodle goodness made by pouring rice flour batter onto a pan, adding toppings of choice, then it's steamed. Once steamed to perfection, it's scraped off the pan, loaded onto a plate, and doused in this heavenly garlicky soy sauce. Here in Guangxi, we've got a similar concept, but it's executed very differently. So our first food stop today is this place here. It's a very local breakfast stop, and it's called Wangji Zhuanfen Dian. So you can probably guess it sells something called zhuanfen. So zhuanfen means rolled rice noodle, which is exactly what this is. It's also made from rice flour batter, which is poured onto this circular hot plate, then steamed for a few minutes. Once it's ready, it's carefully scraped off using this wooden implement and transferred to another circular surface. At this point, toppings are added. Lots of veggies with different colors and textures. Yum. What happens next will surprise you. Well, I guess not really surprise you, because the name of this dish is to wrap up. And that's exactly what happens. With the aid of this wooden utensil, it's rolled up. All those toppings snug as a bug in a rug inside. It's then gently pushed off the stick and onto the plate. Ta-da! But that's not the end. We still need to visit the flavor station to add sauces. And spoiler alert, that's where the real flavor punch comes from. She also added some fresh red chili for good measure. And the boss just told me that this dish you can also find in Vietnam, which I guess isn't that surprising because Vietnam actually borders Guangxi. Here is my zhuanfen looking all glorious and rolled up, kind of like a rice roll croissant, if you know what I'm saying. And the smell I'm getting from it is very sour and kind of acidic and zappy, I guess is the right word for it. Very, very different from like a Cantonese.
Gonna go grab something real quick. Be right back. I'm back here. So pause it.
Chongfen, because a Cantonese chongfen is usually more soy sauce related, very like kind of rich, like soy salty flavor. But this is almost the complete opposite. So let's see how it tastes. I'm so excited to dig into this. By the way, this massive roll, 3 renminbi. That's really, really good. It tastes how it smells. Very zappy, got some chili on there as well.
吃得惯吗？
可以，特别好吃。I loved how inside it was full of different textures from those veggies and the sauce was super light and refreshing and slightly acidic. I feel like this is the perfect, healthy breakfast option. But now for something not so healthy, some deep fried youtiao, which the boss told me to pair with another Guangxi breakfast specialty. This here, another example of culinary crossover.
这个是胡辣汤。
胡辣汤？胡辣汤不是河南的吗？
对啊，但是我们是桂林另外一种啊。
Oh, okay. So,
米做的。
米做的。
大米、木耳、腐竹、粉丝。
And I've been instructed to dip some youtiao into this hula tang. It's definitely giving me youtiao and congee vibe. Such a mix of food cultures here this morning. 好好吃。
对，还要沾这个吃。
Wow.
你不沾油条就没有灵魂了。
So the youtiao is super crispy and soft on the inside, and when you dip it in this, that soup has like a, what's the flavor? My first thought was this couldn't be any more different from the hula tang you can find in Henan province, which is rich, mushroomy, and salty. This here is a lot more delicate. It's subtle in flavor, slightly salty, but also slightly sweet. It kind of reminds me of a watery congee, and we all know that congee and youtiao are a match made in heaven. That concept holds true here too. Really?
Alright. Hashtag ad.
Amazon is now hiring seasonal warehouse jobs that are close to.
But let's not forget about our half-eaten Zhanfen here. It's so cool to see how 2 different regions can have such a different take on a similar concept. But having said that, you can find the Cantonese-style Chongfen here in Guangxi. But what's interesting is that even these Chongfen have a uniquely Guangxi flair. The Chongfen served here in Guilin are all served with pickles and chili sauce. And when you have it all together, that salty Chongfen with that twang from the pickle and the spice from the chili sauce, oh, it's an absolute game changer. And it's definitely something I'm going to be doing in the future, just BYO pickles and just sprinkling it over my Cantonese-style Chongfen. I just think it added such a freshness and a sourness to the dish. I'm loving in general that here in Guilin, pickles are added to everything. It's like the city of pickles. Talking of pickles, there's something I've been wanting to check out. So one thing I'm coming across a lot here in Guilin are these pickle stores. They're called suan ye. Suan means sour and ye is the Cantonese word for things, so literally sour things. And there are so many different kinds of pickles. Here in Guilin, absolutely everything, any vegetable, even any fruit you can think of, has been made into a pickle. Melon, apple, pineapple, mango, you name it, it's been pickled. Basically, you get a bowl, pick and choose what pickles you want, she weighs it, and then you pay. 13块钱, 好的. Kind of like froyo, but also very much not. So I've got my big bowl of pickles here, and I've been instructed you don't have to pair it with any kind of food, you can just eat it as it is. For too long, pickles have played the sidekick, but here in Guilin, they're giving main character energy. So since I've never tried pickled fruits before, that's what I'm gonna start with. First going in for some pickled papaya, which actually it wouldn't be too strange because I've had like Vietnamese papaya salad before, which is quite sour, so I guess it'll be like a similar concept. Oh, it's so good. Really refreshing. Man, I love a pickle. And it goes so well with that papaya, crunchy, sour, yum. Now this one should be interesting. It's pickled rock melon. So in Australia, we call this fruit rock melon. It's also called cantaloupe, depending on where you're from. In any case, I've never tried a pickle made from that fruit. So let's give it a go. It's really good because you've got the sweetness from that melon and then the sourness, whereas with the papaya it was more of like a sour in-your-face kind of feeling because that papaya itself is also quite sour, but the rock melon was like a different vibe. And now let's see this mango, what that's like. Oh, interesting. You've got that mango texture and a slight mango sweetness, but then the rest, as you can guess, it's sour. Basically, it's just taking whatever texture that vegetable is, whatever vegetable that you've chosen, and infusing it with that pickly souriness. So I think the main thing that those vegetables bring to the table and those fruits is the texture. And in the case of the fruits, a little bit of sweetness, which I'm really enjoying, especially in that rock melon and that mango. You can really taste the sweetness and it's absolutely delicious. I could live here in Guilin. Anyway, let's get back on track with the topic and continue to explore the culinary bonds between Guangxi and Guangdong. Next stop, roast goose. So my love of roast goose has been well documented. I tried it for the first time in Australia. I loved it. My family loved it. My dad really loved it.
Oh my goodness, that's really good. Wow, that's really good. It's really good. I really like it.
And then once I came to China, I actually made a pilgrimage to Shunde in Guangdong province to try it. I will never be the same. So you can imagine my surprise and delight when I learned that roast goose is actually one of Guangxi's top food specialties. So I've come here to Chunjishao, or the place to go for roast goose, and I'm keen to see how Guangxi roast goose is different from Cantonese roast goose. I'm happy to put myself to this test. Tunji Roast Goose was first opened in Guilin in 1999, and since then it's spread to the rest of the province. It's known for combining the flavors of Guangdong with local taste, which is reflected in the menu. You've got these traditional Cantonese dim sum and dishes, but you've also got these other dishes that are sprinkled with red chili, which is definitely not a feature of Cantonese cuisine. Anyway, today we're here for one thing and one thing only, and that is of course the roast goose. 这个那个烧鹅和广东的那个有区别吗？好的客人说是没啥区别。Oh, Okay, let's see if my seasoned taste buds can discover any discernible differences. But first things first, how yum does this look? And would you just look at that beautiful, glazy looking goose. Got a beautiful tan on it. Looks like it's just been to the beach. It looks crispy. It's got like that nice fatty layer under the skin as well, which I think is gonna give it even more flavor. Let's get in there because I can't wait any longer. First impressions, it's very, very tender. You can see here, I've literally just bit through there. And sometimes when it comes to like roast meats, that can be quite difficult to do because it's quite tough. But this, my teeth just sank right into it, right through that fatty layer under the skin there, right through that flesh. And let me now focus a bit more on the taste, now that I've got the texture down. I have to say, it's a good roast goose. It's got a nice skin on it, slightly crispy. Crispier than the skin I remember having in Shunde, but I feel like the skin that I had in Shunde on the roast goose was like really, really flavorful. Like, there's nothing that will ever compete with that roast goose that I had. I would say this is a very elegant roast goose. I feel like this looks quite neat. You can really see distinctly the layers between the skin, the fat, and that lean meat. It pairs well with this sweet and sour sauce, which is a little bit, you know, acidic, which is good to cut through a bit of that fattiness. It's good. I'm no roast goose expert. I aspire to be one day. And I'd say if you like roast goose, odds are you'll like this. I am enjoying it and was not expecting to see it in Guilin. So I am both happy, surprised, and satisfied. So of course, to finish off this food adventure, we're gonna go grab some dessert. And it's actually a dessert that you can find both here in Guangxi and in Guangdong. And there's actually like a war between the two, it seems, from what I've read online, about who has the best one. So let's go check it out. Oh, this place is so local and it smells like corn, like a really strong corn smell. And that's because this dessert involves corn. In fact, there's a massive bag of corn outside the front door.
Man, look at this cable bill.
Well, what if I told you that you could get home internet from Verizon?
Verizon does home internet?
Verizon does home internet, and it's only $25 a month.
Can you tell me more?
Now, for a limited time, Verizon Home Internet comes with a 10-year price guarantee.
See ya, cable?
There's no hidden fees, no equipment charges.
So what exactly is this, you might be asking? Well, it's called tang shui, literally sugar water, which is then filled with all manner of fruits and vegetables.
什么都可以做糖水，就是甜的，你要吃冰的还是不冰的？冰的，冰的只有两种，玉米跟绿豆沙。我来一个玉米吧。这个是什么呢？这个是红薯。红薯糖水吗？对啊。再来一个红薯糖。这个是不冰的吧？没事儿，没事儿，我也要尝试一下。我没有看过这样的。没有看过。对，红薯的，挺好吃的。哇。
I could see it also had bits of ginger in it as well, so I was definitely intrigued. So there we have it, 2 varieties of tang shui, 1 corn, 1 sweet potato. Definitely not the first ingredients that come to mind when I think of dessert, but let's give it a go. So I've personally never tried tang shui before, so I don't know where I fall on this Guangxi versus Guangdong tang shui debate. All I can do is try it and see how it tastes. So I've got 2 different varieties here. One is cold, this one is with corn inside, and this one is with sweet potato inside, and it is warm. And you guys might know how much I love sweet potato, so I'm sure I am going to very much love this. But I think I'm going to start with this one, the corn tang shui. So it looks to be sweet corn. First I want to try some of that tang shui. Ooh, very sweet and corny. It literally has the flavor of corn. It's just water with sugar and corn, and it's cold. It's pretty simple, pretty easy to describe, and it's really, really delicious. I didn't think it would be, but it is. I also love drinks with texture inside, so this corn was perfect, and I kind of saw it like a healthy alternative to boba. Now let's move on to our warm one over here with sweet potato. Now this, I'm interested to try. And much like sweet corn, sweet potato, in its name, it is sweet, so I think it's gonna go really well. Oh, that's very, very nice and warming because it's also got some ginger in there. So it's like very sweet from the sweet potato. This is also a good thing to have if you're a little bit hungry as well, because look how much sweet potato you've got in there. But it's got like that gingery kind of tang to it. So it's sweet, gingery, and just very warm and hearty. This would be the perfect drink for winter. It's funny, like both these drinks, once I've drunk them, really make sense. And I can't believe I wouldn't have connected the dots before this. Well, this has definitely been a very, very successful day of eating. I've eaten so many beautiful, delicious foods, and every day I spend here in Guangxi, I'm learning more and more about the cuisine, and the more and more I'm falling in love with it. And tomorrow is a very exciting day because after all these years, I am finally going to Yangshuo for the first time. So stick around for next week's video to see what I end up doing there, what I end up eating. And if you're still here at the end of this video, it would mean the absolute world to me if you could go ahead and click that little subscribe button. I put my heart and soul into these videos for you guys, and it would be awesome to see your support through clicking that subscribe button. Anyway, thanks for joining, and I will see you next week from here in Guangxi Province. Goodbye from Guilin.
Alright, let's move on.
With Google Pixel.
Got why Russia destroyed the world's 4th biggest lake. Now, let's catch the sampling real quick, then we'll begin. This is by Real Life Lore.
For most of human history, the Aral Sea in Central Asia was the 4th largest lake in the world at about the same size as the US state of West Virginia. The only 3 that were larger than it were Lake Victoria in Africa, Lake Superior in North America, and of course, the Caspian Sea directly next door to it in Eurasia. But then, in the 1960s, a series of decisions taken by the Soviet Union began to destroy the Aral Sea, and over the decades ever since, it has been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. At the current time, now in the 2020s, what little remains of the Aral Sea is less than 10% of its original size back before the 1960s, while more than 95% of its original water volume has simply disappeared. For all intents and purposes, the Aral Sea has died, and the relatively sudden disappearance of a lake this large here has carried with it profound and unforeseen consequences that are pushing the entire region of Central Asia towards calamity and war. It is, without exaggeration, the greatest way the map of the Earth has changed in recent history, and the worst environmental catastrophe of the past 100 years. And it was entirely 100% engineered to happen by mankind's own arrogance. You see, before the 1960s, the Aral Sea had existed here within the dry steppes of Central Asia for thousands of years. Its location in nearly the center of the Eurasian continent meant that it was located in an area with very little rainfall and surrounded by deserts, with nearly 1,500 kilometers between the lake and the nearest body of oceanic water in the Black Sea. As a result, only about a fifth of the Aral Sea's water supply ever actually came from rainfall. And that meant that the remaining 4/5 of its water supply came entirely just from the 2 mighty rivers of Central Asia that fed it. The Amu Darya that begins in the Pamir Mountains of modern-day Tajikistan, and the Sir Darya beginning in the Tian Shan Mountains of modern-day Kyrgyzstan. Naturally being located in the middle of a desert, the Aral Sea suffered from a high rate of evaporation, but for most of its history, the sea's evaporation rate was roughly equal to the same amount of water that flowed into it from the rivers and the limited rainfall. A delicate balance of equilibrium between evaporation and water inflow existed here for centuries, and thus the sea's existence was present across most of human history and almost always defined local geopolitics. It formed the westernmost frontier of the advancing Chinese Tang dynasty in the 8th century, and became the frontier of the advancing Russian Empire 1,000 years later. By the 20th century, the entirety of Central Asia, including the Aral Sea, was dominated by the Soviet Union. In the 1930s, Joseph Stalin introduced a new program in the country called the Great Transformation of Nature, involving the Soviets reworking and reshaping their nature and their geography to better suit their agriculture and industry. By the early 1960s, under the Khrushchev administration, the Great Transformation of Nature had turned its eye towards reshaping the geography of Soviet Central Asia. The plan was to build out a vast system of canals that would divert water from the Amu Darya and Sur Darya rivers and irrigate large stretches of new farmland across the desert steppes of Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. New farms that would primarily be growing what the Soviets were calling white gold, cotton. And by the 1970s, their Central Asian cotton project had gotten even more dire. In 1973, on the other side of Eurasia, Egypt went to war with Israel during the Yom Kippur War. Egypt lost the war and they agreed to a peace treaty with Israel, exchanging their own diplomatic recognition of the Israeli state for the territorial return of their Sinai Peninsula, and in doing so, firmly switched sides in the Cold War from the Soviet camp over to the Western camp. By 1977, the Soviets had quit selling their weapons to Egypt, and the Egyptians retaliated by suspending all of their massive cotton exports to the Soviets. And in response to that, the Soviets chose to double down on their transformation of nature in Central Asia, to more favor their own domestic cotton production. And for a time, it actually worked really well. By 1988, the Uzbek SSR all on its own was the largest exporter of cotton in the world, helped tremendously by the Soviet-made irrigation canals diverting water from the Amu and Sir Darya rivers. But the high price for this abundance of cotton production in the middle of the desert was already beginning to become apparent, because the Aral Sea was already shrinking.
Let's get real. Hims knows that getting help for anxiety can be hard, because anxiety...
Remember that 4/5 of the Aral's water supply came from the Amu Darya and Sur Darya rivers. By diverting water from both of them to feed new cotton plantations across Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, the Soviets were depriving that water from reaching the Aral, and the Aral's delicate balance of water inflow matching evaporation rate that had lasted for centuries was severely disrupted. With the evaporation rate remaining the same, but with the rate of water inflow severely reduced, the Aral Sea began to quickly die. And this wasn't helped by the fact that the Soviet irrigation canals were very shoddily constructed and abhorrently inefficient. The Karakum Canal that was finished in 1988, for example, was carrying up to 3 cubic miles of water a year from the Amu Darya across 850 miles of the hot and dry Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan. But anywhere between 30 and 75% of that water the canal carries is simply wasted to omnipresent leaks and simple evaporation. As recently as 2012, it was estimated that only 12% of the canal length in Uzbekistan was actually even waterproofed. And so, in order to make up for all these inefficiencies, the Uzbeks and Turkmen have simply withdrawn ever more water from the river to force more water through the canals and through the leaks. You see, under normal circumstances, the Amu and Sur Darya rivers would collectively discharge close to 14 cubic miles of water a year into the Aral Sea, from snowmelt and glaciers high up in the Tian Shan and Pamir Mountains to the southeast. But because of the Soviet transformation of nature and all the irrigation canals, the water flowing through these rivers reaching the Aral Sea quickly dropped by more than 50% to just 7 cubic miles, and then because of Egypt's decision to quit exporting cotton to the Soviets back in the 70s, and the subsequent Soviet expansion of all the irrigation canals in Central Asia, the water volume reaching the Aral Sea through these rivers eventually plummeted to less than 1 cubic mile by the end of the 1980s. Less than 7% of the water that had been naturally reaching it before the transformation of nature. The Soviets were effectively sucking these rivers dry to irrigate their massive cotton project, and in less than 40 years from beginning, by 1998, the Aral Sea had already lost 80% of its water volume, while its surface area had shrunk by around 60%. And by that point, the death of what little remained of the sea was almost certain. You see, as the sea continued to lose more and more water, it continued to get shallower. Thus, the incoming sunlight heated up smaller volumes of water, and thus the water's surface temperature continued to increase faster and faster, which increased the rate of evaporation ever further. As the Aral Sea continued to lose water, it created this vicious positive feedback loop where the more water it lost, the more rapidly it would continue to lose even more. By 2014, 95% of the water volume in the Aral Sea prior to 1960 had simply evaporated away to nothing, and today, little trace of the former sea remains at all, as you can see in satellite photos like this one that was just taken in 2021. But what does continue to remain to the south is all of the irrigated land still growing cotton in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. Uzbekistan continues to remain one of the top 10 largest producers and exporters of cotton in the world, and controls a significant amount of the worldwide cotton market, representing around 5% of global cotton production and around 10% of worldwide cotton exports. Cotton is therefore Uzbekistan's most significant business, accounting for nearly a fifth of Uzbekistan's exports. The industry is state-owned and dominated by the Uzbek government, while the cotton industry in Turkmenistan is smaller but still significant as the world's 11th largest cotton exporter and producer. But the price that Central Asia has paid to enable this large cotton industry to exist, namely the destruction of the Aral Sea, is truly unbelievable in scale and destruction, and unprecedented in human history. Back in its heyday, the Aral Sea was one of the primary fishing centers of the Soviet economy. 40,000 people were employed in the area's fishing industry, and the Aral produced about a sixth of all the fish caught across the entire Soviet Union. But by the 1980s, as the sea shrank and what remained of the water rapidly became saltier, the fish all began to die and disappear. Already by 1987, commercial fish harvesting on the Aral Sea had become impossible. By the 1990s, the salinity levels in what little remained of the sea had made it impossible for any fish to survive at all. And that wasn't even the fishermen's only problem. As the sea continued to shrink, fishing towns, villages, and ports that used to be directly on the coastline for centuries suddenly found themselves dozens to hundreds of kilometers away from the actual water. The town of Aral.
Alright, we're gonna head to the wilderness event now. So let's do this. Let's prep our gear. Head over. Let's go Edgeville. Go to, okay, it's in the crater. Yes. Let's head in. Boom. And let's wait. Two two seven on 227. Nice. We're gonna wait for this to start. Very nice. I got a pet. Congrats that. Here we go. There's one down. Let's activate sunshine here. Boom. Use deep. These are thresholds. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Use deep again. Couple more here. There we go. Finished. Let's head back to Menaphos. Nope, we gotta head down a bit. Okay, make sure we get out of combat. Now we can go to Menaphos. Alrighty. Into this. Let's grab our fire and nature and alchvies. Back to fishing. Alright. Do we need to do butterfly swarm? We do. Alright. Let's keep going here. It's bait. Okay, let's catch this guy. Maybe. There we go. Alright, let's keep watching.
Pearl was once home to more than 50,000 people and was the primary center of the region's fishing industry, but by 2005, it found itself more than 100 kilometers away from what little remained of the sea. And even after the construction of a dam that brought some of the water back, it still, to this day, finds itself about 15 kilometers away from the water. Consequently, the town has withered away over the decades as tens of thousands of former residents have been forced to move on to opportunities elsewhere. Across the former lake bed, you will find countless fishing boats scattered across the wasteland, most of which have been rotting away in the sun now for decades after having been left abandoned by their crew. The entire fishing industry and economy around the Aral Sea crashed and died in exchange for the cotton industry in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan to thrive. But that was far from the only severe consequence. While it still existed, the Aral Sea served to greatly moderate the climate around it in Central Asia. Cold and fast winds blowing down from Siberia in the winter would hit the sea and soften, leading to warmer than usual temperatures during the winter, while during the summer, the sea would soak up radiation and heat and cool the temperatures down more than usual. Thus, the area around the Aral Sea was a lot more climatically tolerable than elsewhere across the Central Asian deserts, that would be freezing during the winter and scorching during the summer. But obviously, the Aral Sea's destruction also removed these moderating climate effects, and as a result, winds now blow in from Siberia uninterrupted during the winter, and there is nothing to soak up any of the heat during the summer. Consequently, the removal of the Aral Sea has resulted all on its own in an average temperature increase of between 2 and 4 degrees Celsius during the summer months around the area where it once existed. And that's not even factoring in any additional warming coming from global climate change. Further, as the lake dried, it left behind a brand new desert in its place, the so-called Aralkum Desert. And it's basically just a complete post-apocalyptic wasteland. You see, as the lake dried up and evaporated away, the water remaining continued getting saltier and saltier to the point where, by 1998, its salt concentration was 376 grams per liter, which is more than 10 times saltier than ocean water is, and more comparable to levels seen in the infamously salty Dead Sea between Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. Then, as the lake dried up further, more and more of this salt was left behind on the floor of the growing Aralkum Desert that was replacing it. And without the sea to moderate the strong winds blowing in from Siberia to the northeast, the winds began kicking up the dust and the salt to generate large-scale salty dust storms throughout the year. And these dust storms can get huge. They're frequently able to be viewed by satellites from space, and they often reach widths of 150 to 300 kilometers across, or about the size of New Jersey. And everywhere they go, they carry a lot of salt. During the summer months, as much as 30 to 40% of these dust storms' volume is just straight up pure salt. And a lot of those northern and northeasterly winds blowing down from Siberia blow all of that salt and dust across the irrigated cotton fields of Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, which, as you can imagine, is not very good for growing crops. Now, to compensate for this, the Uzbeks and Turkmen have simply withdrawn ever more water from the Amu Darya to flush their fields repeatedly and remove the salt, which ultimately means that crops growing on their farms and plantations require about 4 times as much fresh water to sustain reasonable growth levels as they need under normal growing conditions. But of course, the problem with constantly having to flush the soil with water in order to remove all that salt is not only that it withdraws ever more water from the rivers that feed the Aral Sea, but that it also washes away the minerals and the nutrients in the soil that the crops actually need to grow. And so then, to compensate for that, the Uzbeks and Turkmen have been using an absolutely insane amount of pesticides and fertilizer on their desert cotton fields, as much as 4 times the amount that international health standards believe are acceptable and healthy.
Hashtag ad. Let's keep baiting.
Decades, a lot of these overused pesticides and fertilizers were simply dumped back into the rivers as runoff and sent into the Aral Sea. And so as the sea shrank, these toxins were left behind on the surface of the new and growing Aralkum Desert as well. So now, not only are the dust storms blowing around a lot of salt, but they're also blowing around a lot of toxins to boot. It probably doesn't also help that back during the Soviet era, there used to be an island within the Aral Sea known as Vozrojdeniya. Its location in the middle of the Aral Sea, surrounded by water in the middle of Central Asia, meant that it was very remote. And so the Soviets constructed a top-secret biological weapons research lab there. That lab is known to have tested numerous biological agents like anthrax, bubonic plague, and smallpox, among many others. And their safety standards left a lot to be desired. In 1971, an amount of weaponized smallpox was somehow released from the lab and infected and killed a few of the residents in the lakeside town of Erol. Hundreds of people were forcefully quarantined, while tens of thousands more were vaccinated. After the Soviet Union collapsed, the lab was hastily abandoned by the largely Russian scientists who worked there in 1992, and then by 2001, as the Aral sea levels continued to shrink, the island of Ozrojdenia became a peninsula connected to the mainland. Several of the containers within the lab storing weaponized biological agents were never properly stored or destroyed in the hasty evacuation following the Soviet Union's collapse, and many of them are known to have developed leaks. Most famously, in 2002, the United States intervened to help Uzbekistan with decontaminating 10 burial sites of anthrax on the former island. Today, the former island is completely connected to the rest of the new Aralkum Desert, and it's unclear exactly how much of the biological agents there have gotten into the region's already toxic and salty dust storms. Regardless, the new dust storms blowing up from the new desert are known to have caused numerous negative health effects across the Aral Sea region. Toxic chemicals associated with the overuse of pesticides have been discovered in the blood and breast milk of mothers in the area. The rate of infants in the area who are born underweight or with abnormalities are 5 times higher than in Europe. The mortality rate for children younger than 5 around the former Aral Sea is now the highest anywhere in the world outside of sub-Saharan Africa, and there have been significant increases in the rates of cancers and lung diseases. And these toxic dusts blow all around the world. Aralkum desert dust has been discovered as far away as Norway and Greenland, while toxic pesticides in the dust have even been discovered contaminating the blood of penguins in Antarctica. But the worst side effect of the Aral Sea's destruction is something that really hasn't even happened yet, but is almost bound to happen in the future. It will eventually push Central Asia into one of the greatest conflicts of the 21st century. You see, with the end of the volume of water in the Aral Sea, there's no longer any significant water evaporation taking place around it, and consequently, the winds blowing in from Siberia that reach the Tian Shan Mountains and Pamir Mountains down in the south and the southeast are carrying a lot less moisture than they used to. And that means that there's less precipitation and snowfall taking place in these mountains that normally feed the glaciers that feed the Amu Darya and Sur Darya rivers in the first place. And then to exacerbate that problem, the dust storms now blowing into the mountains are carrying a lot of salt and dust that are coating the glaciers and accelerating their melting process even further. Because of these local factors, in addition to worldwide climate change, the glaciers in these mountains are now melting at a rate that is 12 times faster than they were before the 1960s when the Soviets began the Transformation of Nature project. And with less snowfall, there's less ability to replace what is being lost. This is why you pretty often now get spectacular and viral footage like this clip that was captured by a British hiker in the mountains of Kyrgyzstan just a few months ago back in July of this year, depicting one of these glaciers' collapse. Now, of course, these glaciers are the primary sources of water that feed the Amu Darya and Sur Darya rivers that used to feed the Aral Sea, not to even mention nearly all of their people's freshwater supplies. When the glaciers here inevitably melt away to lumps, the little water remaining flowing into the rivers will present the nations of Central Asia with potentially their greatest challenge in history. Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan higher up in the mountains depend on the water flowing down their steep slopes to generate nearly their entire supplies of electricity. Hydroelectric dams constructed along the Sur Darya provide more than 90% of Kyrgyzstan's electricity, while hydroelectric dams constructed along the Amu Darya provide 98% of Tajikistan's electricity. Both of these countries depend on the water flowing through these rivers for their energy independence and security. But as the water flow inevitably grows less and less with time, they will be incentivized to construct more dams on their rivers to capture more of the river's shrinking energy potential. But building more dams and keeping more of the shrinking water supply for themselves will inevitably become an existential threat to the countries further downstream the rivers like Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan that also depend on the river's waters to irrigate their cotton industries. Because without their cotton, it's likely that both of their governments would go bankrupt. And that's still not to even mention that ever since the transformation of nature began here in the 1960s, the region's demographics have radically changed. 60 years ago, back in 1960, Central Asia only had a combined population of about 24 million people, but today, there are 3 times as many people around, at about 75 million. And the country that has contributed the most towards that overall growth is Uzbekistan. Their population has grown by 4-fold over the past 60 years, and there are now roughly as many Uzbeks in Central Asia as all the other ethnic groups there combined: the Kazakhs, the Kyrgyz, the Tajiks, and the Turkmen. Consequently, the human demand for water in Central Asia is multiple times higher today than it was before the death of the Aral Sea, and it is the Uzbeks who have the strongest single demand. The political borders of all the countries in Central Asia were largely drawn up by Joseph Stalin nearly a century ago in order to ensure maximum conflict between them were they ever to become independent in the future, as they did in 1991 when the Soviet Union collapsed. All of the region's ethnicities are mixed up across each other's borders, most infamously evidenced by the Soks district found here, 2 chunks of Uzbekistan that are completely surrounded by Kyrgyzstan and entirely populated by ethnic Tajiks. As a consequence of these kinds of Soviet-era policies and tactics, there are millions of Uzbeks who live just outside of the borders of Uzbekistan, the state, across regions of Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Kazakhstan. As the supply of Central Asia's water in its 2 primary rivers dries up, there will simply not be enough water to supply everybody's needs and meet everybody's security. And Uzbekistan will be the most geopolitically well-placed to outmaneuver and dominate the others in order to ensure that they will be the ones to control whatever remains of the water. The Fergana Valley here is the population core of Central Asia. It is where the Syr Darya River begins, effectively making the valley a lush oasis in the middle of the otherwise empty desert. A quarter of Central Asia's population lives within this valley, and it is also precisely where the political borders of Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan all converge to clash. The neck of Tajikistan that stretches up into the valley in the north is primarily inhabited by ethnic Uzbeks, and yet it largely serves to divide Uzbekistan the state into 2 distinct halves, separating their control in the valley from the rest of the country. Under a pretext of ethnic liberation, like the Russians have been experimenting with in Ukraine, it's no longer inconceivable that Uzbekistan could one day use this as their casus belli as well, to attack and invade Tajikistan at some point in the future, in order to not only secure more of the fertile Fergana Valley, but if they go for an all-out conquest of Tajikistan, they can secure the headwaters of the Amu Darya as well, in order to ensure their continued access to whatever remains of the river's depleted water supplies. And
I wanted a master's degree, but 2 years to get one? No thanks. Then I found WGU. On average, WGU grad students finish in 19 months. A university where I can get my master's faster? I choose WGU.
It's hard to believe Mint's new family plan is just 15.
Hashtag ad.
Time, Turkmenistan continues to divert enormous volumes of water away from the Amu Darya River through their inefficient Karakum Canal to irrigate their own cotton fields. However, nearly 600,000 Uzbeks live within Turkmenistan just across the border from present-day Uzbekistan, and they all happen to be located almost directly adjacent to the start of the Karakum Canal that diverts all of that water away from the Amu Darya and away from Uzbekistan. If Uzbekistan utilizes the pretext of ethno-nationalist unification to go to war with Tajikistan in order to secure the headwaters of the Amu Darya River, then it's also conceivable that they would use the exact same pretext to also go to war with Turkmenistan in order to secure and destroy the Karakum Canal, thus ensuring their own complete control over the entire river's remaining water supply. Under that scenario, Turkmenistan will almost certainly collapse as a state, because the Karakum Canal is where Turkmenistan still acquires the vast majority of their own freshwater supplies for their own people and cotton industry. But on paper, Uzbekistan has got the numbers and the demographic odds on its side to win this future conflict. And with Russia facing demographic and military catastrophe of their own in Ukraine, it is now unlikely that Moscow would be capable of fending off Uzbekistan's attacks on its supposed allies. Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan are theoretically members of the CSTO military alliance, essentially Russia's version of NATO, meaning that they could each appeal to Russia for military assistance were Uzbekistan ever to go on the offensive. But in September of 2022, Azerbaijan attacked Armenia, another CSTO member state who appealed to the alliance for support, and Russia refused, because they're too busy getting wrecked in Ukraine. Russia is a distracted and dying empire, and they would likely possess little ability or will to interfere with the worsening geopolitical situation to their south in Central Asia. That potentially leaves China to intervene, but who knows how willing they would even be to do so, with their own internal concerns in Xinjiang and Tibet, zero COVID, and foreign policy objectives more closely focused on Taiwan. Regardless of how the events play out, Central Asia is effectively a powder keg waiting to blow, and if I were you, I would be paying a lot closer attention to what's going on there, and specifically, what is happening in Uzbekistan. It may very well become the country that makes the most headlines later on this decade. Ultimately, in the end, the Soviet Great Transformation of Nature certainly worked in the sense that it did indeed greatly transform the nature and the environment of Central Asia forever. It just wasn't in the way that they had hoped. Their quest to bend nature to the will of man here is perhaps one of the greatest lessons to face humanity over its entire existence. When we attempt to play God and change the way the earth works, it's just like playing with a monkey's paw and asking it for a wish. Your wish may be granted, but not at all in the way that you expect it to be. The environmental curse that the Aral Sea's absence has established across Central Asia will be with us all for a very long time, and the worst of its consequences have still yet to even manifest themselves. For whenever man attempts to fight against nature, nature will always win eventually, because nature has billions of years longer than we've got.
We're fishing there for a
All
bit.
of us only have a limited amount of time in a given day, and it's hard to dedicate a lot of that precious time to something we all love doing.
Hashtag ad.
Then
Hashtag ad.
that means
Hashtag ad.
ways.
Okay.
Thank you.
Done. Next video is Surviving the Cheapest Hotel in My City by Kento Mando. Let's teleport the urn and get started here.
How nice your hotel is doesn't really matter because they're just places to sleep, right? Let's put that to the test. One of us will be living luxurious in a $1,000 hotel, and the other two will be struggling to stay in a $10 hotel. Let's see if spending a lot on a hotel truly makes the vacation more memorable, or if it's just a waste of money. Let's go.
Pick your envelopes.
Oh, yeah. Oh! This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Hashtag ad.
Let's go! This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
$10
Let's go! You won last time again. Let's go! Yo, why are you rigging the game?
I'm not.
$10 hotel? Does it even exist? Have fun, boys. Yo, are you sure we can't like just take money that we have and then just go back home?
I feel pretty damn excited. $10 hotel, like, that gotta be pretty, bro.
Yo, what the hell is this? Yo, what the f is this? This is how people get murdered.
Feels like I'm a Ghostbuster.
Grand room review, Edward. Are you excited? I'm not excited, man. Me too. I'm not excited either.
This is a multi-floor room. Yo, wait, take off our shoes. We're going Asian mode, all right?
Yo, what's that smell? It reeks of smoke.
Bro. Let's check out the place, baby. Holy oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, bro.
This is the most disgusting place I've ever been in my life.
It's like they put a jacuzzi in here, but who the f is
Yo, these vegetables are not changed. Yo, this is
Yo, fuck, I should inside this.
Yeah, wait. I don't want to touch that.
Look at this view.
Bro! Holy crap! Yo, look at this view, bro. Oh my god, we're actually at the top floor. Can you find Mike and Edward, bro? Poverty land? Somewhere over there?
Ooh, I want to see what's underneath the things. Okay, there's a few bed sheets, and then there's another sheet, and then there's another sheet, and then there's another sheet. Oh, yo, what the fuck is that? Is that mold?
Yo, it's mold. Yeah.
Let's go upstairs, baby.
Yo!
Oh my god. Oh, there's two curtains. Second one. There's two curtains. Holy, there's two curtains.
There's one extra pillow here. I don't even want to open it up. What the? What the? Okay. That's a light? What the f is this dark hole in this?
Yo, what the f is this hotel?
Yo, f you, Sheldon. F you, Sheldon, for being so lucky.
Yo! Look at my shower! Ah, bro, you're living life, bro. Has a view. Has a view. Holy yo, my bathroom view!
Like this here is the thing. Look, this is mold. And this is the amenities. A packet of God knows what, and an open bar of soap.
Gilchrist and Soames. Sounds rich.
Sounds rich.
Holy crap, dude.
Yo, I don't even want to shower here, man. Yo, f this place. Yeah. This is legit the worst place I've ever been in my life.
Oh, baby. Say no more, baby.
Damn, this guy's a businessman, bro.
Alright. Should I pop this right now or pop it later?
No, I think you can pop it.
Pop it right here. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh, we got littered. Alright, cheers!
This is by far probably one of the worst places I have ever seen.
One night, right?
Yeah, one night, 20 hours. It's one night.
Care package. Let's see what we got.
What do you have inside, my G?
Open it up. What the? What? $20 for the day. So $10 each. Lysol. Some masks. 2 gloves. Hand sanitizer. And 2 ponchos. This is a P-COVID. It's a hazmat suit. You know that one, right?
What do you have inside?
No.
So you have $1,000 to spend today, alright?
And I got 2 bath bombs. I have never ever used bath bomb before.
Okay, let's read the reviews of this place so we can feel better or worse. This is called Caravan Inn. Whoa. You see this? 1.7 star. 1.7 star?
Dang.
I woke up halfway through the night with many bedbug bites. Yo, and I had to leave immediately. You know bedbugs will follow you home, right? You sleep and get in your clothes and they bring them home. Report to the health board. Do not stay here. Nasty, nasty. Blood all over the blankets. The bathroom was nasty. There was mold on the window. Let's try to avoid here as much as possible today and only come back when it's totally necessary.
Bro, go change! Bro, I'm gonna be so embarrassed now, bro, walking next to a half-naked man.
Wow.
Where are we, Sheldon?
We are at the Sheridan Club. Can I grab a snack in here? Yes, sure. For free?
VIP club, bro.
As many as I want?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. You want a cookie? Yo, it's on a wood. 1 cookie, 1 cupcake. What else do you want, huh? Is there milk? Almond milk. Thank you. What else is there to explore at the hotel?
Have you seen the spa on the top? Then you have for like the casino and everything like around the building itself.
Buddy.
How do you feel?
It is kind of just like me by myself.
Yeah, me, bro.
I got you. Yeah. That's true.
Do you want to call Edward and Mike here, or?
Oh no.
Guys, we're doing this for you guys, so subscribe so we can stay at a better place next time, please. No. Right now we're gonna go to the Clifton Hill, spend $5 on parking.
Buddy.
There it is.
Christian Falls View Spa.
That's where we're going right now, bro.
It sounds exquisite.
Bro, that's gonna be you, bro.
You sure about this? Yeah. $5? $5 on parking, let's go. Anything to be away from that place, though. Anything to be from that place. The place is so disgusting.
Never even been to a spa before. I've never been to a spa before.
You're missing out.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's why today everything changes. Hello. Do I need a reservation?
Yes. Nothing's today. We're closing soon.
All right. There goes the spa experience. Thank you. Spa was crazy. So crazy. Oh my god.
It's not gonna be the greatest influence for YouTube, but I want to say this. I think we should go to the casino, and I think we should put in $10. If we win, we can both buy a beer. Like, at least we have some celebration drink. Like, you know, if we lose, we can't even afford Wendy's.
This guy looks so sad now, bro.
I really wanted that spa appointment, man.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. There's other things to do, bro.
Let's go to water park.
Water park time, bro.
That's it, man. I'm on my revenge tour now. Buddy. The water park is gonna be crazy, alright?
Yeah, that's pretty gang, man. That actually looks nice.
Yo.
Have you ever... Oh, look at the rainbow. Look at the rainbow.
Rainbow. Yo, Mike, that means there's good things to come for us.
Where's the leprechaun?
Smile if you're poor. Smile if you have no place to sleep tonight.
At least the falls look nice.
The falls do look nice. Oh my god.
We're almost at the casino now. We've been walking for like a good 15-20 minutes. It's right there. And yeah, hopefully we win some money.
Wait,
get some free soft drinks.
Do you want to get some water? Free water from Starbucks?
Partially, it is 50 cents per cup, so. 50 cents. Does Edward not have any awareness of money right now? Our 50-cent water leaves us at how much money?
14 bucks left.
Oh shit, $7 left each.
The experience today is just starting with you guys. Let's go! All right! This is what I'm talking about. This thing. Attraction closure? Oh my god!
Bro, what is this, man? We paid so much money for this room.
I can't be paying for such an expensive experience. And in my heart, I wish I was a better employer.
We finally arrived. Hi. Casinos both ways.
Elevator ride number 546 today. The pool does appear to be open. Sun's out. Guns out, baby. Let's go.
Oh, bro, this is sick. This is sick. Would you say it's better than the water park?
What water park? What water park?
Alright, we're doing a free complimentary drink. That's one thing we can have. Free coffee.
What? You're kidding me. wait, he has stairs? Where the f is he staying at, man? Are you sure that's his place? That's 2 stories. Insane, bro.
You're not gonna jump on top of me, are you? I won't, I swear. But I might jump in. My fucking knee hit the floor.
Bro, it literally says 4 feet here.
Charging a couple grand a night for a room here. They couldn't make the pool a little more deep.
I call Edward and Mike over?
Hell no. I cannot call them over.
Why?
Because that'll admit defeat and tell them that they had a better time than me.
Hi, Edward, come in. I want to tell everyone what happened.
We went in,
Yeah.
got the drinks for free, and then we chickened out.
Yeah, we saw so many people losing.
And I was like, you know, Mike, it's not worth it.
Yeah,
We need to afford dinner.
exactly, true.
Yeah.
Eating is more important than gambling. That's
True,
a
true.
lesson that we learned
But-
today.
But you know what? The longer we stay out, the more we don't have to go back to the hotel.
True. Yo, I'm dreading that hotel. What the f is this?
I'm proud of us for making a decision not to gamble, though. True. High five.
Casino, here we go, boy. They let you in with the rope?
Yeah, they don't care about the rope, bro.
Let's make some money, bro.
Money. Oh, is it the Rainforest Cafe?
Yeah, I knew it.
You wanna know why? There's free entertainment there.
This is a shark.
White tip reef shark. Oh, that's cool. Yo. Look at all these types of fish. This is pretty good entertainment, man. Oh, look at this.
Oh. What's that guy called? SpongeBob.
Who? Patrick?
No.
Hover?
No. Who lives in this? What is this?
Flying Dutchman, bro.
Oh, Flying Dutchman.
Let's go, baby.
All right, bro.
Oh. 8 bucks.
You want $8?
I don't even understand what a win is. Is that win? I don't even get it.
Nah, bro. I think we lost.
Right, yeah. Collect.
This guy got 50 cent profit, bro.
I'm having a slot machine addict. It's awesome.
Well, I am hungry.
See the menu.
Bro, we can't even afford tips. Maybe if we can share like a quarter of a burger. Or...
No, just stick with McDonald's, man.
I hope Sheldon's having a miserable time though. They say more money, more problems, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully he's having a miserable time.
More money, more problems.
Gambling helpline. What do you call it? For real. Should I just max bet like gangster?
Do it. Do it. No cap.
Oh my
Max
god.
bet.
Please.
Don't gamble, kids.
I only have like 40 bucks left. I'm saying we do one more and call it a day.
I want to go on a budget. I feel like Burger King might be better.
It's cheaper.
Yeah, cheaper, and you can get combos for like $6.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's
For
not
Burger
bad.
King?
Yeah, let's get Burger King.
Okay, Burger King, yeah.
Alright, baby.
Last 20.
Please, lots of money. We bet.
Not a good start, bro.
Okay, I don't get it. Wild?
What does that mean?
What does that even mean?
Oh. What? Bro. Oh my god. Sheldon, we missed $7, bro.
Should I cash out?
No, bro, keep going.
Alright,
Spend money to make money.
I'm gonna go. The woman. Let's go, next one, okay?
Next one.
We're here. Yo, this is a classic Chinese guy thing. First thing we do is look for coupons. Oh, yo, look at the sun. We do not participate in coupon specials.
We We went from 40 to 29, bro, real quick.
Cash out? Cash out.
Cash out.
I lost about 120. Let's go.
It's ridiculous how we can't even afford Burger King.
Tim Hortons or Wendy's?
Wendy's first.
Wendy's? See, I want a meal. I don't want a Boston cream.
I say like we go a little bit over budget, it's fine, bro.
Maybe I asked them to round down to 14. You think they would do that?
Now we're talking. Now the hotel's talking to me.
He literally went up to you and was like, do you lose a bet?
I gotta ask me what's a bet, bro. Let's see what we got on the menu tonight.
Yeah, bro, let's see what's on the
Alright.
menu.
You know what? I'm not even gonna go with what I think. I'm just gonna ask him to pick whatever he suggests. That's when you know you're at a good day.
Can we have 2 days doubles?
Combos?
No combo. You don't think it's possible to round down to 14, right? Yo, no, bro. You give me hope there for a second. Can we get 2 cups of water? Is that okay? Have one? Is it free? It's free. It's not like Starbucks, man. Starbucks, learn something.
So where's this wine from?
This is from the Niagara Peninsula.
How's it taste?
Like motherfucking wine.
Pardon? I can't let you guys have dinner in a row.
Alright, I'll put on a pair of pants, I'll put on a t-shirt, and then I'll come back.
You can get any drink you want once you have the cup. Definitely like a light lemonade.
Light lemonade?
Lemonade's amazing. You like feeling get in trouble?
Nobody knows, bro.
Alright, I can't wear the robe. It doesn't fit with the ambiance of the place, so this is a good chance. As soon as I leave, I'm gonna go in the bathroom again. I'm committed to wear the bathroom all day.
Dude, I'm so hangry. It's amazing as well. When Mike gets hungry and angry, it's serious business.
Perfect.
Alright, baby. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
There's food just in time. Yehey Gang's all about food, and I got forced to change into it, but I'm glad because food tastes better when you're part of Yehey Gang, guys. So make sure you cop it right there, links to the box below. And wear beats culture, alright?
At Lowe's, it's Provember, which means Lowe's MVPs members can earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items to redeem for rewards. Because it always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. All Provember long.
What made me lean towards the Pixel was they had this feature that made darker skin look way more vibrant than I'm.
Skip.
You know what, Mike? I bet you whatever Sean's eating is not as good as this.
What?
It's like, whatever. $40 pasta. I can make this at home. A pack of Classico, pasta, some beef. I make this at home for sure.
Oh, so satisfying. I'm gonna go back to that shitty hotel.
Don't remind me.
And Beanport is not bad, right?
Beanport is amazing. I appreciate the view. The servers were nice. The food was very,
Fuck, that felt so good. That felt really fucking good, man. That was one of the greatest feelings I had today. Probably just check out Falls at night, and we're gonna be back at the hotel.
Douchebag mode is back, bro. I was very uncomfortable not wearing it inside.
Okay, so we have fireworks in like 30 minutes, so...
Yo, let's go take some more food from the lounge.
Yes, sir. Some more food.
Let's abuse our amenities.
I feel like when guys just have these kind of moments, just talk about deep things, but in reality, it's kind of nothing at the same time.
Yeah. Why? Oh, ball.
Oh, so cupcakes. So cupcakes.
Yo, we're gonna rob this place dry.
It's nice to slow down and live in the present. Present life.
Should I take the almond milk? I'll take the almond milk. You're making Chinese people look really bad right now.
Yeah.
I do not represent all Chinese people. I'm gonna say that right now. I represent me. Place I have an almond milk in here. Oh my god. You guys want a free drink? 22, please. Thank you. I have no shame. I'm happy. That's what matters. And now I feel like I got my money's worth.
We're back home.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. What's funny is I don't even drink pop.
Bro, they can clean up this.
Best thing? Almond milk. Can I man or squad? Can I interest you in almond milk? Let's go unwind and enjoy the view.
Yes, sir.
Different feeling than this morning, you know?
Yeah, facts.
This morning was like, oh my god, it's so crazy. Now it's like, a view is not nothing without someone else to appreciate it with, you know? They're probably freezing, dude.
Yeah,
They're probably freezing. It's cold. Like,
Yo, Edward's actually dying,
Yo, it's
bro.
kind of cold here, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay. I'm in a jacket.
I would rather freeze to death out here than go back to that hotel room.
We're just waiting for the fireworks, so hopefully it's gonna start soon. It's courtside. It's courtside.
I honestly have no idea. Like, I know I'm gonna sleep great. I saw their place. I have no idea how Edward's gonna sleep there. I have no idea how Edward's gonna shower there. Like, Edward is a hardcore germaphobe. He's not gonna survive in there overnight.
Yeah, I guess we just chill here. Just wait for the fireworks, bro. Just wait.
I'm excited, man. I want to know how they're gonna survive. I'm like genuinely curious.
It's starting. Real fireworks.
Oh, I'm literally at the same level as the fireworks.
That's so sick.
What?
Oh my god.
Edward, am I looking up like this? I'm looking straight on, bro.
Yeah! Sheldon, screw you!
So sad of being alone, with no alcohol, with no friends here except for you, and I appreciate you, but the view pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Thought about it, and being able to spend time with you as friends, instead of being alone and rich, is actually better. Yeah! Alright, $10, Edward. $10, bro. $10 gives me fucking a lot of things.
Woo! Yeah, that was crazy!
Call them peasants.
That was sick, right, guys? Okay, anyone hear me? No? Okay.
Well, that was it.
Yeah.
Let's get a bath started, bro.
So the bat started.
That's our room? Why is it currently like that? Why was the light on? Yo, dude, I don't think it was on. Are you sure?
Do you have like a knife on you or something?
But before we headed back into the sketchy hotel, we realized we forgot one important thing. We forgot to tell you about Squarespace.
Listen, guys, the video and
Hashtag
3D trials
ad.
in Instagram spoke. It's easy to have, continue to
Hashtag ad.
get back to staying in the worst hotel ever.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. Yo, I feel more unsafe here than I did in America's most racist town.
All right, bro. Your tub is filling up, bro.
I got 2 bath bombs for one
Two
person.
flavors, bro. I got you 2 flavors.
I'm gonna use hibiscus and acai berry. This is the bomb. I'm genuinely curious what's gonna happen if I throw it in.
Okay.
Alright, ready? I thought that's my life, alright?
Yeah, I'm ready, bro.
First ever bath bomb. 3, 2, 1.
So you just dropped it in.
Bro. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh my god.
Edward and Mike can't even shower. Oh, this is great. Okay. Self-care at its finest. Edward and Mike, I hope you guys are sleeping well.
Oh, yo, you got rid of too much.
This layer needs to stay. This is the cleanest layer.
What the f is this?
Yo, I can't sleep.
What the fuck is this?
Yo, come on.
You're not gonna wear hazmat suit.
I'm gonna wear my hazmat suit tonight.
There's a reason why he gave you a hazmat suit, bro. I don't give a bro. I can't sleep like this.
I'm gonna lay my guy over like this, like a hazmat suit like this, and then I'm gonna sleep on top of my hazmat suit.
Yo, Mike, get this. This is so. There's a reason why he gave us like this, bro. There's a reason.
You're sleeping in that?
Yes.
That's your pajama?
I cannot believe you're actually sleeping like this. I'm sleeping
Yo,
like
you are a savage.
Alright, good night, guys.
I wonder if Edward and Mike are asleep. I'm gonna call them.
Yeah, call it. Let's check, bro. Let's check how the boys are doing.
Holy yo. I don't want to hear your roasting, bro. I'm trying to sleep.
Yo, there's no way, bro.
My pillow.
Like, wait. I mean, it looks good. What are you sleeping on?
It's my sock.
All right.
This place is below poverty line.
All right. Do your best, my friend.
Okay, alright.
All right.
Have fun, whatever.
Good night, guys. For a little bad.
Bro, you complain about every little thing today, bro.
Bro, they're sleeping in a hazmat. Should I give them a spot here?
Oh,
Yo,
is it finally time to invite them, bro?
They already tried to do the challenge, bro. Like, they're gonna make it through. All right, let's invite the boys and let's make this place actually lit. All right, guys. There's enough room in this place for 2 more.
Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Are you actually dead ass serious?
Make your way, my friend.
We're going presidential suite.
Fuck yo.
Baby. Holy yo, I'm so happy, bro. Yo, even if we forgot something here, I would never come back to get it.
Never come back here again.
Peace out, bro.
Let's give
Holy.
All right, let's go welcome these
peasants, bro.
peasants.
Here's your mask, bro.
Yeah, I need a mask when they come in.
They
bro.
probably have COVID,
Gross.
HIVs, AIDS,
Yeah.
malaria, all the diseases.
Yo. You guys are gross.
You're infected, bro.
I'm fucking starving, bro. Thank you so much.
Holy incredible. What the f? Yo, why did he get this amazing asymmetrical shower? I went from the worst place in the world to literally literally the most luxurious place in the world.
Yo, what the? What? Mike, look at this. Holy sh.
Dude, they're too excited, bro.
It's like children.
Oh. Yeah, let's take another shower, bro. You guys all need to take another shower.
Alright, go shower, go shower.
It's triple showers, bro. What? What the f? Sure.
3 showers, baby. Finally got the boy bonding moment I needed after a lonely day.
What? Why did we go have a shower together though?
Huh? Alright guys, let's do the homie bath.
What is this?
I got some almond milk for us. You guys grinded it out in your place. I'm glad I could ease my friends of their suffering. Cheers, man. Cheers.
Cheers to friendship.
Cheers, friendship, bro. Alright, guys. Click here to watch a $1,000 date versus a $10 date. And click here to watch a video that YouTube thinks you'll love. Peace.
Alright.
Hello.
Move on. When everything is off Ren 5, Stephen Hull. Okay. Let's keep baiting. Alrighty.
The kids are having a party. You got some party game? Oh yeah, absolutely. Here's our most popular. Were they high when they designed that? Never mind, any other games? The best one. Roblox is a fan favorite. Wonderful. I take. Bob Blocks. Who the hell is Bob? Okay, how about a gaming console they could play together, like a Nintendo? Love it. Can't go wrong with Nintendo. Nice, finally. I take a... Wee! Who wants to play with a wee? I have one of these myself, actually. Okay, how about superhero toys? We got Vision. We got Contacts. You got Mary Jane. We got Divorce Karen. We got Dragon Ball. Oh, just arrived, actually. Ball! Wow, I can't wait to get a wish granted by my ball! You got Nick Fury. We got Rick Man. You got Ghost Rider. We got Spirit Cyclist. You got Star Wars. Of course we have Star Wars. Right over there. Star Wars? They should probably see a doctor. You got My Hero Academia. We got My Bad Guy Exams. The one with All Might. Yeah, with the Sometimes Strong. You got Toy Story. Classic. Right over there. What the hell? Is that Sheriff Woody or steroids Woody? What is this, Star Wars 5? Huh? Return of the Gym? Well, we also got superhero merch they might like. What, like backpacks? Yeah, the new Spider-Man backpack just dropped. 3-speed man? I will send you to Jesus. Okay, forget about superheroes. What about just normal brands? You know, do you have Puma? Of course, we're actually running a discount on those. Tuna! Is it me or is that kind of fishy? Okay, well, the kids might like more trendy brands. Like Supreme? Yes, you're gonna love this. We actually have an exclusive. Finally, something I recognize.
There's the level.
Ever stuck watching an off-brand superhero film because the real one isn't on Netflix in your country? That's why I have NordVPN. NordVPN is on
hashtag ad.
Bam, which kills the web lot. I put my account protection plan. Stephen Heath. That link is in the description. And NordVPN, thank you for sponsoring this video. Star Wars! Is that Sheriff Woody? Hello, audience. Sorry, there I accidentally looked in the frame. Is that Sheriff Woody or I looked in the camera again. 3-speed man! Puma! Oh, tuna. Sorry. yeah, all good. Alright, cheers. Double lock that, please.
They always say Kim never sticks to her New Year's resolutions.
Oh, hashtag ad. Okay, I'm gonna watch Dear Twitter by Marquez Brownlee.
Hey, what's up? I'm KBHD here. So,
I really like Twitter, okay? This comes from a place of love, but when you really like something, you want to see it succeed. So I've been on Twitter for 13 plus years. I've tweeted over 50,000 times, don't judge me. But I use several different Twitter apps. I have third-party apps on my phone. I've already made a Dear Twitter video. This was 5 years ago. And actually some of the suggestions that I made in that video, including the ability to edit tweets now, has actually made it to the product, which is kind of amazing. But I don't know if you guys have heard, but Twitter, they're kind of going through a lot right now. So Elon Musk has actually bought Twitter and taken over leadership very quickly, and a lot of pretty drastic changes are being made very quickly. Reorganizing the whole company, firing people, unfiring people, tons of new feature suggestions are on the table. Honestly, it feels like anything is on the table. So from the outside looking in, it just looks like complete chaos. Even if you're on Twitter, it's chaos. But I want it to work. Like I want Twitter to be good. I don't know. I'm one of those sickos that actually enjoys spending time on Twitter sometimes. And maybe it's kind of hard to explain why, but Twitter feels like it's a pretty unique social media platform. It's a unique experience because it actually makes everyone feel reachable. Like it actually has a pretty small user base as far as daily active users. Facebook has literally 10 times the amount of active users. Twitter literally has less daily active users than Snapchat right now. But it does feel like it has an outsized impact relative to that number of people. Like there are a ton of interesting people, personalities, athletes.
Gonna use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Alrighty, let's keep watching here.
Politicians, celebrities, musicians, artists all over Twitter. And it's just like, it feels like if you could just reach out to any one of them, they might see it and reply back. It just happens all the time. So anyway, I'm rooting for Twitter to do well, but with all the chaos going on right now, most people do not have that level of confidence in them at all. Now, a few days ago, I tweeted that YouTube is in fact still the only true S-tier social media platform, to which Elon immediately replied, for now. So you know what? I'm just gonna take you at face value here. I'm gonna assume and believe that you actually want Twitter to be an A+, amazing, great social media platform. So I'm just gonna tell you what I think Twitter should do to actually achieve that. And this is just coming from my years of experience on social media. Elon currently follows me on Twitter. Maybe he'll see this. Maybe I can actually make this a useful video. Now, to be clear, I don't think Twitter becomes an S-tier social media platform by just aping YouTube or by, becoming a direct YouTube competitor. It should still be its own thing. But as imperfect as it is, there's a lot of things that YouTube does really well. And there's a reason I put it as S-tier. And there's a reason, the same reason, that a lot of people who blow up on a different social media platform, from Vine to TikTok to Instagram to Twitter, 9 times out of 10, their next move is to try to convert as much of that as possible to a YouTube channel. So here's a little diagram I made. This is what I'll call the virtuous cycle of the YouTube creator ecosystem. It's oversimplified, but obviously many creators on YouTube use outside tools, but the basic premise is there's a lot of creators on YouTube, and those creators are making content, contributing to the world's largest online video library. YouTube builds monetization tools around those videos, which in turn gets creators paid and happy, which gets them making more content, etc., etc. It just keeps flowing in a circle. Now, I don't know exactly how much Elon knows about YouTube monetization specifically or the tools that they've built. I'm again just gonna go by face value here, but it's also a legitimately hard business question. If you're trying to build something like that cycle, where do you jump in? Like, Twitter doesn't necessarily have YouTube-style massive library of content, but what it does have is a lot of really interesting, high-profile, creative users. So, dear Twitter, a suite of evolving creator tools would make a massive difference to the entire website. So over the years, YouTube has added things from all over the place. There's the YouTube Partner Program, so where advertisers pay for spots alongside YouTube videos, and YouTube shares 55% of that ad revenue with the uploader of the video. They also recently announced monetized Shorts, even more revenue sharing in the Shorts feed starting next year. They also have Super Thanks, which puts a donation button under a video that makes your comment distinct and colorful, and creators receive 70% of that donated money. They also have Super Chats and Super Stickers during live streams, so viewers can pay to have their chats highlighted. Creators also keep 70% of that money. And there's channel memberships, where you can offer exclusive content to a smaller group of paid subscribers or members, and the creators again get 70% of that money. Now, Twitter actually has some of this stuff already. I think basically super follows are like the equivalent of channel memberships, and Twitter actually beats the percentage by a mile. Twitter will give 97% of the revenue of a paid follower.
I'm on Google's roof, I've got the new Pixel 7, and I'm about to throw it off.
Hashtag ad. Skip.
On Twitter, up to 50 grand, and then it's 80% after that. That's still really good, but they really could use more of these things. Like just how YouTube has copied a lot of these features from other platforms, Twitter should also feel free to adapt a lot of these things for its own platform. Like I keep thinking back to remembering like Periscope and live streaming when that was happening a lot more often. That was really solid, and that should have been more easily monetized. And while you can upload videos to Twitter, ads and revenue sharing aren't really a thing for the masses, but they totally could be. I think they should be. Imagine you're just a random user who's making videos, putting them on Twitter, and by chance one of them just pops off and just gets a ton of exposure or gets retweeted by a bunch of people. And suddenly that's a nice chunk of change in your pocket. That would be pretty incredible. And that also incentivizes more uploads of high quality videos to Twitter. Also, I saw Elon respond to our boy Quinn on Twitter, who mentioned that the YouTube Partner Program pays creators 55%. And Elon said they can beat that percentage. And that sounds great. I believe you. You've already beat some other percentages from them. But if nobody really advertises on your platform, then the percentage doesn't really matter, does it? So that's where we should just get right into talking about it, relying on advertisers versus subscriptions. So as you've probably noticed by now, the internet runs on ads. It just does. Like social media platforms, revenues generated by advertisers. Major websites and blogs and things that you read, they run on ads. Like all these big websites and major content places, they get their revenue from advertising. And as whatever you think about ads, like obviously they're annoying sometimes, but it's what makes the world turn in online media. It's just true. Now these companies are also smart. These social media companies especially are smart because they're trying to introduce more subscription services so that they can reduce their reliance on ads. If you have more subscription services that people actually pay for, that's recurring revenue that's guaranteed every month instead of having to rely on the finicky ad buyer market.
Oh,
so Snapchat made...
Let's go to Butterfly Swarm here. Yes. Catch the butterflies. All right. Boom. There we go. There we go. Keep catching. Come on, let us catch. There we go. Let's siphon. Keep catching here. Keep catching. Come on, let us catch. Perfect. Let's hand in. Let's catch. There we go. Keep catching. Alright, let's keep catching here. Alright, let's head back to Menifos. Alright, pretty bad rewards. Guess the energy is decent. Okay, statue. See if we have any rocks. We're good. Let's fill. Keep fishing. Actually, gonna go check something real quick. See if, do some lunch prep. Be right back. Back to fishing here. We'll start watching Marquez a bit. Again in a bit here. Alright. Watch Marquez. This goes in.
Snapchat Plus, which is a $4 a month subscription for some extra custom stories and post settings and notification features. Meta launched Instagram subscriptions, where creators can charge up to $100 a month for exclusive content, including stories. We even have an MKBHD Discord channel, which is mostly free, but now also has premium memberships with extra channels. And the thing that all of these successful subscription services have in common is adding value, or at least adding perceived value for the person paying. But here's the thing. Ads still run the internet. Like, as successful as some of these subscription models have been, ads are still where the revenue's at. Here's an example. YouTube has 2.6 billion monthly active users. It's gigantic, right? How many of them do you think pay for YouTube Premium? Go ahead, guess. 2.6 billion total. So it's $12 a month. You get background play, you get no ads, you get the ability to download stuff for offline. How many people do you think? About 20 million people pay for YouTube Premium. So that's good money, sure, but that's, about 10% of the $28 billion they made in that calendar year. So yeah, YouTube still runs on ads. Even Netflix, the grandfather of subscription models for content, they also just recently added an ads tier. It feels like 10% is the magic number of how much revenue you can make with subscriptions if it's a great subscription service but you just make the rest of your money with ads. But Twitter, you know, if they really, really want to reduce the reliance on advertisers, if they want to completely avoid any potential adpocalypse, if they want Twitter to be this free speech haven that is every advertiser's worst nightmare, if they really want to turn the corner on subscription service revenue, then they have to make a really good subscription service. They have to make it full of features that people actually want to pay for. You know what I always think back to? People pay $30 a month for LinkedIn Premium. $30 a month, that's a lot of money. But that's because they offer real features that people actually get value from. So fun fact, many years ago, I tweeted, just off the top of my head, a random subscription idea that I had for YouTube. This was in like 2016, and the brilliant name I came up with was YouTube Blue. And I basically just wanted it to offer faster priority processing for extremely large uploaded files. Like I would totally pay every month as an uploader for priority processing because that's of value to me, someone who creates content for YouTube. But now, many years later, we have this thing called Twitter Blue. Great, oh, it's a subscription service. What a coincidence, beautiful. We should fill it with things that people actually want to pay for. So my main request, Twitter, is putting actual time and effort into thinking of and developing features for Twitter Blue that are actually good and worth extra dollars. And I think that focusing on the creator class and power users of Twitter can probably be a really good guidance point for those things. So unfortunately, the first year of Twitter Blue kind of sucked because most of the features weren't really compelling for very many people. Like you could undo tweets, which was kind of stupid, but you could also upload longer videos that were up to 1080p. Now you can actually edit tweets for real, which is really cool, and it's getting better. But think back to all of those creator tools that we just mentioned earlier, and those types of things would be worth way more than $8 a month to many people, especially people just like me who create a lot of content and things that can just go on Twitter because it unlocks monetization for all types of content, and I would pay for itself very quickly. I guess what I'm trying to say is having a little verified human checkmark next to your name doesn't feel like something that will be worth $8 to most people, especially because the benefit is to everyone else on the platform and not the person paying. So it strikes me as something that should probably just be free. But this has been really interesting to watch. Right now, there are 400,000 verified users on Twitter. So judging from Elon's tweets, because that's kind of all we have to go by, being verified will be one of the features looped into Twitter Blue. So let's say 100% of them pay $8 a month to keep their badge. That would be $77 million per year, which sounds like a lot. But again, just to refresh your memory, Twitter made about $5 billion of revenue last year. 92% of it was from advertising. And so this would just be a drop in the bucket. But it sounds like Elon's plan is to have everyone pay, you know, every real human on Twitter, connect a credit card, pay $8 a month, that's their ID, and then just keep using Twitter like normal, which kind of violates my rule number one of the internet, which is you probably can't charge money for something that was previously free. I don't think most people are gonna wanna do that. I really think that new value added to Twitter that people would choose to pay for, like better features, higher quality media, I think that's the way. There's a whole thread I'll link below of like random ideas someone just came up with and did mock-ups for. And some of them are actually really interesting, and I could see Twitter power users loving some of that stuff. But like the $8 a month for a verified human profile was like guaranteed a negative reaction just because it's new money for something that's not new. So in summary, I think Twitter Blue right now is a pretty weak attempt at getting like as many people as possible to pay for Twitter. And I don't think there is any amount of cool features you could add to get most normal people to pay for Twitter. What I do think they should focus on is a smaller, higher conversion group of power users and creators, and then you will need advertiser revenue to get into that virtuous cycle. So I'll just leave you with this chart again. This is what I think success can look like for Twitter. Like Twitter is what it is because of the people on Twitter, as with any other social media platform. Like that's just a fact. So I think that's where you jump into this cycle by making things, features, and tools that those people genuinely want. And then crafting the rest of the rules and features around the behavior that you want works every time. Like if posting this 10-minute video on Twitter would cost me $8 a month, where posting this video on YouTube would actually make me money, then it's kind of a no-brainer. I'm posting it on YouTube and then I'll put a link on Twitter, because that's what the rules and the features incentivize. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents. And hey, maybe Elon's serious about not really caring about the economics of Twitter at all, in which case that would actually be totally cool. But the $44 billion aren't gonna pay itself. So there you have it. Thanks for watching. I'm rooting for your Twitter. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Alright, let's see. Next video.
Hey, Subway.
Can we fix Subway by Smosh?
I have a question. What the f happened? You used to be good, man.
Now, the only people who ever go to Subway are doing it to punish themselves. Did you just start sucking ass? Or did it naturally happen?
Aren't you embarrassed, Subway? Aren't you ashamed?
We talk because we care, Subway, but we here at Smosh have some genius ideas on how to spring you back up to the top.
Subway, let us fix you. Okay, Subway, your first problem. The food's not very good. And you're a restaurant, so that's like your whole thing. You got a lot of press for your bread being made out of the same ingredients as yoga mats and having so much sugar it's technically cake. But here's the solution. Start saying it's cake. Sure, this is an unhealthy sandwich, but it's got lettuce and tomato in it, so it's technically the healthiest cake anyone's ever eaten. And 100% of people would rather eat cake than bread. Bam, you're a bakery now. Also, start using the bread to have yoga classes. You're in a strip mall and there's a place that has yoga classes and sells cake? I'm sorry, are you a white woman's wet dream? Bam, fixed.
Let's get real, Subway. You don't have a mascot. You had one from 1998 to 2007, and that one didn't pan out very well, now did it? And ever since then, you've had these athletes in your commercials that you know spit out your sandwich the moment the director calls cut. What you need is a character, a fantastical dude that can't be indicted or canceled. Somebody that your demographic understands. It's Cam, the sentient bucket full of zesty ranch. Cam is funny, but in a dry way. He's divorced, but he doesn't let that define him. And his stomach fucking hurts! Also, he's got a sick catchphrase.
Subway's open? Color me enthused.
That's fucking poggers. Also, instead of getting skinnier, Cam actually gets bigger and bigger and bigger until he engulfs an entire state. As you can see, he's different from your old mascot in every way imaginable. Problem solved.
Remember that annoying $5 footlong song? Well, I'm proposing a new song to get stuck in people's heads and make you want Subway, which is a lot to ask a song to do, but I'm sucking it up out of the kindness of my asshole to write this song and to help your little company. Subway, get on the train to try getting that out of your head, bitch.
Subway, every time I walk inside of you, there's only one employee in there who's clearly paused a Clash of Clans game on their phone to slowly saunter up to me to help me with my sandwich. But by the time he's there, I've already been standing for 2 minutes thinking, is there anybody in here? Am I supposed to be in here? Should I just rob the place? No, that's a problem. And to fix that, we propose ingredient captains. One captain whose only job is to operate one ingredient. You have a bread captain, a tuna fish captain, a lettuce captain, a mayonnaise captain. And the cookies, they're different. Every cookie flavor gets a special flavor czar. Look at that, that's 20 to 30 people in one Subway to help you with your sandwich. A mid-sized party in every Subway? Imagine the possibilities. Next!
You want to know why you're farting everything up? There are too many locations. You are cheapening your stock, and no one is excited to see you. You're too thirsty. Close all the Subways except one. Make that Subway the biggest building in the entire world. People will travel to see you. They'll make trips. They'll take photos. You will be the Willy Wonka of lunch. Isn't that fucking exciting? You can even make theme parks too and have rides like the Meatball Car, Toaster Coaster, Ham's Revenge. It's not just a place people go to when McDonald's is busy. It's a different reality entirely. And I want to live there. I want to drive a meatball car, squishy and round and saucy. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
With our suggestions in place, your business will look a little something like this.
Welcome to Subway! Thanks! I drove 4 days from Florida to get to this one location and waited in line for 6 hours. I can't get that song out of my head. Get on the train to Yum! May I please have one sweet onion chicken teriyaki sandwich, please? On whole wheat bread, please? And can you write Happy Birthday Donnie on the bread, please? It's for my son's birthday party. Yes! Thanks, Subway!
Subway's open? Color me approved.
Oh my God!
You're welcome, Subway.
Let us know what other businesses you want us to fix.
And we'll fix them!
You know, bust out of that thing.
Hell yeah, I am.
I'm sorry, are you a white woman's white dream? A white woman's wet dream! Ah! That's fucking poggers. So,
I want to ride the toaster coaster. I want to be burnt. And I want Cam's revenge in my ass. Sorry.
Curiosity pushes.
got a game.
Alright, let's I'm gonna go to lunch now, so be back after that. Alright. Let's start fishing again here. And we'll keep watching videos. Let's do this. Okay. We're gonna watch Linus's holiday PC buyer's guide. See if there's anyone that wants a PC.
Gamer in your life who's looking for an upgrade? Itching to spend your holiday bonus? Or maybe your computer just exploded and you need a fix fast. Well, thanks to Amazon sponsoring this video, we've got you covered with our 2022 Holiday Buyer's Guide. Because not only is building a reasonably priced gaming rig actually viable for a change, you might be surprised to see just how low prices can go if you're willing to buy last year's model. DDR5? More like DDR buy.
Heyo.
We're kicking things off with our APU Super Saver build for the casual gamer out there who just needs something that works. We managed to get our cheapest system built for a little over $300. It's not pretty, and it comes—
Gonna go grab some water real quick. Be right back. There we go.
Comes with a major caveat. Our Gigabyte GA-A320M motherboard does not support our hexa-core Ryzen 5 4600G with Vega 7 graphics out of the box, but if you have access to an older AM4 CPU, like a 2400G, you can update the BIOS and you are good to go. However, if you're willing to shell out about $20 extra, you can avoid this hassle by simply going with an A520 board instead. I think it's probably worth the $20 to $30, but when our budget is this low, every penny counts. And it shows. How many of you out there are using 4 gig sticks of DDR4? Well, we are, and our 2.5-inch SSD is only 240 gigs to boot. Get it? Because it's your boot drive and the rest of your storage. Anyway, we've gone with the Zalman S3, the cheapest ATX case we could find, but if you've got an old home computer collecting dust, you could probably save $1 or $50 and just use that. If you're on this tight of a budget, you might also consider picking up an Amazon Basics mouse and keyboard. They're affordable and they just work. As for our power supply, well, it hopefully will work. It's only 430 watts, 80 plus, not 80 plus bronze, just 80 plus, but it's from Thermaltake, who should reply to your emails if you have any problems, and for under $30, we can't really complain, even if it's not gonna give us a lot of room for upgrades. Leading us to our first upgrade, our $500 build. If you're a gamer, you know you're going to want a dedicated GPU eventually. An APU is fine to get started, but if you spend a bit extra now, you can make sure your system has enough power and storage for the future. Maybe some faster RAM, even a nicer case. For a couple $100 more, let's see what we can get. First order of business, Goodbye 256 gig SATA SSD. Hello Crucial P3 Plus 1TB NVMe SSD. At $84, it's a steal. And while our budget doesn't allow us to improve our processor now, almost anything that we would upgrade to later is going to support Gen 4 speeds. That's why we're going with the ASRock B550M PG Riptide motherboard. Not only does it support a Gen 4 drive, but what gaming rig would be complete without ARGB headers and some motherboard armor? Memory was another huge upgrade for a small price, since DDR4 is so cheap right now. We even managed to squeeze in more RGB with this 2x8GB Corsair Vengeance kit running at 3200 megatransfers per second CL16. And once you can afford a graphics card, you'll need some more juice, so we've upgraded to another Thermaltake power supply, this time with 80 plus bronze efficiency and a 750 watt rating. Now to be clear, this category was full of tough choices. I mean, we had to pick between either an APU build, but with a good upgrade path, or a relatively low-tiered GPU build that was going to make some compromises and might not perform as well as you might hope anyway. There is, however, a middle ground if you're willing to take a little bit of risk and maybe spend a bit more like $600, because there are a lot of great deals in the used graphics card market right now thanks to the recent crypto crash. We've got a few recent budget build videos that you can check out if you want to stray from the safe path of new warranty-clad purchases. At our next price tier, $1,000, you absolutely could go buy a $500 GPU, slap it into our previous system, and call it a day. However, both Intel and AMD have released their latest and greatest, offering upgrade paths that are unavailable to our AM4 socket $500 build. Friendship ended with 4600G, now Core i5-12400F is my best friend. Unlike the higher end of Intel's 12th gen processors, this little guy doesn't have any efficiency cores, but it boosts a little higher than our previous 6-core CPU and wins out in both single and multi-threaded workloads. Now that we don't need integrated graphics, we're gonna save a couple of bucks and get the F version and this Pro Z690P motherboard from MSI, which should give us a phenomenal upgrade path thanks to its beefy VRMs and its ability to unlock K-series chips. Now, since 13th gen still supports DDR4, we're not shooting ourselves in the foot by sticking with the same Corsair Vengeance modules from before, and our Crucial P3's Gen 4 speeds will now be taken advantage of. Now, some of you are probably screaming at me right now, Linus, the 5600X is on sale on Amazon for $160, you fool! And you're absolutely right. With a cheap B550 motherboard, we could save almost $200 right now. But that sale won't last forever, and upgrading later to a 5800X3D could end up costing you a pretty penny, if you can find one. If you do decide to go AMD now though, you'll have more than enough left over to pick up a screwdriver from lttstore.com. Thanks to the other recent price reductions from AMD, you can now get an ASRock RX 6700 XT for as low as $390. 12 gigs of VRAM on a 192-bit bus, a boost clock of over 2500 megahertz. I mean, it might not beat NVIDIA when it comes to ray tracing or streaming, but this thing is a beast for either 1080p or even 1440p gaming. As for our case, it's still good enough for now, but we would recommend going a little over budget and maybe getting something nicer like this or this with slightly improved cable management and creature comforts. It can just make the build a little bit more pleasant. But if a little more pleasant isn't enough for you, if you're thinking of maybe going 4K, at our $1,500 price point, over half of our budget is going towards our CPU and our GPU. We're sticking with AMD again, going for the 6900 XT, which is gonna give us great rasterization game performance for under $700, and we're getting a faster CPU, now with efficiency cores, the 12600K. We also upgraded our boot drive to a Samsung 980 Pro, and finally, we're getting a nicer case with Fractal's Focus 2 RGB mid-tower. For our cooler, we chose the Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE ARGB, a decent cooler for just $40 that should be plenty for a Core i5. If looks are more important to you, you can actually save some money here and not upgrade to the 980 Pro, spending it on a nicer looking case or cooler instead, or maybe a fully modular power supply. And another valid option would be to bump your memory up to 3600 megatransfers per second. We felt that 3200 was good enough for us, for now though. And besides, we still need some upgrades for our $2,000 build. This time around, we're building in a case that we've used lots throughout the last couple of years, the Fantex P500A Digital. And we're gonna need that thing for all the juicy storage that we've now got with a 2TB 7200 hard drive that goes along with our 980 Pro that we have now doubled in size to 2TB as well. We're still using only 16 gigs of DDR4 memory, but it's now running at 3600 megatransfers per second CL18, and we bumped our GPU up to a Radeon RX 6950 XT. That 750 watt power supply should still be okay, as long as we stick to gaming and don't try to overclock the snot out of our Core i5-13600KF, but we're gonna upgrade to an 80 plus gold efficiency, fully modular unit for a bit of a cleaner look and peace of mind. A good chunk of change also went to purchasing a Z790 board with integrated Wi-Fi, so if you don't mind sticking with the older chipset and you don't need wireless, you could actually save a bit of money there and leave the old motherboard. The hard drive is also not necessarily required, but hard drives have gotten wildly inexpensive these days, and it's nice to have a spot to save any extra files you have, particularly to something that's a little easier to recover data from. Honestly, I was expecting to find more NVIDIA cards in today's builds, but the reality is that AMD has made some aggressive price reductions recently, and with free Prime shipping through Amazon, it was kind of a no-brainer. Thanks again to them for sponsoring this video. I mean, no joke, just using PC Part Picker, they were usually the cheapest option anyway, particularly if you already have a Prime membership, and they're going to have more sales as we move closer to Black Friday and the holiday season. So keep your eyes peeled. As for now, we're gonna have all these products listed, linked in the description down below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our recent budget builds, like the $69 gaming PC and the upgrade that we made to it later. The secondhand market is super wild right now. Good time to build a PC.
Score low prices and great deals at Target.
All right.
This is a video.
Most important algorithm of all time by Veritasium. Gonna watch what he has to say about FFT, also known as fast Fourier transform. It is a pretty darn important algorithm.
About the most important algorithm of all time, the fast Fourier transform, or FFT. I mean, you use it all the time, including right now to watch this video, and it's used in radar and sonar, 5G and Wi-Fi. Basically, anytime a signal is processed, there's a good chance that a fast Fourier transform is involved. But on top of all this, the FFT was discovered by scientists trying to detect covert nuclear weapons tests. And if they had discovered it sooner, it may have put a stop to the nuclear arms race. You know, I always assumed that the nuclear arms race was inevitable, that once the US dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was just unavoidable that all the other major powers would develop nukes. But maybe it wasn't, because it was clear to everyone that nuclear weapons were game-changing. The bomb dropped on Hiroshima released 1,000 times more energy than the biggest conventional explosive, so other countries were rightfully concerned. At the end of the war, Canada and the UK requested a meeting to discuss what would be done about nuclear weapons. And contrary to what I expected, the US was actually open to these discussions. They realized that they wouldn't be the only nation with nukes for long. So they offered to decommission all their nuclear weapons if other nations would pledge never to make them. This was known as the Baruch Plan, and it proposed that an international body would control all radioactive materials on Earth, from mining to refining to using these materials for peaceful purposes, as in nuclear power generation. But the Soviets rejected the proposal. They saw it as just another ploy to maintain American nuclear dominance, and so the global nuclear arms race began. To develop new nuclear weapons required extensive testing, and most of it was done in remote places like the Arctic or the South Pacific Islands. The US also created a nuclear testing site in Nevada, the radioactive products of which blew across the country, so that outside of Japan, the people most adversely affected by American nuclear weapons were Americans themselves. The US soon graduated from fission weapons to thermonuclear bombs, which combined fission and fusion to release even more energy. They were as big a leap from the first atomic bombs as those devices were from conventional explosives, 1,000 times again more powerful.
Annihilation of any life on Earth has been brought within the range of technical possibility.
In 1954, at Bikini Atoll in the South Pacific, the US tested a new thermonuclear design that used lithium deuteride as a fuel, and they expected the device, codenamed Shrimp, to release the energy equivalent of 6 million tons of TNT. But they were wrong. It released 2.5 times that due to unanticipated reactions with lithium-7. And as a result, more radioactive material was created, and it rained down over a much larger area than planned. Residents of neighboring atolls were only evacuated 3 days later, suffering from radiation sickness. And further east, the 23 crew of a Japanese fishing boat were caught in a flurry of radioactive white ash. And by that evening, they were suffering from acute radiation syndrome. One of the crew died from ensuing complications 6 months later. These events triggered public outcry against nuclear testing. The modern peace sign was designed in the 1950s by combining the semaphore letters for N and D, standing for nuclear disarmament. A number of world leaders called for a comprehensive test ban, no more testing of nuclear weapons by any state. And this call was actually taken seriously by the world's nuclear powers. They entered into negotiations at meetings with very literal names like the Conference on the Discontinuance of Nuclear Weapon Tests, held in Geneva in 1958. And to show just how serious they were, they even stopped all testing during the negotiations, which is why 1959 is the only year in a long stretch when no nuclear weapons were detonated. But there was a big problem with negotiating a comprehensive test ban, which is, how do you know that the other side will hold up their end of the bargain? The US worried that the Soviets would continue testing covertly and leapfrog them technologically, and the Soviets similarly distrusted the US. So to address these concerns, they convened the Conference of Experts to study the possibility of detecting violations of a possible agreement on suspension of nuclear tests. Seriously, that was the name. I am not making this up.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for...
#ad.
Now, detecting atmospheric tests was fairly straightforward. The radioactive isotopes they produce disperse in the atmosphere and can be detected thousands of kilometers away. Underwater tests produce distinctive sounds that travel efficiently around a kilometer below the surface of the ocean, and these can be picked up by hydrophones. But underground tests are much harder to detect from afar because their radiation is mostly contained, and the Soviets refused to allow on-site compliance visits, which they regarded as espionage. And this is ultimately why when a test ban treaty was signed in 1963, it was only a partial ban. It banned testing underwater, in the atmosphere, and in space, places where compliance could be verified, but it didn't ban testing underground, for the simple reason that it was almost impossible to verify compliance. But scientists had been trying to find a way to reliably detect underground detonations. Following the Geneva meeting, American and Soviet scientists formed a working group to discuss the issue. And their idea was to use seismometers located outside the countries where nukes were being tested to detect the faint ground vibrations caused by explosions. The problem was, how do you distinguish a nuclear test from an earthquake? Every day around the world, there are close to 300 earthquakes with a magnitude of 3 or greater. In addition, part of the purpose of detecting your adversary's tests is to spy on them, to know how big of an explosion they can make. But the seismometer signal depends not only on the yield of the device, but also on how deep it was buried. For a given yield, deeper explosions appear smaller. So scientists wanted a method to reliably determine whether a given signal was a bomb or an earthquake, and if it was a bomb, how big it was and how deep it was buried. They knew that all this information was contained in the seismometer signal, but it couldn't just be read off by looking at the squiggles. They needed to know how much of different frequencies were present, which meant they needed to take a Fourier transform. A Fourier transform is a way of decomposing a signal into pure sine waves, each with its own amplitude and frequency that add to make it up. This seems a bit like magic, since the sum of a set of sine waves can look arbitrarily complicated and nothing like its component parts. There are some elegant ways to understand how Fourier transforms work, shout out to the awesome video by 3Blue1Brown, but I want to take more of a brute force approach. If you want to know how much of a particular sine wave is in a signal, just multiply the signal by the sine wave at each point, and then add up the area under the curve. As a simple example, say our signal is just a sine wave with a certain frequency, but pretend we don't know that, and we're trying to figure out which sine waves add to make it up. Well, if you multiply this signal by a sine wave of an arbitrary frequency, the two waves are uncorrelated. You're just as likely to find places where they have the same sign, both positive or both negative, as where they have opposite signs. And therefore, when you multiply them together, the area above the x-axis is equal to the area below the x-axis, so these areas add up to 0, which means that frequency sine wave is not a part of your signal. And this will be true for almost all frequencies you could try, assuming you're looking over a long enough time frame. The only exception is if the frequency of the sine wave exactly matches that of the signal. Now these waves are correlated, so their product is always positive, and so is the area under the curve. That indicates that this sine wave is part of our signal. And this trick works even if the signal is composed of a bunch of different frequencies. If the sine wave's frequency is one of the components of the signal, it will correlate with the signal, producing a non-zero area. And the size of this area tells you the relative amplitude of that frequency sine wave in the signal. Repeat this process for all frequencies of sine waves, and you get the frequency spectrum, essentially which frequencies are present and in what proportions. Now, so far, I've only talked about sine waves, but if the signal is a cosine wave, then even if you multiply it by a sine wave of the exact same frequency, the area under the curve will be 0. So for each frequency, we actually need to multiply by a sine wave and a cosine wave and find the amplitudes for each. The ratio of these amplitudes indicates the phase of the signal, that is, how much it's shifted to the left or to the right. You can calculate these sine and cosine amplitudes separately, or you can use Euler's formula, so you only need to multiply your signal by one exponential term. Then the real part of the sum is the cosine amplitude, and the imaginary part is the sine amplitude. In the American delegation at the Geneva meeting, there was a physicist, Richard Garwin, and a mathematician, John Tukey. They got into a debate with the Soviet delegation over which nation's seismometers were superior. So Garwin simulated the responses of both countries' devices on a computer at CERN. The next day, everyone agreed there wasn't much difference. The real obstacle to detecting underground explosions wasn't the accuracy of the seismometers, it was the vast amounts of computation required to Fourier transform the seismometer signals.
The thing about macro trends that we believe at Palantir.
It's
an example seismometer signal and its Fourier transform. Thus far, I've been thinking about signals as infinite continuous waves, and when you take their Fourier transform, you get an infinite continuous frequency spectrum. But real-world signals are not like that. They are finite and made up of individual samples or data points. Even though a seismometer signal looks smooth and continuous, it doesn't record ground motion with infinite precision. There is some fundamental graininess to the data. So what you have is discrete, finite data. So you can't use the idealized Fourier transform. Instead, you have to perform something called a discrete Fourier transform. And one of the distinguishing features of a discrete Fourier transform is that the frequency spectrum is also discrete and finite. You can think of the frequencies as falling into a finite number of bins. And what determines the number and size of these bins is the number of samples in the signal and how closely spaced they are. For example, the more spaced out the samples are, the lower the maximum frequency you can measure, because the samples aren't close enough together to capture high-frequency oscillations. The shorter the duration of the signal, the harder it is to tell similar frequencies apart, so this lowers the frequency resolution. The shorter the signal, the wider each frequency bin is. The lowest non-zero frequency you can effectively measure is one whose period is equal to the duration of the signal. And the higher frequency bins are just integer multiples of this frequency, so they fit 2, 3, 4, and so on periods in the duration of the signal. The total number of frequency bins is equal to the number of samples in the signal. So if the signal is made up of 8 samples, then the transform has 8 frequency bins, going from 0 up to 7 times the fundamental frequency. So let's do an example. Say we have a signal made up of 8 samples. Well, then the discrete Fourier transform will have 8 frequency bins. The first bin corresponds to a frequency of 0. Essentially, this measures if the signal is systematically shifted off the x-axis. You can think of it as measuring the DC offset. You multiply each data point by 1 and add them all together. In this case, they add to 0. The second frequency bin corresponds to the frequency that fits 1 period in the duration of the signal. So in this case, that corresponds to 1 hertz. You multiply each point by a sine wave of this frequency and a cosine wave of this frequency, and separately add them up. For sine, they add to 0. For cosine, they add to 4. And then repeat the process for 2 hertz, 3 hertz, and so on up to 7 hertz. And you have the discrete Fourier transform of this really simple signal. Now, this process works fine in principle, and you could use it to calculate all discrete Fourier transforms. But the problem is, it requires way too many calculations. To complete one discrete Fourier transform requires multiplying n data points by n different frequency waves, so n squared complex multiplications. Now, this is doable for 8 samples, but if you had, say, 1,000,000 samples, that would require 1,000,000 squared, or 1 trillion calculations. At the speed of 1960s computers, that would take over 3 years to complete, all for a single transform. Now, 1,000,000 samples is admittedly more than you would need for a single seismic event, but to analyze tens of events per day from hundreds of seismometers, it would just be far too time-consuming. And that's what gave scientists the impetus to look for a better way. And the breakthrough came in 1963 at a meeting of the President's Science Advisory Committee. President John F. Kennedy was there, as were Garwin and Tukey, the physicist and mathematician from the Geneva meeting. Although they were discussing issues of national importance like the Apollo program and nuclear fallout shelters, the meeting was apparently pretty boring. Garwin observed Tukey doodling throughout.
Let's go
but what he was
to
actually doing
warbands.
was working
Here, let's go dragon. Whoops. And blisterwood. Didn't realize that warbands was here. Okay, let's go to Edgeville. If the camp is still active on this world. Let's talk to Quirkus. I mean, KBD is at the same time, so it's a good chance. DWF, let's head over. See if there's any loot. Got farming, mining, and construction. Let's just do construction. go. Oh, it's dead. We're a bit late. Let's try another world. See if we can get some more supplies by going to Aussie. This might help. If this one is active. No camps, okay. Looks like they're all inactive at this point. I was hoping they'd last longer. RDI, let's go. Hopefully this still has supplies when we get there. That's okay, not the greatest search there. Be in a crunch here. Okay, let's check the camp. It's dead. Let's try world hopping. We seem to be dying quite quick now. We'll just try 3 here. Try 3 worlds. They're all dead. Just too late for warbands. Try 1 more here. Oh, got this camp. I'll take some herblore supplies. This is good. Okay, let's head out. Dodged a bullet there. surge. Use freedom. Followed by resonance. This guy. Another surge. Across the wall. Perfect. Let's exchange this and head back to Menaphos. Good. Boom. Go through the archway. Let's keep fishing here. I'm gonna check the next wilderness event. Flash event at least. We're lucky there. Next one is Forgotten Soldiers. Let's see if we've done it. We have done Forgotten Soldiers before. I'll skip that. Let's see. We do have to do Surprising Seedlings though, so got almost 2 hours before we head to the wilderness again. Keep watching Veritasium here.
On discrete Fourier transforms. At the end of the meeting, Garwin asked Tukey what he had worked out, and he was shocked to learn that Tukey knew a way to compute discrete Fourier transforms with many fewer computations. It would mean that the calculation that would have taken over 3 years could be done in just 35 minutes. This has aptly become known as the fast Fourier transform. So here is how it works. Consider the example from before with 8 samples. Each of those data points must be multiplied by the 8 different frequency waves. Here I'm only showing cosines for simplicity. So you would expect this to require 8 times 8 or 64 complex multiplications. But due to the periodic nature of sinusoids, these waves of different frequencies overlap in a predictable way. For example, at the middle data point, all of the 4 odd frequencies have the same value, and all of the 4 even frequencies have the same value as well. So instead of doing 8 multiplications, you only need to do 2. And this sort of duplication occurs at the other data points as well. So instead of performing 64 calculations, you need only 24. Now, that might seem like a small improvement, but it's the difference between a calculation that scales as n, the number of samples, squared, versus one that scales as n log base 2 of n, which means the bigger the dataset, the greater the savings. A signal with 1,000 samples would require 100 times fewer calculations, and 1,000,000 samples would require 50,000 times fewer calculations. But how do you know which calculations are redundant? Well, take your samples and split them into even and odd indexed points. You still need to multiply each of these by the 8 different frequency waves. But now let's look only at the even points and compare the first 4 frequencies to the second 4 frequencies. And what you find is that in each case, at the location of the samples, the values of the 2 sine waves are the same. A similar pattern can be observed for the odd indexed points, except the values of one sine wave are the negative of the other. More generally, they're related by a complex number. But what this means is that you don't have to do all the multiplications for the second half of the frequencies. Once you've calculated the odd and even sums for the lower half of the frequencies, you can reuse these values to find the upper half. So you've effectively cut the number of calculations required in half. But that's only a factor of 2. How do you get down to n log base 2 of n? Well, you repeat the same trick. Split the samples again into even and odd points, and then again repeatedly until you're down to single data points. At each split, you can exploit the symmetries of sinusoidal functions to cut the number of calculations in half. And that is how the fast Fourier transform reduces n squared calculations down to n log n. And it's why today, whenever anyone takes a Fourier transform, it's almost always done as a fast Fourier transform. Garwin approached an IBM researcher, James Cooley, to program a computer to run the FFT algorithm, but he didn't tell him the reason was to detect underground Soviet nuclear tests. He said it was to work out the spins in a crystal of helium-3. Cooley and Tukey published the algorithm in a seminal 1965 paper, and its use immediately took off. But it was too late to secure a comprehensive nuclear test ban. By that time, the UK, France, and China had joined the Soviet Union and the US as nuclear powers. And the partial test ban treaty, far from de-escalating the nuclear arms race, just sent it underground. The thinking was, if you were only allowed to test underground, then you better be testing extensively so as not to fall behind all the other nuclear states. So from 1963, 1,500 nuclear weapons were detonated. That's roughly one a week for 30 years. This testing facilitated the construction of an absurd number of nukes. At the peak in the mid-1980s, 70,000 nuclear warheads were in existence. Total expenditure on nukes in the 20th century is estimated at around $10 trillion each for the US and the Soviet Union, adjusting for inflation. If only scientists had been confident in their ability to remotely detect underground tests in the early 1960s, then a comprehensive test ban could have been reached, stopping the nuclear arms race before it really got going. To check how realistic this is, I asked Richard Garwin himself.
Think you're brushing your teeth the right way? Think again.
Check again.
Story.
It is a good story.
It would have helped, and it might have turned the tide.
But that would have required an earlier discovery of the fast Fourier transform. And as luck would have it, it was discovered earlier, but then forgotten. All the way back in 1805, mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss was studying the newly discovered asteroids of Pallas, Ceres, and Juno. To determine the orbit of Juno, Gauss devised a novel approach to harmonic analysis, and he jotted it down in his notes, but later used a different method, and he never thought to publish that first insight. Today, we can see that Gauss had figured out the discrete Fourier transform before Joseph Fourier himself published it in 1807. And he had developed the same fast Fourier transform algorithm as Cooley and Tukey a century and a half earlier. The reason his breakthrough was not widely adopted was because it only appeared after his death in volume 3 of his collected works, and it was written with non-standard notation in a 19th century version of Latin. What do you think would have happened if Gauss had realized the significance of his discovery and had published it in a way that others could understand? With our modern network of seismometers and computing and the fast Fourier transform, today we have the ability to detect magnitude 3 events, which correspond to a 1 kiloton or so explosion, basically anywhere on Earth. Following Cooley and Tukey's paper, the use of FFTs exploded, and they are the basis for most compression algorithms, like the ones that allow you to watch and listen to this video. Here's how the fast Fourier transform allows you to compress an image. You take the pixel brightness values for each row of an image and perform a fast Fourier transform. So essentially, you're figuring out what frequencies are present in the brightness values of the rows of an image. Here, brightness represents the magnitude of each frequency component, and the color represents the phase, how shifted that frequency is to the left or the right. And then you perform another FFT for the columns of pixels. It doesn't matter if you do the rows or columns first. What you need is a two-dimensional FFT of the original image. For almost all real-world images, you find that a lot of the values in the transform are close to 0. I've taken the log of the transform values so you can see them, but if I don't, then it's clear most of the values, especially toward the edges, are very small. And these correspond to high frequencies. And what this means is that you can throw out a lot of the information in the transformed image, say 99% of it. But when you invert that result, you still get a fairly good representation of the original image. So on your computer, most of the images will be saved in this form as a two-dimensional fast Fourier transform. And then when you want to look at the picture again, the computer simply inverts the transform. There are so many applications for FFTs, from solving differential equations to radar and sonar, studying crystal structures, Wi-Fi and 5G. Basically, all kinds of signal processing use FFTs. And that's why mathematician Gilbert Strang called the FFT the most important numerical algorithm of our lifetime. If only it had become more widely adopted after Gauss discovered it, the FFT may have even more dramatically transformed our world. Now, I don't think Gauss could ever have imagined how important the FFT would be, just as most people don't think about the cumulative impact of their life's work. You know, in an average career, you work 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year.
Hashtag ad.
Fulfill tests like being tests yet the world. A career curated, you've done both you want that to your inbox. So to get started on a career that tackles the world's most, we'll put that, and I want to thank you for watching.
Pause it. Yeah, go. Not bad.
I would go to yoga, but I don't have the right gear.
Save on all the best activewear at Sierra.
Also, I might have sent a late-night text to my instructor on his honeymoon.
Okay. Let's see here. Just checking out Yaka here. Interesting. All right. Let's refresh our lobster. Here we go.
Yo, what up? It's your boy. And listen, guys, I need your help. If there's one video topic that has been recommended, or rather requested by you guys here on the second channel quite a bit, and a surprising amount, is hey Joey, I see you got a sweet little record player back there, and it looks like you collect some records as well. Hey, can we see your record collection? I know you love music and you love collecting records. Can we see your record collection? And you know, I thought about doing a record collection video just to show you guys who are actually interested in the whole music aspect of my personality. You know, what kind of music is Joey listening to? What kind of records is he listening to? You know, rather than kind of sitting here and, you know, going through all of my records and stuff like that, you know, I thought about maybe doing like a stream where I go through and like show all the records that I have and stuff like that, or, you know, maybe just like a YouTube video like this. I figured, you know what, no, I want to get you guys involved in this somehow. So I decided to do what any music enthusiast on the internet does best, and make a Discogs account. Now, if you guys don't know what Discogs is, it is a website where, as the name suggests, it is a kind of like a My Anime list, but instead of for the anime or the manga that you have watched and read, it is the records and the CDs and the music collection that you own. It's kind of like a nice place to kind of put all of the music that you own into a nice little database so that other music enthusiasts can check it out as well. And, you know, we can kind of share the records that we want, share the records that we own, all that kind of stuff in a nice, easy to see place. And you know, I'd known about Discogs for the longest time. By the way, this is not a sponsor for Discogs. I just heard about it from a friend of mine while I was on tour, actually, on the Trash Taste tour. I was talking about how I wanted to go to a record store, and someone at the tour was like, do you have a Discogs account? And I was like, oh, shit. I should probably make one of those. And here it is. Here is my Discogs account. I've left, by the way, my Discogs account down in the description below, so you can see it for yourself. But yeah, here is all of the vinyls that I currently own. I don't think I have every single one on here, but for the most part, this is what my record collection currently looks like. Altogether, I have 112 records, which I thought was going to be a lot more. I thought I was going to have like close to 200 records, but it turns out, no. I have just over 100 records, which is still a lot. If you're asking someone who has never collected records before, doesn't know anything about collecting records, it's still a lot. So this is going to be a place where I will be using to, you know, kind of keep up with my record collection because, admittedly, before I started this Discogs account, I had accidentally bought a couple of duplicates of a couple of records that
Gonna stop here real quick. Check something. It's bait.
There you are.
You know, Kath, with Chase Freedom Unlimited, we can cash back.
Alright, gonna use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's keep watching here. Quite impressive. Not bad. Alright, let's keep going here. Alrighty.
I thought I didn't own, but it turns out I actually already did. And yeah, I quite like my record collection, but I figured, again, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, I would get you guys involved as well. Because during the Trash Taste tour, there are a couple of you guys, a couple of very generous people who watch Trash Taste and who are fans of us, actually sending us a lot of gifts. And a number of gifts I received personally were people gifting me records. And I thought that was like a really cool, I guess, little sentiment. And, you know, it was kind of cool to be able to kind of share our love for music. And, you know, since people are always recommending me, like, artists and stuff like that to listen to me, like, yo, Joey, have you listened to this band? Have you listened to this artist? Yo, you should grab a record of these guys. They're fucking awesome. And I have actually gotten a lot of people asking me through, like, comments and on Twitter and stuff like that, yo, Joey, I want to send you some records, dude, so you can listen to them. But, like, where do you send that shit to, dude? I don't know. So, what I have decided to do instead was to say to you guys, yo, if you want to send me some records and stuff like that, or if you want to send me anything for that matter, then you can send them to the Geeks Plus office, which I have left the link or the address to down in the description below as well. You know, you can send me whatever you want, and maybe from there we can kind of do like a mail opening series here on this channel, because I think that would be pretty cool, you know, to see the kind of cool stuff that you will send me. But yeah, I figured it would kind of be like a cool little, you know, fun, I guess, activity or like series that we can all get involved in. And, you know, because I fucking adore getting gifts from you guys. It is some of the coolest stuff, and some of the gifts that you guys have sent us, especially during like the Trash Taste tour, for instance, was some of the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. And so, you know, I figured there's probably a lot of people who want to do that but don't have the opportunity to do so. So I figured, you know what, let's open up that address. It wasn't really a secret or anything, if you're wondering. You know, a lot of people have asked us, hey, do you guys have a PO box that we can send you guys stuff to? We don't have a PO box, but you can send them to the Geeks Plus office. Geeks Plus obviously being the agency that we're a part of. So again, I will leave the address to that down in the description box of this video. And for those of you who want to send me records, now you know with my Discogs account what exactly I have and what exactly I don't have. And again, if we get enough people sending stuff, then you know, we might make a little like kind of mail series as well. You know, we're doing a real throwback to like the old school YouTube days where every YouTuber would have a PO box and, you know, send a bunch of shit and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I figured, you know, it would be a cool way for you guys to get involved in the I guess content creation process on this channel. Some people may call it leeching off of the audience. I call it taking advantage. Obviously, I'm just joking, but you know, hopefully, you know, it'll be something cool that we can do together, and you know, to kind of again get you guys involved in the creation process of this channel. Again, guys, there is absolutely no obligation to send me stuff. I know it is expensive, especially for people who are shipping from very, very far away, like Europe and America and stuff like that. So again, this is completely just like, if you want to do it, I'm not gonna like hate you or anything if you don't send me shit. Obviously, I don't want every one of you guys sending me shit because there's only so much space I have in this goddamn house. But, you know, I have, again, heard a lot of people requesting for, like, a PO box for the longest time now. So, yeah, here you go. I guess here's a video to finally tell you guys, yeah, you can send me shit if you want. You can send me some cool stuff if you want. You can help me make my record collection even bigger if you want. But I just want to say again, you know, thank you guys so much for the insane amount of support recently, especially here on this second channel. I've been having a lot of fun kind of experimenting with all sorts of kind of, you know, easier to make kind of looser type of content here on the second channel. And we just recently hit 666,000 subscribers. Fuck yeah, number of the beast, baby. And again, if you enjoy this video and want to support this channel, then hey, make sure to smack my face right here to subscribe to the channel. Let's keep making big channel number go bigger. And over here next to my head, a couple more videos you can check out if you enjoyed this one. Again, all the links to my social media and everything is down in the description box below as always, as well as, again, my Discogs account, as well as the address you can send stuff to. And thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
My job is to make sure...
Welcome!
Return of the memes on Smosh Pit. Who memed it? Hopefully some good memes here.
Who memed it? On Smosh Pit! It's no longer on Smosh Games, but it's the same show, it's the same bullcrap.
Yeah! Except now we're on this side of the TV and you're on that side.
That's right.
Weird.
So like and subscribe to this channel and to the Smosh Games channel. So this show is very simple. We here at Smosh, we have a lot of crew members, a lot of cast, and we like to all make memes. So we submit a bunch of memes, and then we present them here, and our contestants will guess who memed the meme.
Yeah.
Whoever guesses the most correctly wins. What do they win? Nothing.
What?
They're the meme lord.
It's Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. The answer was Joe Byron. Unfortunately.
So
So sorry, Ian.
Are you gonna
have
rip
to
those
leave.
off?
Yes.
Oh, do it.
When you least expect it.
Oh. I really don't expect
Yeah.
it right now.
I'm
Yeah.
excited.
I ripped them off and my skin is connected to them.
Yeah.
So let's get into this. Our contestants today, by the way, are Ian, Amanda, and Noah. All of them know memes. Let's get into the first round.
Okay.
First meme, Shane. You think you funny, huh? I am, lol. Okay. Okay. Starting off roasting me, that I think my own jokes are funny. Who memed this? Was it Spencer, one of our editors? You've seen him all over the place on these channels. Was it Courtney? Was it Damien? Or was it Liv, our design intern? Write down your answers. We will reveal in a second. Once you have them all done and you can explain.
Did you look at mine?
I usually cheat off of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noah, let's see your answer.
I thought B, Courtney.
Okay.
I don't know why, it's the pop art 50 style of it. For some reason it made me feel Courtney.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, and also this second image infers that I'm then myself.
Oh, I didn't even realize
I
that.
didn't even realize that.
Come on. You Titanic yourself.
I didn't know. Oh, that is so Titanic.
Yeah.
Amanda?
I did A, Spencer, because it feels like a Spencer, like, huh, this is a hilarious joke.
He would do that.
You know?
Spencer would laugh in that way where he's kind of like,
Huh.
yeah.
Hilarious.
Ian?
Yeah, it's giving low effort, so I'm thinking Spencer, not the movie. But
Okay.
the person.
Nice. Let's see who memed it. It was
So you just said the low effort thing.
Liv! Our design intern.
Wow.
To the design intern.
Wow.
I heard we're getting a new intern soon.
She's on notice.
No points. No points. Next meme. Smosh fans be like, ah yes, comedy.
Arby's roast beef sandwiches, now for
Targad.
Oh.
Oh.
For those of you tuning in now, we can be loud sometimes.
I just got it.
Was this Matt Duran, our assistant editor? Was it Peter, our social editor? Was it Josh, our sketch editor? Or was it Tommy? He's been on tons of Try Not to Laughs, tons of shows. Tommy is also an editor here. So all of these people have to edit our content, have headphones in,
listening to us all the time. Yeah. So this is relatable for all 4 of these people. Ian, let's see your answer.
I think it's Peter.
You think it's Peter?
Yeah, I think,
okay.
you know, watching all those social clips, editing down, has to hear a lot of screaming.
Yeah.
All over.
Okay, Amanda?
I think it's Josh because Peter would never be so rude.
Oh.
Neither would Josh, actually.
Peter's a man of few words, but I feel like when he does say something, he's gonna roast us. All right, Noah?
Man, I think it's Tommy. I think it's simple, but also the guy kind of looks like Tommy a little.
Huh.
That's how I feel. Maybe
Okay.
from this angle, but yeah, that's what I think.
All different answers. Who memed it? It was Peter!
Hey!
Ian, you get a point.
I don't know him. I just don't know him.
You don't know him. You walk past him all the time.
Life's too short not to be Italian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Next meme. Gay son or thought daughter.
Oh my God. Oh
Okay.
my God, gorgeous.
Was this Kiana, our director of Pit? Was it Janie, one of our writers? Was it Aaron, our executive assistant? Or was this Courtney?
Our resident bud.
Our resident bud. Our resident butthead.
These pictures are ridiculous.
This is the angel and demon on Tommy's shoulders.
Oh, totally.
Noah, let's see your answer.
I'm hoping that it's D, Courtney.
Okay, Amanda.
C, Aaron.
All right, interesting.
Interesting.
Interesting. Ian.
Because I know she spent previous work at Bravo and probably played this game before.
Oh,
I think it's B, Janie.
Wow, you have some inside intel there.
Yep.
I didn't know that. All right, who memed it? Wow!
Good job. Good job.
Man! Ian, you've got 2 points. You're in the lead.
I guess.
You guys have to catch up.
Yeah.
This one's worth double points, though, right?
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Next meme. This will probably have to be cut. Damien.
Oh, I feel that one.
Holy shit.
That. Oh, I feel it.
Yeah, that's real.
So funny.
You watching might be confused. There's a lot of things Damien asks to be. If a joke is just like, I don't know about that joke, Damien will be there being like, I think we should cut that. Fair. So was this Matt Duran?
This is hilarious.
Was it Damien? Did Damien write this? Was it Aaron or was it Kiana?
Damien knows this, so like Damien would make this.
Damien could make this. Matt Duran sees the edits, so he would hear it. Aaron, she's around, she would know. And Kiana is definitely there for all of it.
I know who I'm choosing.
Amanda, you're so certain.
Yeah.
Let's hear your answer.
D, Kiana.
You think this is Kiana?
Maybe.
All right, Ian.
Kiana put some bangers through. We haven't seen any from her yet, so I'm thinking D, Kiana.
Yep.
Okay, Noah.
A little bit different than everyone else. I said D, Kiana.
Oh, wow. We have
all
3
think
for
it's Kiana.
Kiana does submit bangers a lot.
Yes.
So let's see. Who memed it? Aaron!
Oh,
it was Aaron.
Guys,
Aaron is a silent killer.
She really is.
She
though.
really is.
I knew that.
I don't have balls nearly the size.
All right, next meme. Steal a character from South Park. Yell. Shane on Try Not to Laugh. Okay.
My God. Ouchie.
Okay. What? I don't even know what character you're talking about. Was this Damien? Was it Spencer? Was it Garrett, the bane of our existence on Eat It or Yeet It? Or was it Marcus, our production assistant? Any one of these people
You always get it right.
are willing to
committing.
roast the shit out of me.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
Marcus,
Yeah.
Marcus has been only incredibly nice to
Yeah,
me.
I don't know.
This changes things. What was your answer?
All right, man, this feels like Spencer. I think it's Spencer.
Okay, I like that. Amanda.
This feels like Damien. I don't know.
Okay.
I think if
Ian.
anyone has an encyclopedic knowledge of South Park, it's probably Spencer.
Spencer.
Yeah, whoever wrote this has to also acknowledge that they've watched a lot of South Park.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Maybe
This is not Damien.
It could be. You don't know yet. That's the game.
Who memed it? Damien!
Oh, see?
Tear away! Tear away!
That's a point for Amanda.
Trust your gut. Finally.
Next meme. Damien explaining the board game rules. Courtney. Great!
Wow, I feel this so hard. I feel this so hard right now.
Greg is our sound guy. He's just like,
Yeah, it's going great. You're doing it perfect.
I was thinking he was like trying to also pipe in to like explain
Wait,
more
that's
board
not
game
what you
rules.
do. That's not what you
yes,
do.
yes. Who memed this? Was it Spencer? Was it Kiana? Was it
Hey.
Garrett? Or was it Courtney? Ian, who memed it? Let's see it.
Sorry, I'm just still looking at the meme. I think it's Kiana. Kiana has to be on there
Okay,
somewhere.
Amanda.
Hey, Spencer.
Got it.
Wow.
Noah.
I'm thinking B, Kiana.
All right.
Oh.
Okay.
It's probably Spencer though.
Who memed
I
it?
think it's Spencer.
It was Courtney!
Oh, self-report.
Wow.
Self-report.
Wow. Okay, she crushed that.
I should have known she picked the cute dragon.
She crushed.
Yeah, she's like, where's the part where I can find the hottest look for this dragon?
That was a good one.
Good one.
Next meme.
Oh my god.
Okay, give me a second on this one. The fans, this show has helped me so much with my anxiety and depression. God, I was having such a bad day and you guys made it better. I was having a bad mental health day and you guys helped me. The crew, and it's Lexapro and Prozac and Adderall.
So everyone, the fans are saying that we helped them with their depression, and then we gave the crew depression.
Yes.
I know exactly who did this one.
When you watch Smosh
Oh,
videos,
wait.
our crew is soaking up your depression. And
Well-
that is what this meme is inferring. I'm not saying
I
it.
chose one.
We make Jack fire. You make it count.
I don't know. It could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
I can legally say why I think it would be a couple of these people.
Well, I'll say I picked a person.
Was it Kiana? Was it Tommy? Was it Liv? Was it Damien? Now, as far as I know, none of these people would know anything about this.
This one's like truly really funny, and if it's Liv, I'm gonna have to hire her back.
After firing her from the last one? Yeah. We'll
Just-
think about it.
This is a very good meme.
Oh, you know what? Oh, I don't know if Tommy would do that many things. He wouldn't make it that messy.
Didn't really design forward on this.
He wouldn't make it that messy.
Ian,
F it. Keeping it.
I think it's Tommy.
you think it's Tommy?
I think
Okay.
it's
Tommy.
You think it's Tommy?
Without violating any HIPAA, I think it's Tommy.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's got to be some jokes somewhere on Try Not to Laugh that Tommy's made it very clear. All right. Who memed it?
Damn! I should have trusted my gut and not done
You're
Tommy.
right.
All right. Next meme.
God, Kiana, you're funny.
The love of my life. The red flags I'm ignoring.
Oh,
That's
very
good. Okay. Was it Josh? Was it Aaron? Was it Selena, our office manager and someone who reacts a lot to my getting slapped? Or was it Marcus, who, as far as we know, is the nicest guy?
Does anyone think it's like self-centered to use your own meme format? Honest. I don't have an opinion on it.
Oh,
I'm just
because this
wondering.
is Selena in
That's
this
Selena.
photo.
No, I don't think it's self-centered. I think it's sick.
Amanda, who'd you answer?
Selena!
You said it's Selena.
Wow.
Ian.
Selena.
I think the formatting's a bit different from the others, so I'm gonna say maybe it's Marcus.
Oh, Noah.
I said it might be Josh.
Okay.
Oh.
3 different answers here. Who memed it? Selena!
Well done.
You just called Selena self-centered. How do you feel about
No,
that,
I said,
Noah?
does anyone else think it is self-centered? I have no opinion.
I don't think so. Next meme, Spencer, editor, cast, cutting out everyone else's bit.
That's amazing.
That's awesome. Was this meme made by Spencer? Was it made by Duran? Was it made by Tommy? Was it made by Courtney? All right, Noah.
I think it's B, Duran, the assistant editor.
Interesting. Okay.
Duran.
I think it's Duran.
I think it's a self-report. I think it's Spencer.
You said sphincter.
Huh?
That's not. That doesn't say Spencer.
What?
You've been
That
spelling
says
it that way this whole
sphincter.
time?
Show me Spencer. Duran!
Hey, yeah, kiss him.
Whoa!
Duran!
Good instinct.
That picture of him is. Ooh.
All right. Noah is on the board now.
That was your first win?
That was his first win.
Uh-huh.
Way to go,
Nice.
Noah.
Let me
Thank
wipe
you.
off the dust.
You look dusty.
All right, next meme.
I used to have a
Oh,
hamster.
we got a GIF here.
Oh God.
How Ian would eat a hot dog on Eatery. Yeeted.
Just like Elvis.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Ian.
It's true. It's true. It's true.
That's
it's
not
true.
how you do it.
It's true.
That is.
I feel
that's a
like
whole
Garrett
lot.
would never do something that crass. I feel like he would never.
Garrett's vegan, and I think he doesn't like animal cruelty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is not a Garrett one.
Was it Peter? Was it Spencer? Was it Trevor from the Mythical Kitchen? Was it Garrett? I love the reaction Trevor got. Everyone's like, "Aw."
Insane.
Ian, what do you think about this gift that's made about you?
I think Trevor's a dirty bird. And
Trevor-
I think he would do that.
Trevor does specialize in cringe gifts.
Trevor's
All
a
right.
dirty bird,
Okay.
and I think that he would do that.
2 for Trevor. Noah.
I've seen Ian do it, and that's why I said Trevor.
So we got 3 for Trevor. All right. Show me Trevor. It was Garrett!
I've changed since I've been away.
What?
Wow.
What?
Damn.
You are X-rated, sir.
That was
Wow.
insane.
Danny can hear you.
I didn't even know that you learned how to access GIFs.
All right. Next
Dirty.
meme.
Oh, what the hell?
What?
That is brilliant.
Oh my
That
God.
is, look at that lamp behind you. Or a sculpture.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's, wow.
I am proud of the LaCroix wall, okay? I am proud of it.
That's clear. Okay, I
This
think
is
I
what
know
you're,
exactly
this is what
who
you're
that
thinking
was.
of mid-coitus.
Was this Patrick, the director of the main Smosh channel, the sketch channel? Was this Liv? Was it Jeremy, one of our writers? Or was it Trevor again? Well, Trevor didn't do that last one, but did he do this one? Now, Patrick and Jeremy have both helped me
Yep,
with the LaCroix
they
wall.
have.
In fact, Jeremy, I would say, is the main sculptor. of
I
the
know.
LaCroix wall. Liv does work in a similar area, so she has to deal with the LaCroix wall
You
a lot.
haven't voted.
Trevor's aware of the LaCroix wall, and Trevor's also an absolute menace when it comes to memes, so he would do this to me. Okay, Ian.
I mean, it's kind of an old reference. I'm thinking maybe Patrick.
I will say American Psycho has a lot of relevance right now on the internet. Amanda.
C, it's definitely a Jeremy joke.
Okay. Noah.
God, I think Amanda's right, but I said A. Patrick.
Okay. Who memed it? It was Liv!
Liv?
Oh my God! It is Gen Z.
Keep her fired.
Gen Z loves Patrick
Okay,
Bateman.
hire her back. She's amazing.
She's back. She's back.
Liv she's killing it.
She's killing
She's
it.
really killing it. All right.
Russian.
Next meme. Shane, what if everyone
I know this
slapped
guy.
me in the face? Hey,
He's from Ancient Aliens.
Kiana was there when I pitched this idea, and that is probably how I pitched it. Yep. Was this Josh? Was it Janie? Was it Marcus? Or was it Duran? One of these has to be Marcus.
Who knows Ancient Aliens?
I
Well,
think,
this is
I
the
think
oldest
all of these
meme
people.
template. This is a super old meme
Okay,
template.
my dad watches this show for real.
All right, Amanda, who memed
D,
it?
Duran.
You think it was Duran?
Yeah.
Noah.
D. Duran.
Oh.
Great.
I says Duran.
All for Duran.
Wow.
Interesting. Who memed it? Marcus!
Oh!
Look at those eyebrows!
It's too kind.
Those are
Look
kind
at those eyebrows!
Those are kind eyebrows.
All right, next meme.
He webs all over himself.
Wow, we have a B-reel of Ian watching the Hindenburg.
That's awesome. That's tight.
That's
tight.
Oh, he's not smiling though. So
He
I don't
is
believe
definitely
it.
no, he's smiling.
Is he? He's
Yeah,
smiling.
I'm
He's saying
smiling.
that.
He's happy.
Smile.
Oh, I was 57 minutes late. Dang.
Yeah, he's very. That's the real bummer of this.
Yeah.
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
When the stakes are high at work, your tone matters. Grammarly's advanced tone suggestions.
You were busy setting the
Oh
explosion.
man! I was
Again.
late. Was it Garrett? Was it Courtney? Was it Tommy? Was it Kiana? Noah?
They could.
This is C, Tommy.
Okay.
Okay.
Amanda?
This is D, Kiana.
Okay. Ian?
Kiana did just brag that she knows Photoshop now, so I'm thinking it's
All
D
right.
Kiana.
2 for Kiana, 1 for Tommy. Who memed it? Garrett!
I don't even know you!
Garrett unlocked another skill, GIFs and Photoshop.
Hold on.
He's becoming too powerful.
That took way too much skill, Garrett.
Oh my God.
I've had some time off.
I do not know you anymore.
That wasn't Photoshop. That was a real picture he took.
I don't know
Garrett went back
Garrett
in
was
time.
there.
Garrett, it's not possible for Garrett to use Photoshop. He had to have gone back in time.
Absolutely.
And taken that photo.
Absolutely.
Next meme.
Only explanation.
Solid Good Cat. This is how I see myself on Discord. Just the chill, low-key guy who does his own thing and doesn't give a about what anyone thinks. Is this just a real photo?
Oh God, he looks sick.
And he's wearing an episode 1 shirt. Look at that. Was this Selena? Was it Duran? Was it Trevor? Or was this a self-report of Spencer? All right, Ian, you wrote that fast.
It seems, yeah, I don't know, it seems like pretty deep cut. I'm thinking it's Trevor.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I understand this reference. All right, Noah.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do, so I thought maybe self-report, D. Spencer.
Okay. And Amanda.
I went for D and then I changed it to a B.
You wrote Duran.
So it looks like that.
We have 1 for Spencer, 1 for Duran, 1 for Trevor. Who memed it? Trevor!
Hey, there we go.
It was
Look
Trevor.
at that photo.
Trevor definitely loves the deep cut references. All right, next meme. Garrett when his coworkers are writhing on the ground. Now who memed this? Was it Rachel, our social queen? Was it Garrett? Was it Peter? Was it Liv? And man, Liv.
All right, I'm gonna stop here real quick. Gonna grab some water. Alrighty, let's do this.
She's been just
Yeah, but Garrett's
killing it.
been.
Garrett and Liv are both
secret,
silent killers
killer.
today. All right, Ian. All right, got a vote for Liv, and you weren't stoked about it. You're saying Liv as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Noah.
Oh, I know, and it's Rachel.
Okay, 1 for Rachel, 2 for Liv. Who memed it? Peter!
What's
Guys!
going on?
Come on!
Peter wants to be the chef guy.
Life's too
suck.
short not to be Italian.
Next meme. New Smoshcast has their own Disney show, The Replacements.
I know exactly who did this one.
I actually know who did this one. Was this Tommy? Was it Spencer? Was it Courtney? Or was it Damien?
I know.
Noah.
That's an A, Tommy.
You think that's a Tommy?
That's an A, Tommy.
You think that's a Tommy?
Yeah, I think it's a Tommy.
We got 3 for Tommy. Show me Tommy. And that's a Tommy.
On brand.
On
Nice.
brand.
Guys, we're about to go into our final meme, and the points as of now are 4 for Ian, 4 for Amanda, and 2 for Noah.
Ooh, it's going down.
It's like gold.
It's going
All
down.
right. Unfortunately, Noah, this last one is worth 1 point.
Okay.
So you're not
Show
gonna
us the
win.
final meme. Smosh when another white man they frequently collab with gets canceled.
That's a good one.
This is a great one to end on.
I haven't been keeping up with the news. What happened? Okay, was this Aaron? Was it Rachel?
Damn.
Was it Kiana? Or was it Courtney?
This is
Damn
great.
it. This is hard.
This is really.
Watch, it was a collab between all 4 of them.
I'm not gonna say names, but there's been a few. Okay, Noah, who named it?
C. Kiana.
Okay.
Damn it.
Amanda.
I should have went with Kiana, but I went with Aaron. 'Cause-
Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
Ian.
And we're tied right now, and I went with C. Kiana.
All right. So someone is going to win, or it's going to be a tie if none of you are right. Who memed this? It was Aaron! Amanda wins! Wow! Amanda is the King Lord!
Thank you!
We need to. Where's the crown?
Great
Where's
job.
The crown?
We need to make up. We will work on making a meme crown. But as of now, Amanda, you are the meme lord. Until next time. So thank you for watching. This has been Who Memed It. Make sure to like and subscribe here in Smosh Games and the Smosh channel. Send us memes on Twitter, wherever, and comment down below what other kinds of memes you'd like to see on the show. In the meantime, there's more videos for you to watch right here. Got others. Yep, that's correct.
Pant tear away.
Do it.
Okay, here's
Do
the
it.
real one. No, I'm just kidding.
Can you be the Duchess of Meme?
Duchess
you like
of
that?
Memes.
Yeah, I love that.
Duchess of Memes. Good. Bye.
Bye.
No, let's skip this. Alright, final video in the queue here. Before I'll queue up some more. Goodbye,
AMD
NVIDIA.
is back, and NVIDIA is about to pay for their outrageous pricing practices. The RDNA 3 announcement just concluded, and while AMD gave us very little in the way of meaningful performance data, I'm really optimistic anyway, and here's why. Immediately after the stream ended, our labs team sprang into action, building up test benches as close as possible to the ones that AMD used in their performance preview. That allowed us to expand on AMD's rather vague slides that didn't include a single NVIDIA GPU, and extrapolate some actually useful comparative performance data. Now the bad news is that NVIDIA might still be the performance king. But the good news is that I can confidently say that AMD's new Radeon RX 7900 XTX should come within spitting distance of NVIDIA's RTX 4090 for $600 less. The only thing with better performance per dollar is this segue to our sponsor.
PDQ. PDQ makes device management simple, secure, and pretty damn quick. Automate your patch management and software deployment processes with PDQ Deploy and Inventory. Start your free trial now at pdq.com/LTT.
In AMD's Together We Advance _gaming live event, they announced the 2 flagship tier GPUs that will lead their RDNA 3 family, the Radeon RX 7900 XT and 7900 XTX, with 20 and 24 gigabytes of GDDR6 respectively, which was my first surprise. I mean, why would they cheap out on the memory when they need to compete with NVIDIA cards that are using faster GDDR6X? 2 reasons. 1, to save power, which is fair enough given the reputation their competition has built for unreasonable power consumption in thermals, and 2, because they just don't seem to need it. The most useful slide that AMD provided was this one, where we see the 7900 XTX performing between 1.5 to 1.7 times the outgoing flagship 6950 XT at 4K. Now AMD was frustratingly vague about the exact settings that they used to achieve these results, even when we probed them after the event. But we managed to extract just enough information to create our own set of performance graphs by extrapolating from our own reference 6950 XT. Let's start with Cyberpunk 2077. AMD's previous best managed 46 FPS. Not great. But multiply that by 1.7 and we've got a spicy 78 frames per second. That's just a single frame per second behind the RTX 4090. What a generational improvement. In Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Our RX 6950 XT managed a respectable 90 FPS. When we multiply that by AMD's 1.5 times, assuming of course they're not just outright lying, we can expect the 7900 XTX to lag NVIDIA's flagship by only 6%. Hot dang! Finally, in Watch Dogs Legion, the 7900 XTX takes its largest L compared to the RTX 4090, but that still only has it lagging behind by about 10%. Not too shabby, AMD. Of course,
looks like AMD
performance
might be
is
hitting
meaningless
hard.
if it'll cost you 2 fingers and your right butt cheek, NVIDIA. And I have more good news. The 7900 XTX is $1,000, while the 7900 XT comes in $100 less at $900, which, I mean, I never thought I'd be happy about even a top tier GPU being only $1,000, but I guess that really shows just how out to lunch NVIDIA has been with the pricing of the RTX 4000 series. But wait a second, didn't NVIDIA's CEO Jensen go out on stage and basically say, the pricing is so high because of factors outside his control? Moore's law is dead, he said. So, well, how did AMD pull it off then? Well, first of all, by not using the latest and greatest manufacturing process. RDNA 3 GPUs, at least the ones we've seen so far, are made using a combination of TSMC's 5nm and 6nm processes, making this both the very first chiplet design GPU and way cheaper to manufacture than the 4nm monolithic dies that NVIDIA uses for RTX 4000. But you'd think there'd be a downside to that, right? Like, don't older manufacturing nodes have worse power consumption? Believe it or not, the total board power of the 7900 XT and XTX is just 300 and 355 watts respectively, and it's delivered by 2 good old-fashioned 8-pin PCIe power connectors. I never thought I'd be adding "not a fire hazard" as a selling point for a GPU, but here we are. This also means that if you're upgrading from something like a GTX 1080 Ti or an RTX 2080, you probably don't need to upgrade your system power supply, and you also probably don't need to upgrade your case. The reference 7900 XTX is a much more reasonable 287mm wide and 2.5 slots tall compared to the 304mm and 3.5 slots of the RTX 4090. Again, I never thought a GPU physically fitting in your computer would be a major selling point, but here we are. How did they do this then? Well, AMD also packed in some really cool power management innovations. For starters, they decoupled the clock speed of the shaders, which now run at up to 2.3 gigahertz, and the front end, which runs at 2.5. We've actually seen this before in mobile products, but never in a desktop GPU, and the main benefit of this approach is that it allows them to prioritize the speed of one over the other depending on the workload. For instance, if the game you're running doesn't hit the shaders super hard, maybe those are fine, just sipping power at 1.8 gigahertz while the front end runs at full speed. AMD says this can reduce total power consumption by 25%, which might not be something you care about. If you have a beefy power supply and a well-cooled case already though, fear not, AMD says there will be AIB partner cards with more cooling and higher power consumption to enable even higher clock speeds. Or AMD says anyway. So far, we've only found this Asus TUF model with 3 8-pin connectors, which might indicate higher power consumption, but nothing to say of the clock speeds. Now, possibly the dumbest problem with the RTX 4090, aside from the burning up 12-pin power adapters, is that it only supports DisplayPort 1.4, which, given how freaking fast it is, could actually become a problem in the very near future as new displays become available. AMD, on the other hand, managed to avoid this embarrassing situation by including DisplayPort 2.1, which can support ridiculous resolutions and frame rate combinations like 4K 480 Hz or 8K 165 Hz. Now, obviously, whether you go Team Green or Team Red, your GPU won't be able to keep up with that today. But with the way that upscaling and frame generation technology is progressing, DP 2.1 is some massive future-proofing that could make the RTX 4090 unable to take full advantage of monitors that could be releasing as early as next year. AMD has also included a new media engine that has 8K 60 AV1 encode and decode support. This is a huge boon for streamers who are looking to get the best image quality going forward, and they announced Smart Access Video, which can share the load of encode and decode operations between AMD GPUs and CPUs, apparently giving a 30% uplift in 4K multi-stream transcoding. Though we'll have to see how well this actually works when it lands in OBS in December. I'm a little skeptical, but in fairness to AMD, the recent software upgrades that they made to their media engine for Radeon 6000 did bring about image quality improvements to get them closer to NVIDIA's NVENC than I would have thought possible. So with this new media engine, AMD might finally be a sensible choice for people who want to stream or record their gameplay. Another sensible choice is signing up for floatplane.com for amazing behind the scenes and extras, like the shooting of our Starforge Systems review intro. To be clear, not everything that AMD announced today was mind-blowing. In AMD's own slides, they show a 1.5 to 1.6 times increase in ray tracing performance, which will take you from literal slideshow to cinematic FPS at best. And the RTX 4090 walked all over AMD's best at nearly double the frame rate based on our Cyberpunk test and these projected numbers. Also, AMD built new AI accelerators that should allow for up to 2.7 times more AI throughput per compute unit. But the way it's implemented makes this increase only matter for games. At the moment, it's not going to help you with general purpose AI. And actually, come to think of it, there was almost no mention whatsoever of non-gaming tasks. And this is a long-time thorn in Radeon users' sides. Some applications like Blender or SolidWorks Visualize only support NVIDIA CUDA, making NVIDIA cards absolutely embarrass their AMD counterparts, and it doesn't look like this is going to change anytime soon. AMD also promised that their new FSR3 upscaling would be up to a 2 times increase over FSR2. But it looks like at least one of the ways they're going to achieve this is with technology similar to NVIDIA's DLSS 3 by generating new frames. And, well, let's just say we're currently working on a video about DLSS 3 and its frame generation, and it's a first-gen product. Overall though, it looks like the RX 7900 XT and XTX are going to be hecking fast GPUs for the money, and this might end up being the first generation in what feels like forever, where AMD is positioned to grab a good chunk of market share from our green overlords, which will hopefully push NVIDIA to compete harder on pricing, and meanwhile give AMD's GPU division the cash that it needs to ramp up R&D spending and come back even stronger next time. I can't wait to give you guys the full review when these cards launch on December the 13th. Just like I can't wait to tell you about this segue to our sponsor, Micro Center. Micro Center carries what you're on this video. Go check out our RTX 4090 undervolting video, where the power consumption of the 4090 starts to look not that bad, even if the price is still obscene.
With the Google Pixel.
All right, let's queue up some more videos. Switch to game audio. There we go. keep fishing. Alright, try something here. Just trying something real quick. Let's catch. Okay. Get the essence impling. And the earth impling. Okay, that might work. Alright, let's queue up some more stuff here. Alrighty. Let's see here. good. Let's see here. Let's catch. Alrighty. Pause it. No, but my use just fishing full time. Okay. I think this is good. Alright, head back to videos here.
The holiday season is upon us once again, and here at Smosh, that means something special.
Oh my god, it's another try not to laugh! Can you believe it?
No, I can't.
That we're doing it again. Seriously, if you haven't watched us do one of these before, where the heck have you been? We're on 107. 107, baby. 107, the big 107. For the big 107, we're keeping it simple, classic style, baby. And guess what today, guys? We have something very special going on. We have Arasha here for her very first try. Yeah. Hey, who wants to go on the stool first, y'all? Who are we feeling?
on the stool.
You were actually.
Shall I go?
Yeah.
I love not moving.
Yeah, keep that ass right there.
I have a message from the king. He's got wood.
Ew.
He thought the people should know, because there's a lot of questions, because he's really inbred, whether that was possible. Goodbye.
It's hard being a flower outside of a bar. Nobody waters me. They only water me with piss after the night ends. You know how many closing times I've had? I just
Own every mile at the Hyundai.
Hashtag ad.
I don't want your vodka soda. I don't want your vodka Red Bull and your urine. A lot of you guys, you really need to drink more water. It's exhausting.
You gotta help me. You gotta help me. I don't know what this tether business is. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not even a doppelganger. I like it in the tunnels, actually. I really like being down there. I just want to go back to my home. I want to be with my family. I really like it down there.
Christ has died, Christ is risen, Christ will come again. Christ has died, keys to the kingdom, Christ will come again. Lord, forgive us for we have sinned.
It's horrifying. Goodbye.
I must confess, I am not drawing you. I am merely doing my taxes. They are done.
Hi everyone. Hi. Kamusta? Mabuhay to Learning Tagalog with Kimmy. Yay! I'm gonna teach you some Tagalog today. So first off, salamat means thank you. Could you guys say salamat? Salamat. Great job. All right, next word up is baho. Can you guys say baho? Baho. It means smells bad. Very applicable to most content. Okay, next word that I know. It's very essential for life. Can y'all say kili kili? It means armpit. That's something you need to know, and that's literally all the Tagalog that I know. That's all I got. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love Hawaii.
I'm really enjoying it. Oh no, we've been looking for you, ma'am, actually.
The hotel manager of Hawaii?
You see, we're really loving our resort here.
Oh
It
yeah,
really
the
is
pool is
lovely.
great.
It's so great. But we just have a couple of concerns about our bedroom, actually.
It's very small.
Very small.
And not soundproof.
No, we need to be doing things that need
Sex.
soundproof. That stuff.
Sex.
And lots of it.
Okay. You will never guess where I went on vacation. The food was an experience. The accent, different.
Who's keeping the dog? He's all matted.
Oopsies. Hey, congrats on your wedding. The harpist couldn't make it, so I'll be here for you. Walk down that aisle whenever you're ready, buddy. Lady, bride. He's cute up there. I patted him on the ass and he said, "Don't do that."
What's up? Yeah, I could have gone to space, you know, but I'm flat-footed, so they wouldn't let me. But, like, I'm real into space. Like, I wouldn't throw up or anything. Yeah, I've been eating a lot of powdered food just in my spare time, but, like, I would be a great astronaut. I would go around the moon a couple times for you. But I work at Costco.
And now approaching the mound is the pitcher for the Angels. All right, he's taking position. Looks a little nervous. Oh, he's pulled out a tennis ball. It seems he was not prepared at all to be called up. Oh, he seems to be freaked. Oh, this for sure doesn't look good. Oh!
Oh, I switched balls! Oh! Oh, so embarrassing!
He seems to have peed himself on the
All right, I'm taking a smoke break. Bring in my body double.
Hey, it's me. It's a Mr. Piggy. Where are you? I'm gonna give you a kiss.
it's hard to breathe.
Hi, my name is Caitlin, and I'm so excited to be on The Bachelor. I'm gonna be really vulnerable with you guys because it's also my entire identity. I have IBS. It's really something special that I think you should know about me, and it could just like blow at any moment. We never know exactly what might happen. I ate a little bit of cheese today, and I'm really sorry to everyone in advance. Yeah, just keep that going. Don't step over here.
Oh my
Do not
God.
step over here. You don't want any part of it. I'm so glad I can share all my secrets with you. Thank you.
Oh, hey. You come to this graveyard to catch spirits too?
Oh dear. I have spied a lady. Yeah, I picked up this bad boy at Men's Warehouse, and I am liking the way I look.
You are gross! So triggered right now.
I'm so excited we're getting ready for prom together. Okay, now I have to tell you something, Tiff. Tonight, I'm gonna swipe my V card for Jack. He's so hot and he's so sexy. Damn it! Oh.
Jack! Jack!
I brought my bop it.
Oh God, Jack, no!
You're not supposed to see me before I'm ready.
Jack, you have to
Sorry.
go.
Jack! Damn it!
I'm sorry, I can't hold it in. You are beautiful. Woo, woo, woo. They told me not to do it, but I'ma pull it. Woo, she's hot.
Arby's roast beef sandwiches, now 4 for $10.
Why should you use Miro? Well, when you draw on a whiteboard...
Hashtag ad.
Eat
There
a
we
little
go.
bit of that. Yeah, Connor. Okay, I'm out of a job. Fine, fine.
God damn it! God damn it!
Package delivery for Amanda Lehan. It's me, Jared, your ex-boyfriend. I have been working out really hard. I know you're about to get married, but don't. I have money now. Will you please come back to me, Amanda? I swear to God, I'll keep working out. I'll look even better than this. You will never believe the things that I've done and the things that I've seen in order to get back into your good graces, Amanda Lehan. Why did you break up with me at that Chili's? I don't understand. Was it the teeth?
We put 50 chimpanzees in a room with an acoustic guitar, and the results were very surprising. I had all of our writers get together with me and just scream like monkeys and then have Jeremy play the guitar, right?
That was amazing.
Jack! Jack! Oh my God, Jack! Jack, I have to tell you. Jack, remember that night that we swiped my V card? Jack, I'm pregnant! I'm pregnant, Jack! I'm pregnant! My mom's gonna kill me! Oh my God, I'm having the baby! I'm having the baby, Jack!
That's not mine! Who else did you go to prom with?
The baby. Noah, it's me, your mother. You were born in February. I've never told you how you were conceived. It was the first Monday in May. Your daddy and I were at the Met. The one in LA. I f***ed him in the back of a limo. Okay? He did it on my chest.
What?
And then I wiped it off and I put it somewhere else.
What?
guy, it's me, Babe Ruth. Do you want to share a meatball sub and not talk to women? Because they are boring. They are the most boring creatures I've ever seen. I have indigestion, and I'm the best baseball player in New York City. Yeah! Slap it up, baby!
Tweet. I'm 7 years old and my costume is I'm an annoying tourist from Hawaii. I don't accept candy, only money. Money, please? I have Venmo. Do you want to give me Venmo? I swear to God, mister, you got a nice house and all, but I will cut you if you don't give me money. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I'm not scared of anything. I'll accept Bitcoin. You got that? Okay.
Oh my god, babe, I'm so excited that we are at the zoo! Oh my god, this is like my first time at a zoo, like, ever! But this is gonna be so much fun. I wonder what we're gonna see. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, they're in the same cage! Babe! Babe!
Jackie, what is going on?
Okay, that's an offside. Player did a foul. We're gonna have to put the player in the pen with the other players, and that's a good home run. I'm calling a flag on QB 24. Nice. Let's cold hands and connect. All right, and that's a touchdown for me. Thank you very much. NFL, I love you. Son?
Mom, Dad,
Yeah?
I have an announcement.
Okay.
Tell us, then.
I know that I'm gonna be the first one in the family to ever tell you anything like this.
True.
I got accepted to Brown.
Oh my God! I know!
He's gonna miss you! He's gonna miss you!
I'm gonna miss you so much, my childhood friend.
Oh, we'll take care of him. You're making the family proud. He's all matted. I've got bitches. Don't believe me?
Hello? Domino's? Hi, it's me, a little gentleman. You're my favorite pizza place. Can I have a little pizza? What do you... but I'm a gentleman. Well, you don't have to be a fucking bitch about it. You stupid whore. Yeah.
That was great.
Hell yeah!
Wow.
Well, that's been another try not to laugh, guys.
Yeah.
That was so great.
All right.
Hey! Let us know in the comments, what do you think? Do you like the classic style? You know, we listen to what you say, so if you want to suggest a new little format for us, let us know and we'll see it. We'll see it. And also, in the meantime, there's 2 videos right on the screen for you.
1, 2.
Oh, we got 1, 2. Who knows what the heck will happen in each of those?
Nobody knows.
Choose your own
Not one of
discovery.
us.
How do you feel?
I feel laughed and I feel
tried.
Wow. Tried and
Okay.
not.
We've done it. We've done it.
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in.
All right, let's bait. There you go. Keep fishing. Okay, gonna change something here real quick. I'll keep watching. Let's see here. Let's see here. Pause it. And bait. Okay. Let's see here. Let's teleport. Alright. Let's watch Linus now.
Are you tired of your wireless router dropping your internet connection at the worst possible time? Well, it turns out you can build your very own router that'll perform a lot better, and it's a lot simpler to do than you might think. But why do store-bought and ISP-provided routers tend to be so unreliable in the first place? Shutting down. This isn't Tech Quickie, this is Linus Tech Tips, where we actually do the things we talk about. So Bitdefender, a staple in cybersecurity,
Hashtag ad.
The problem with your typical big box or ISP provided router is that they're usually not just a router. Instead, they're often combo devices that include a wireless access point to provide Wi-Fi, a switch to connect your local devices together, and the literal router which connects your local devices to the outside internet in a safe manner. Not only does this make it impossible to replace or upgrade any part independently of the others, but each of these functions can be better performed by separate discrete devices. Now listen, it's not realistic or economical to try to build your own switch or access point, but the good news is that these devices are widely available at reasonable prices. The router though, that's a different story, and that's what we're going to be focusing on building today. Pretty much any x86 computer from the last 10 or 15 years or so should work better than your typical diaper genie. We're going to be using this Dell Optiplex 7010 that Anthony previously used to build a home server. Since its small form factor, won't take up too much space, it only costs around $100 on eBay, and most importantly, see right there, it has an available PCIe Gen 3 slot. That's important because we need at least 2 network ports, one for LAN to connect to our switch, and one for WAN to connect to our modem or fiber box. Your old motherboard, including this one, probably only come with one jack, and while we could use that along with a separate port on another network card, you'll want to make sure that both are well supported by your router operating system of choice. More on that in a moment. While most network controllers may seem to work fine, you may run into performance issues with certain chipsets and certain manufacturers, so our recommendation is to stick to an Intel-based NIC whenever possible. If you're unsure of what NIC you have or whether your NIC is compatible, you can typically find the model on your motherboard box or product page, and from there, Google is your best friend. If that sounds like too much work, you can easily find older dual-port Intel network cards like the i340 for around $25 on eBay, or maybe even cheaper from a local electronics recycler. We're going to be using the 4-port version of this card since we already had one lying around. Oh, I don't even need a screwdriver. If I did, lttstore.com. These damn Optiplexes are too good. Now, if you happen to have greater than gigabit internet, a single port Intel i225 2.5 gig NIC can be had for around the same price. And for 10 gig, the dual port Intel X540 T2 will run you around $50 to $70 on eBay, knock to a fan not included. Now, since we're on the topic of hardware, our Optiplex is equipped with a Core i7-3770 and should be totally fine for running gigabit or 2.5 gig. If you want to go faster than that, say 10 gig, you're going to want more CPU power, so make sure you check the recommended specs and ask around the community to figure out what should work for you. We're going to also be installing a 256 gig SSD, which fits behind the hard drive pretty nicely, and we're also going to take this hard drive out because that's just a bunch of extra power consumption we don't need. With our hardware ready, it's time to talk software. The 2 biggest players in the space right now are pfSense and OpenSense, both of which are based on the Unix-like operating system FreeBSD. They're very similar because OpenSense started off as a fork of pfSense, and you can't really go wrong with either. But we like OpenSense for its subjectively easier to use GUI and more frequent updates. For example, on our own core router, the main 25 gig NIC in it still isn't supported by pfSense. If you're following along at home, grab yourself a copy of OpenSense from the official site. Pick your architecture and select the VGA image type. The other option is serial, but if you use serial ports to manage your networking equipment, you probably don't need to be watching this video. To install OpenSense, you can use a tool like Etcher or Rufus to make a bootable USB installer, plug that into your soon-to-be router, and select it from the boot menu. Let all the countdowns finish, and if your computer happens to have an internal speaker like ours, you'll be greeted with a noise that sounds a little bit like a Japanese rice cooker. It's not unpleasant, it's just a bit loud. If your system doesn't have a display output, you can install OpenSense onto your drive in a different system and then move it over, but if you have a monitor, look at that monitor with your eyeballs. Throughout the boot sequence, it will ask for manual intervention a few times, but you can just skip these. Once you're greeted by the login prompt, take a second to check the port numbering on your system. You can do this by taking a cable that's plugged into a nearby PC and putting it into each port on the router and marking those ports down. This will be important later. Once you're done, hit enter to bring the login prompt back, type installer as the username, and OpenSense as the password. Don't worry here, if you're not seeing anything show up, it is actually typing, it's just not showing it for security. If you want to try OpenSense out, you can instead log in as root for a live install, but your settings will not survive a reboot without being manually backed up. You have been warned. Select your keyboard layout if it's not the default US map, hit install UFS, select your boot drive, Hit OK on swap and the confirmation, and then OpenSense will install like a good little boy. Once it's done, we'd recommend changing your root password to something a little more secure, then you can exit and reboot. Tech tip, don't forget to remove the USB during the reboot, otherwise you might boot back into the installer. Once you're booted back up, plug your client system into the port selected as LAN in the console, then navigate to 192.168.1.1 in your browser. Log in with root and the password you set, and bam! You now have a functional OpenSense router. From here, there's settings for just about anything you can imagine, but be careful because it's very easily to entirely bork your router if you go and change settings you don't understand. I'm going to show you guys a few important ones that'll actually be helpful for you. First and foremost is the DHCP settings. By default, OpenSense sets its IP range on the DHCP server from .100 to .199. That means it's only going to allow for 100 devices connected to your network. For most home gamers, this is probably okay, but you can also tweak this down to say .50 and this one up to .254, and that's going to give you over 200 devices. You can also set the DNS settings that your clients use here, so if you want to use, say, Cloudflare or Google DNS, you'd want to put that in these fields, and then make sure you hit save when you're done, otherwise these settings won't apply. It's also important to know how to update your system. So to do so, go to System, Firmware, and then Updates. It'll check for any updates and then allow you to apply them. The last thing you'll probably want to know is how to change your interface assignments. These are going to be under Interfaces and then Assignments. From here you can change your LAN or WAN ports if you want to use a different port, and this is where you would assign a VLAN if that's something you know how to set up. OpenSense has other cool features like being able to back up your config to Google Drive on a schedule. I'd highly recommend setting that up. You can disable the screaming rice cooker noise, and you can port forward like any other router, but be careful as the firewall is an important part of your network security.
Aside from the limitless customization potential, frequent security updates, and the ability to swap parts, a DIY router encourages you to be more mindful not just in how your network is used, but how your network is protected. Just like Bitdefender Premium Security isn't just an antivirus, your device, and so your will over the performance. For up to 10% on a year of Defender Premium Security at the link down below. You might have noticed by now that we only have a single LAN port assigned. Even if you had extra on your system and you wanted to use these for other devices, to have to use software switching on these ports is very inefficient and typically can't run anywhere near line speed. Instead, a cheap multi-port switch like this guy or the Netgear GS308 can be had for around 20 bucks on Amazon. Or they can be even cheaper if they have a plastic housing or fewer ports. Just make sure that it's full gigabit speed. If you're running 2.5 gig or 10 gig, these switches get a lot more expensive, but we found a TrendNet 2.5 gig unit for 120 bucks, and for 10 gig, the cheapest option we could find is the Ubiquiti SwitchFlex XG with 4 10 gig ports for 300 bucks. Once you have some form of switch, plug it into the wall, and then the LAN port of your router, and any of your other devices on your network can plug directly into the remaining ports. The last thing we need to reach feature parity with our combo unit is some Wi-Fi. Now, there's a lot of options here, ranging in price from literal trash you can find at any dump, all the way up to enterprise-grade access points that can run you thousands of dollars. Many of the off-the-shelf home routers that we've been talking about replacing can be used purely for Wi-Fi by finding a setting called AP mode or bridge mode. However,
Alright, let's head to the wilderness. Do the event. Gotta go toggle first. Do surprising seedlings. Here we go. Search here. Let's go to 227. And let's toggle. And let's go to the crater now. And protect. Hola chachos y chachas. Alrighty. we go. Just gonna do this. Just wait here. Okay, got 1 minute. Let's take everything. Let's nurture. Let's harvest. Dig this up. Harvest this guy. Give. Let's nurture. And nurture. Harvest. And harvest. Nurture this guy. Harvest these guys. Boom. And boom. Let's dig it up. Oh, we can harvest this. Okay, let's harvest. Harvest. Give the flowers. Here we go. Nope. Let's dig it up. Let's nurture. Okay, keep nurturing here. Harvest this guy, dig this guy up. We'll harvest this. And nurture. Let's dig it up. Okay, let's head back to Menaphos. Alright. See what we got. Not anything great. Let's go through the archway. Next event is Hellhound Pact. See if we have to do it. Yep. Whoops. We'll head over to Hellhound Pact in an hour. Summon another granite lobster. Here we go. Okay, let's siphon. Got Remoki Incursion, Hellhound Pact, and Spider Swarm. Alright, let's bait. Keep catching. And finish up the Linus video.
The performance is usually pretty not great. So unless you're trying to do this with hardware you already have, we'd recommend picking up a standalone access point like these from Ubiquiti, or a mesh system like the TP-Link Deco, Netgear Orbi, or Amazon's Eero system. For the purposes of this video, we have a Ubiquiti Unify 6 long range, which can be had for $179, or the light version of it is only $100. You can also find them cheaper secondhand. Once your Wi-Fi is set up, everything should kind of just function together. So let's run a speed test. This is on wired on my laptop here, but we should be able to get full gigabit, and we can see the CPU usage, which is very interesting. Oh, there we go. 2 ping, 700, 800, 900 megabits. And we're only using like 7% CPU usage, which is pretty dang good. Let's check our upload speed. It's basically the same. Sweet. Let's try Wi-Fi. It's not a very good test on the Wi-Fi because I don't know what it's set to, but I'm sure it's plenty fast. Yeah, like 200 down, that's pretty good. We're in a very congested area right now. There's a lot of access points and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, so I wouldn't expect the speeds to be too crazy, but your mileage may vary, of course. If you're in a country where electricity is so expensive that running a 4090 is borderline unethical, you may instead opt for something a little more power efficient. Micro PCs like this won't be as upgradable, but can be as much as 10 times more power efficient. Some of them even have 2.5 gig Ethernet built in. Now, they do cost more upfront, but depending on your electricity costs, you might end up saving in the long run. Our Optiplex was somewhere between 30 and 40 watts while doing absolutely nothing, and I'm sure a lot more when the CPU starts to crank up. So your mileage may vary. That's it then. For $100 on this Optiplex, $20 on a Switch, and $100 for an access point, we built an infinitely more configurable, more upgradable, more better router access point switch combo that you get to tinker with all on your own.
You get better control of your network security, and you get better control of your privacy.
It's fun for the whole family, except when it doesn't work. But surely this will work more than your ISP provided one. So thanks to Bitdefender for sponsoring this video. Bitdefender Premium Security offers threat protection for up to 10 devices, and that includes an unlimited VPN, a password manager, and priority support. So save 59% on a year of Bitdefender Premium Security by following the link in the description down below. If you like this video, maybe check out that one where we upgraded our office router and took the internet out multiple times in the middle of the workday. It was funnier when we had like 15 employees, but now that there's like 80, it's a little prohibitive to do that.
Most Americans don't know this, but the government is trying.
Alright, I think that's it for now. Don't have much else as far as videos to watch. We're just gonna fish here now with the in-game video audio. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Alrighty. We upgraded another tier with the merchant faction. Okay. I'm just gonna keep fishing here. Alright. Let's see here. Just fishing away. Go. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Let's keep fishing here. Good. Just fishing away here. Alright, I think I should probably go get more bait here. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go get more bait. Gonna grab a lyre. Go to the market. Trade. And go to miscellanea. Come over here. Trade. Get some bait. Let's just collect right now. Might as well. Go up. Open the door. Manage. Put in 100K. And collect. Okay, it's not ready yet. Let's head back down. Get more bait here. Boom. Okay, let's trade. And bait. Okay. And let's go to our dune. Head to the guild. Open the gate. Get more bait here. Gonna trade with this guy. It's good. Let's go to Shiloh Village now. Boom. Good. Let's pay. Get more bait. From Fernahay. Let's go to Port Sarim. Trade. Here we go. Head to Catherby. Alright. Then Lumbridge. That's good. Whoops, bad surge. Bad. Oh no. I didn't want to do that. Okay. Let's go now to Anachronia. Grab some broad arrowheads here. And boots. There we go. Nothing great. See here. Still need more resources for the storehouse. What else? Get bait. And go to Menifos. Finish up this bait run. And we'll head back to the lodestone to keep fishing. Here we go. Let's go through. And bait. Okay, let's see here. Let's siphon and deposit. Keep going here. Alright. Fish way. Oh. Let's try again. Nope. We're good. Let's deposit. Okay, just gonna keep fishing here. Alrighty.